Heart of Black Ice, Sister of Darkness, The Nicci Chronicles, Volume 4. By Terry Goodkind. Read by Deborah Desmond. Chapter 62. After she inspected the Tanimura garrison, Nicci and General Linden worked for days, strengthening the city guard and pressing countless new recruits into service, many of them drawn from the refugees that had flooded the city after the Nurukai attacks. Hundreds of battered survivors came up the coast road from the south, people displaced from Efren and Larakan shores. Many were weak and saddened, seeking only stability in their lives. Others could not forget the blood and fire, the nightmare of the ruthless raiders, and they wanted to fight back. With nothing but threadbare clothes on their backs and the scabs of healing wounds, they desperately needed aid. But Saramundi could absorb only so many refugees, since that city had itself suffered significant damage in Kor's raid. Up in Tanimura, Nicci listened to their stories, one after another. When she looked at the outraged survivors, she knew they could be forged into an army, which was exactly what the old world needed. Calling upon her own determination, she rallied them in the Tanimura square. "Soon a full-fledged war will be upon us. Will you let the Nurukai hunt you down and kill your families? Or will you take up weapons and learn how to fight back?" The resounding shouts nearly deafened her. She could see Linden's surprise as he looked up at the unexpected and earnest recruits for the army. Nicci gestured to the refugees. "The Daharan garrison here will give you what you need, and I intend to set up training bases in Saramundi as well. Rally the blacksmiths and armorers in every city. We don't have much time. Everyone needs to pull together. What happened in Efren must not happen again." She wanted to see the devastation for herself. With Linden's permission, Nicci gathered 50 soldiers and a dozen angry refugees, then set off on a swift military ship, sailing south to Efren. 2 days later, reaching the black scar of the town, they anchored the swift ship offshore, because all of the docks had been burned to the waterline. Nicci accompanied her group of soldiers and pale survivors, who clung to spiderweb-thin threads of hope that they might recover something from the ruins. Others simply wanted to bury their dead, or at least lay markers for fallen friends and family members. As Nicci walked through the ruins, her boots crunched on charred wood and the cracked bones of victims. Though the fires had burned out weeks before, the smell of soot and ash hung in the seaside air. Nicci imagined she could hear the lingering echoes of screams. The imprint of pain, violence, and suffering would remain here for years to come. "Sweet Sea Mother," muttered one of the guard recruits, who had come from Saramundi. "Those animals left nothing standing. Why would an army do this?" Soot smeared the side of his face, where he had wiped away a tear. "If they meant to conquer Efren, why destroy it all? Why kill everyone? That is not how you win a war. The Nurukai come to pillage, not to rule," she said. "You watched them attack Saramundi Harbor. You know what they are." The recruit looked around the dead, silent ruins, appalled. If we hadn't stopped them, would they have done this to Saramundi too? To my city? Without question. That is why we had to obliterate them. Captain Kor is dead, and not a single Nurukai got away. Warm pride filled her chest. But Lars is still out there. We will have to crush them again and again, until they learn their lesson. Nicci walked among the haunted forest of timbers, collapsed walls, charred rooftops of what had been a thriving town. She knew what Efren must have been like. A community of several thousand fishermen, boat builders, farmers, woodcutters, smiths, shopkeepers, traders. The town would have had taverns, inns, shops, stables, a marketplace. Now only ashes remained. The site was a dark stain, as if a bolt of lightning had erased the town from existence. She and the soldiers walked slowly through the streets. Warm sun beat down through a hazy sky. The smoke was gone, but some of the recruits and refugees kept coughing, perhaps to hide their nausea and grief. She herself had helped defend the town of Rendabe from another Nurukai raid. In that instance, though, they had won. Nicci remembered the Rendabe cemetery, with many stone markers to indicate the dead who were buried there, as well as countless wooden posts, bearing the names of those who had been taken by the Norokai. Nicci had learned to hate the scarred raiders then, and her opinion of them had not improved after she actually met Lars, Kor, and other Norokai traders who came to Ildakar to sell their pitiful slaves. She entered the burned-out skeleton of what had been a tavern. One wall had collapsed, while 2 stone half-walls remained intact. Nicci stepped gingerly through the rubble, absorbing the sense of the place and filling in details with her imagination. Blackened lumps had been tables and stools, a splintered counter. A sealed cask of ale had exploded when its contents boiled in the fire. 6 skulls were readily visible, and she didn't doubt that they could find others if they sifted through the ashes. "What are we going to do here, sorceress?" asked the anxious recruit, who had followed her. "I wanted to see with my own eyes." She moved slowly, her black dress blending in with the burned ruins. Charcoal-encrusted beams had bent under the heat, looking like the bones of long-dead dragons. "And I wanted you all to remember that this is what the Norokai will do if we let them win." She inhaled deeply, smelling the death and agony around her. The recruit nodded. Now he had a smear of soot on his opposite cheek from a second tear. "Do we rebuild?" a long-faced refugee asked. "Once we are strong again, should we try? Should we start now?" He turned around in the destroyed tavern, and it was obvious he remembered the place. "Will we have the heart to make Ephron our home again?" "Not until after the war," Nicci said. "You would only be giving the Norokai something new to burn. For now, your best chance is to become fighters. If Utros and his army were on the way, and if the ancient general had indeed joined forces with the Norokai, then the old world would be awash in blood, and soon." In burned-out homes they discovered several ghost-like squatters, villagers who had fled into the hills and now came back to the remains of their town, shocked and numb. 2 battlefield surgeons tended to their injuries. Nicci hoped to toughen and recruit them for the new military force she was building. She would have preferred that Richard lead the Daharan army to fight at her side and crush both Utros and King Grieve. But Richard was counting on her, and Nicci would not let him down. He had sent her down to the old world to pave the way for a new golden age of peace and prosperity, relying on Nicci to crush any upstart dictator or ill-advised tyrant. She had never dreamed of the threat she faced now. A gigantic army from centuries past, and a raiding fleet of countless attack ships. How could Richard's small bone box be everything she needed? With a soot-stained hand, she slipped the little cube out of her pocket and looked at the etched letters in the language of creation, felt the tingle in her fingers. Richard was a master of constructed spells, and this one was tighter, more intricate than any she had seen. Through her gift, she could sense its potential, but not how it worked, or what its purpose was. Nicci feared that its use was beyond her abilities, but Richard believed in her, so how could she do any less? Who else could she ask? None of the other gifted in Tanimura had her breadth of knowledge, except perhaps some of the Sisters of the Light, who remained in the city. The sisters had eagerly scrutinized the artifact when Nicci asked their opinion, but despite their strong desire to help, none of the sisters had offered any insight. So it would have to be her. Opening the delicate lid, she studied the shimmering white sphere, the pulsing nugget of a constructed spell. "I can handle this," she said, as an affirmation to herself. She would figure it out when the proper time came. Still, she had a hard time maintaining her confidence as she gazed across the wasteland that had been a thriving town. Before the war was over, there would be many more devastated towns. The people were fighting for their lives, their homes, their families. This Norokai raid had killed hundreds, maybe thousands, but the Ephron tragedy would be like a sharp stick poking a coiled rattlesnake. Nicci intended to inspire all the survivors to strike back with sharp fangs. Ephron, Saramundi, Larakan Shores, and all the coastal cities would recover and thrive again. Nicci just had to save the world first. Chapter 63. With a sinking heart, Norcross followed his orders and worked to evacuate Renda Bay. The need to abandon the town had struck the people like a thunderclap, But their angry resolve to fight for their homes had crumbled in the face of reality. Even all of them together could never stand against nearly 100,000 armed warriors. "This doesn't mean we are giving up," the wizard Nathan had insisted. "But even if every single person in Renda Bay killed 100 enemies, General Utros and King Grieve would still have enough fighters to grind your town into dust. We'll still find a way to hurt them." "I need to keep our people safe," Thaddeus agreed. "We will load the 3 sailing ships and every fishing boat we have, and others will flee into the hills and hide. We have to get our people out of here. We have to." Accompanied by squads of Daharan soldiers, Norcross marched up and down the streets, pounding on doors. Criers shouted for all citizens to pack up their food and run for their lives. By the time General Utros arrived, Renda Bay would be a ghost town, stripped of any resources he could use. Down by the docks, lines of men and women carried satchels of their most precious belongings as they boarded boats to get away. Wailing children clutched their mothers' hands and tugged on their skirts. One pig-tailed girl grinned as if this were a great adventure. In order to make more room on the Daisy, Kenneth had tossed any crates, barrels, and tools overboard. Now loaded with people, the fishing boat rode so low in the water that Kenneth looked concerned. He pulled up the boarding plank. "Can't take any more people. There are other boats." Even though the relentless army was less than a day away, according to scout reports, the villagers remained mostly calm. They waited for more vessels to reach the docks as the Daisy set sail and moved off past the stone defensive towers. Once the heavily laden craft reached open water, Kenneth turned north, followed by 10 other equally full vessels in a civilian flotilla. They sailed away, hoping to be far out of sight before the armies closed in. As more boats took on passengers, one old woman wrestled with 2 goats. She stamped her foot on the dockboards, but the fisherman captain waved her away. "You can't come aboard with the animals. There's no room. We have to save the people." "But Chu and Lou are like people. They're my children." She wrapped her bony arms around the goats. "I won't leave them behind." The passengers already aboard called out from the deck, frightened and impatient. "Leave them, Mags. That army's coming." "I know. And those soldiers will eat Chu and Lou." Sensing the tension, Norcross hurried among the people. "Take your animals deep into the hills and hide them, ma'am. Turn the goats loose, and they'll be fine. But be sure to go far enough away from the army. You can stay out there with them, or come back here to board a boat, if you make it in time. We just don't have enough vessels to carry livestock." The goats bleated pitifully, and Norcross frowned. "No matter how cute they are." Old Mags left in a huff, yanking the ropes and leading her goats through the crowds and out of town. In small dinghies, sailors rowed load after load of people out to the 3 large cargo ships anchored outside the bay. After overseeing the evacuation, Norcross would join General Zimmer and Thaddeus, who were already aboard Captain Mill's ship, directing the movement and retreat. Amber accompanied him, along with Sisters Rhoda and Eldine, while the other Sisters of the Light worked their way through the town with Nathan, Oren, and the remaining gifted defenders. They were preparing a surprise for the ancient army. "We've been separate for so long," Amber said to him with a smile. "I want to stay with you." "I missed you too," he said. "When we're aboard our ship, we'll have plenty of time to catch up. But for now, all these people." He sighed. "There must be 1,000 left to evacuate." "I'll help however I can," she said, lifting her chin. "Prelate Verna was very patient in teaching me how to use my gift. She taught me amazing things." She looked away to hide her sad expression. "I really miss the prelate. She was so kind to me, and so wise." "She did meet a brave end." Amber nodded. "Yes, but it was still an end. I'd rather she were still here." Lila and Bannon came down to the docks, flushed from running. The young man looked upset. "That's a stubborn family. What do they expect to do? Throw clay pots at thousands of soldiers?" Lila seemed equally annoyed. "It is a potter's shop, not a gold mine. We could not convince them." She glared at Bannon. "And you refused to let me knock them senseless and drag them here." Norcross let out a heavy sigh, knowing that there were many families who simply refused to leave. "It might not be a gold mine, but it is their home. I only hope they're sensible enough to flee as soon as they see the army approaching. Over the next hour, the last fishing vessels sailed away. The 3 cargo ships were nearly full, after a constant succession of rowboats carried groups out to where the ships were anchored and came back to pick up more evacuees. When it was time, with the town mostly empty behind them, Bannon and Lila climbed aboard a dinghy, so they too could take a place aboard Captain Mill's ship. "This is a great improvement over our last boat," she remarked, and Bannon agreed. Norcross and Amber remained behind to round up the last few boatloads. Thorne and Lysa jogged down the streets, making a beeline toward the harbor as they sounded the alarm. "The first enemy soldiers are no more than an hour away." "We killed only 4 before we had to retreat," Lysa added. "I don't think we slowed them much. They are more wary now." Thorne frowned. "Nathan commanded us not to fight any more of the army for now, because it puts us at unnecessary risk." She sounded disappointed. "It seems wrong." Oren, Olgaya, and Perry concurred. Lysa sounded equally downcast. "But since they are all that remains of the Wizard's Duma from Ildakar, we must obey them. They told us to go." The 2 Morazeth watched the next dinghy come in, rowed by 2 muscular sailors. "We all have to obey orders," Norcross said. Behind him, the town was empty. He could see the deserted wooden houses, shops, inns, town hall, and the open square. "There aren't many boats left for Nathan and the others. Are they almost finished?" "Who can know about the work of wizards?" Lysa asked, with a snort. She sprang from the dock into the dinghy, even before the sailors had tied it up. Her Morazeth sister joined her. Amber smiled at her brother. "Let's get out to the ships. It's our turn." Norcross and Amber rowed with the 2 Morazeth and several other stragglers, as more empty rowboats came to the docks for the last evacuees, which would include Nathan and his companions. The burly sailors were weary at the oars, having gone back and forth several times already. Seeing this, Thorne and Lysa moved them from their bench. "You require rest. Let us row." Surprised, the muscular men relinquished the oars. The Morazeth rowed with great vigor, pulling them toward the nearest 3-masted sailing ship. As they passed beneath the tall siege towers at the mouth of the bay, Norcross looked up with a pang. He saw the catapults lined up, ready to hurl boulders at oncoming serpent ships. He had worked so hard on the tower's defenses. "We were prepared to hurt the Norokai, but we won't get the chance." "We'll get a chance." Amber clutched her brother's arm. "This is our chance to survive." When the dinghy reached the sailing ship, Norcross and the passengers climbed up a slat ladder to the deck, which was already crowded with Renda Bay evacuees. Captain Mills stood at the stern, shading his eyes, deeply worried. In the small boat below, the sailors prepared to set off again, glad for their brief rest while the Morazeth rowed. Norcross stared back at the deserted town. The gigantic army would swarm through those streets before long, ransacking empty buildings. He hoped Nathan and the others would make it back soon. A lookout, high on the mainmast, used a spyglass peering southwest. "Confirmed, Captain. Sighting confirmed." Mills began clanging a brass bell mounted next to the wheel. He hammered the clapper back and forth for all he was worth. "Prepare yourselves. They're coming." Norcross turned to look at the open sea and saw a line of ominous ships just coming into view, all of them with midnight blue sails. Nathan went from building to building in Renda Bay, scribing spell forms on bare walls, laying down protective webs, and adding anchor points. He fervently wished he had Prelate Verna there to help him, or Elsa with her transference magic. "Dear spirits, I don't normally use my gift for so much destruction, unless I absolutely have to." "This time you absolutely have to," said Perry. The woman's gift was weaker than Leo's had been, but as a shaper, Perry could use magic to shift wood and stone. She used her finger to embed gouges and spell forms in the walls of town buildings, inscribing them swiftly and perfectly, whereas Nathan would have had to carve the design more crudely with the point of his knife. With great relish, Oren and Olgaya went about setting booby traps. Lord Oren used paint to draw looping connective runes from one street to another, laying down what looked like an odd design, but was actually a convoluted trap. This would become readily apparent as soon as the enemy soldiers triggered the small constructed spells in the doorways of major buildings and collapsed the interconnected webs. Olgaia laid down magical tripwires across main streets and inside the primary storehouses that were sure to attract the starving army. Though he felt a chill about preparing such a cascade of powerful magic, Nathan knew this set of spells was not the same as Verna's Weeping Stone spell, which had slipped out of control. This was far simpler, cleaner magic, and they all knew how to use it and master it. Nathan had mapped the streets of Renda Bay and picked their targets. His gifted comrades listened intently as he described his strategy. We have to lure the front ranks into the destructive zone. Only then can we let the magic be triggered. Otherwise, it'll be too soon. Arin gritted his teeth. So long as they're all dead, I don't care where the magic strikes. We'll kill more of them if we let them reach the center of town before the trap is sprung, Sister Sharon pointed out. The prelate killed thousands when she brought down the canyon wall. Let us do the same in Renda Bay. General Utros may be more cautious now, Nathan said. The important part is that we deny them any supplies. His soldiers are already starving, marching along and half dead. They will drop from hunger and weariness soon. I'd rather they burn, Orin said. Nathan and Perry worked together in the town hall for the last stage of their plan. Standing inside Thaddeus's office, looking at the historic ledgers and books on the shelves, he felt sadness again. More knowledge being wiped out. Again. I wonder how we will ever forgive ourselves. Perry asked, Would you rather keep your musty old tomes and let the world be conquered? Sacrificing a few books does not seem like such a great cost to defeat the army. I would rather survive and write new books. Perry finished marking spell forms on the walls of the town leader's office. There. Now the lines are connected from the tower down to the foundations. Renda Bay is evacuated, and everything is set. We should get to the ships. Yes, the army is close. Wearing his fine embroidered cape and vest, Nathan felt satisfied as he emerged from the town hall to meet his gifted companions. Time to go. Everyone down to the harbor. They hurried toward the docks, where the calm blue waters of Renda Bay awaited them. The fishing boats had loaded up and already sailed away to the north. The 3 large cargo ships remained anchored, filled with passengers and ready to depart, with just a few rowboats ready to carry Nathan and his gifted saboteurs. He glanced one last time at the vacant town. Everyone seemed to be gone. The homes were empty, except for the booby traps of magic they had placed in strategic places. He heard a sudden, loud clamor from the sailing ships out on the water, a bell ringing and ringing to sound the alarm. Perry looked up. What is that? Nothing good. Orin hurried down the street to the waiting rowboats at the dock, where the anxious sailors urged them to hurry. Nathan and the others ran faster. From the dock, he could see at least 100 serpent ships on the horizon, sailing directly toward Renda Bay. Chapter 64. General Utros had not smelled the sea in 15 centuries. Long ago, one of his military marches had taken him to the coast, and he remembered how he had stared out at the sun on the open waves, observed the sailing ships and fishing settlements, and known he wanted to conquer them. Now, the relentless march took his army along a river that flowed to the ocean. Approaching Renda Bay, he smelled the salt air again, which brought with it a tang of freedom. The soldiers marched non-stop, hour after hour, though they were gaunt and starving despite the spell that numbed the gnawing hunger in their bellies. Along the river, they grabbed fish, waterfowl, even weeds from the current, devouring whatever they could find. And they kept moving. Utros, Enoch, and Ruva rode in the lead as they approached a significant town at the mouth of the river, the largest settlement they had encountered since crossing the mountains. Along the way, his army had overwhelmed smaller villages, mining towns, and crossroads settlements, which had offered only lean pickings. Renda Bay at last would offer supplies and materials. Tonight, we will eat well, said First Commander Enoch, sitting high on his dark horse. Utros considered making this fishing port his new base, where he could meet up with the Nurokai fleet. After King Grieve and his serpent ships departed from Ildakar, The two great military forces had had no communication with each other, and their overall war plan was based on nothing more than crude maps and vague memories. During the long days of marching, Boutros had pondered strategic possibilities about conquering the land, whether to use his army as a single battering ram to crush anything in the way, or to split the force into dozens of sub-armies dispatched in all directions. He would make his final decision once he conquered Renda Bay. When the Nurokai eventually joined with his army, the scarred raiders would inspire fear among their victims. Boutros would let the reckless warriors bear the brunt of any resistance, suffering casualties so that his own men remained uninjured. That was his entire purpose for the alliance with them. Will King Grieve be here in Renda Bay? And his vile shaman? Ruva's voice turned sour. We shall see. We don't need the Nurokai, but we can use them. He urged his black stallion toward the town's outskirts. A ripple of excitement rolled through the ranks, an awareness that their destination was ahead at last, and the town would no doubt be filled with supplies and plunder. They passed empty meadows, stripped orchards, abandoned farmhouses, vacant paddocks for goats, sheep, or cattle, but no livestock. Boutros frowned. The people have fled. Where are the animals? It's no surprise, sir, Enoch said. They must have seen our army coming for days. Who would dare to stand against us? Outriders broke into farmhouses and came out with blankets, some cookpots, and scraps of clothes. But they reported that the pantries were empty, every one of them. Even barrels in the root cellars were gone. More scouts ransacked the outlying buildings and issued similar reports. Seeing no food at hand, anywhere, the troops began to grow anxious. Enoch's expression hardened. Should I make a sortie into town, General? See what we can find? Annoyed, Boutros urged his mount to a faster pace. We will all go. With a flicker in the air, Ava's shimmering spirit appeared. I went ahead, beloved Boutros. Renda Bay has been abandoned. The people fled. She drifted against her twin sister, and the green aura brightened, as if the two drew energy from each other. The whole town is empty. Ruva's voice echoed along with her twins. The wizard Nathan and his gadflies must have arrived first and warned them. Ava separated. We should have killed him, and all those others at Cliffwall. That might have appeased the Keeper while we continue our war. Killing those people is of secondary importance, Boutros said. Even if the town is empty, we will occupy it as our base of operations. I need to plan our next move, with or without the Nurokai. He pressed his stallion into a gallop, and Enoch and Ruva rode beside him as if making a military charge. The soldiers in the vanguard let out a hero's cry and charged ahead to attack the silent city. At the edge of town, Boutros noted stables, farmhouses, a smithy, a sawmill, a brickyard, a cooper's shop with half-finished barrels lying among piles of staves and iron hoops. At the center of Renda Bay, they saw the main square, the large town hall. Everything was empty. Find them. Boutros pointed to the left and right. Those are warehouses, grain silos. There must be some animals in the pens and stockyards. Report all food stockpiles you find. Our supply sergeants will divide up the spoils to best feed our men. The encroaching army roared with excitement. Soldiers broke ranks and rushed into the streets, ransacking the buildings. They smashed doors and charged into warehouses, but they came back out perplexed, angry, and empty-handed. There's nothing, General, reported one of the first scout captains. The barns and warehouses are vacant. We didn't even find a bale of hay for our horses. Boutros adjusted the horned helmet and stared ahead. I have conquered an abandoned town. He pushed his stallion toward the central square. There must be more here. Enoch gestured beyond the descending streets that led to the water and the open bay. Down there, sir. Look at the docks. All the boats are gone. Boutros's leather gauntlet creaked as he clenched a fist. Beyond the mouth of the bay, he spotted 3 large ships departing under full sail. Then he caught his breath as he saw more than 100 serpent ships pursuing them like a pack of wolves. The Nurokai are coming, King Grieve hunts them down as they try to flee. Ruva raised her fingers and traced invisible lines of magic in the air. I would be happier to kill those vermin ourselves, but I will rest easily just knowing they are dead. The fleeing people aren't our concern. They are already gone. Utros ran a finger over the smooth surface of his half-mask. We need to find what's left of this town. We need to feed our troops. The streets were paved with cobblestones, and the horses' hoofbeats echoed loudly as they clattered forward. On the way to the central square, hungry vanguard soldiers rushed past the general and spread out to break into shops and homes. They smashed windows, battered down doors, and caused even more damage in their frustration. Utros expected they would find some stragglers barricaded behind doors, but Renda Bay was eerily silent. Ava's spirit drifted about. There's nothing, but also something. I sense danger here. Beware, General. Ruva sat on her bay mare, shuddering. Gooseflesh covered her pale skin. I can feel deadly lines of force. This isn't simply an empty town. Nathan and the others left something for us here. She sketched in the air with an extended fingertip. Ava faced her sister, touching her spectral fingertip against Ruva's, and together they opened a spiderweb of bright lines, identifying a pattern. It is a trap. These buildings are more than empty. They're waiting to be... As the scouts broke into prominent storehouses near the town halls, they triggered an activation web. Bright lights sizzled through the walls of the storehouse, and the shuttered windows overhead burst open with a flood of bright light, a flare of heat. Gouts of flame erupted through the roof. Covered with fire, soldiers staggered back out, trying to smother the flames on their smoldering leather armor. In seconds, the entire storehouse had become an inferno, as if it had been built of straw and kindling. On the opposite side of the square, another building ignited, then a third one, with such a vigorous explosion that the wallboard shot deadly splinters in all directions. Ruva raised both her hands. I feel tingling everywhere. Down that street, down this street, along that alley. She looked in horror at the cobblestones, where she saw painted lines that some wizard had left behind. We are caught in the middle of the web. The town hall suddenly glowed with jagged cracks of orange heat, like lightning bolts within the stone blocks. A blast brought down the facade, and the debris crumbled toward them. The general's black stallion screamed, and he hunched over the saddle, holding on as he galloped away. Flames raged down the street as one spell triggered another. Ava's spirit swooped along, leading him to safety. Other horses raced for the harbor and the open water. His soldiers scattered, charging at a full run down side streets, trying to stay ahead of the flame front. In doing so, they ignited one booby trap after another, setting off a cascade of magic. The cobblestones cracked and shuddered. Lines of magic drew down into swirling patterns that connected building to building and square to square. The Renda Bay streets became molten, and all the adjacent buildings ignited from the connected tapestry of magic. Ride! Utros roared. The entire town became an inferno, incinerating countless soldiers. Summoning her gift, Ruva called a downpour to drench some of the fire and douse the lower streets. It was enough to keep Utros and the front ranks safe, but behind them, the burning town cut off the rest of his army, engulfing many of the soldiers in flames. Once he was safe by the waterfront, Utros turned away from the smoke and fire and looked angrily out to sea, where Nurukai's ships were approaching the fleet cargo ships that carried the survivors of Renda Bay. Out beyond the harbor, the two big sailing ships, commanded by Captains Straker and Donnell, sailed away from Renda Bay, full of evacuees. As the last of the gifted defenders came aboard the third ship, Captain Mills rang the alarm bell again and again. The Serpent ships closed in on Renda Bay. Nathan took a position near the bow as they got underway, following the other two large vessels. A sudden ripple of dismay crossed the deck as the passengers watched orange flames blossom in the center of town. Smoke erupted in pillars. He smiled. Looks like General Utros found our surprise. Oren wore a grim expression as he stroked his thick, pale braid. "There is more to come." Moments later, additional blazes surged, like storms of fire triggered by the unsuspecting invaders. The sky blackened as more smoke rose, and the inferno built upon itself. Before long, the entire town was engulfed in fire. The blazes leaped from building to building, raced down street after street. Thaddeus and the other evacuees from Renda Bay stared back at their receding homes, weeping. The freed slave Rendell placed a comforting hand on the town leader's shoulder. Olgaia was more intent on the countless serpent ships racing toward them across the sea. "How do we fight against the Nurokai? They are closing in fast." Captain Mills paced the deck, shouting orders to his sailors. Familiar with their ship, they used the complex interaction of rigging, rudder, and sails to catch breezes and steer the ship at the greatest possible speed. Some of the gifted passengers assisted by increasing the wind in the proper direction. Norcross stood next to General Zimmer, who alternated his glare between the burning town and the fleet of pursuing serpent ships. After attacking Utro so often, it should be a nice change of pace to fight the Nurokai. Nathan watched the receding siege towers at the mouth of the bay and felt a pang in his heart, which twisted as Ivan's presence plagued him. But he pushed back the darkness. He turned his attention to the oncoming Nurokai fleet. The serpent ships had the breezes at their backs, and they put on an additional burst of speed, using oars manned by strong warriors. 10 Nurokai vessels continued after the evacuating ships, while the rest of the enemy fleet slowed and diverted toward the burning town of Renda Bay. Increasing smoke rose into the sky. Next to Nathan, Bannon watched the inevitable approach of the dark blue sails of the pursuing ships, his face flushed with anger. "Looks like I'll have another chance to kill some Nurokai." He touched the sword at his hip, a standard blade that General Zimmer had provided from the Daharan spares. "Any sword is good enough, but I miss sturdy." He looked down to his unfamiliar weapon. "You'll get practice soon enough, boy," Lila said. She was armed with a dagger and a sword she had retrieved in Renda Bay, and she looked fierce. "Stay by me, and we will make a good accounting of ourselves." Nathan knew how much the ungainly sword had meant to Bannon. Sturdy was a lot like the red-haired swordsman himself, unimposing and plain, but deceptively deadly. Nathan pondered the more ornate sword he had carried since leaving Dahara. He had chosen it, along with fine travel clothes, to be part of his swashbuckling image. Nathan had considered the showy blade to be an important accessory for an adventurer, but now that he had his gift back, his real identity was that of a wizard. He could still fight with a sword whenever necessary, but the fancy, expensive weapon was not nearly as important to him, not as important as it would be to Bannon. He undid the buckle and removed the scabbard. "My boy, you deserve this." Bannon looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean?" "Take my sword. It should be the best ever forged, considering how much I paid for it. The blade has served me well in many adventures, as you certainly know, but you would value it more than I." He extended the sword. "It is my gift to you." Bannon was hesitant to accept it. "I've never used such a fancy blade." "You stab at the point and cut with the edge," Lila said. "Nothing unusual about it." Nathan pushed the pommel toward him. "You'd best take this before I change my mind." Bannon accepted the sword from him. "Thank you, Nathan." In wonder, he drew the blade out of its scabbard. Tears shone in his hazel eyes as he held the gleaming steel up to the sunlight. "Maybe King Grieve will see it and run away." "I would prefer that he come closer, so you can stick it in his heart," Lila said. Nathan felt warm satisfaction. "Give me your borrowed blade in exchange, so I'm not entirely unarmed." Bannon handed over his sword, then proudly strapped on Nathan's belt and scabbard. "It is a sword more worthy of your skills," Lila said. "I still miss sturdy." "You are the weapon, Bannon Farmer. A blade is just a blade." The hounding Nurokai kept closing the distance, and it was clear they would converge soon with their furious rowing. From the deck, Nathan could hear the shouts of angry warriors and the pounding beat of the oarmaster. "They are relentless. And a bit foolish." One serpent ship pulled ahead of the other 4, its oars moving like the blurred edges of a centipede. Standing behind the carved serpent figurehead, one Norokai roared out a challenge. He swung a spiked iron sphere on a chain. Bannon recognized him. That one is named Bosco. He forced Lila and me to row until we were ready to die. He thinks highly of himself, Lila said with a snort. I can smell him from here. Bannon looked at her with a hard grin. His stench could be fierce enough to kill an enemy. The foremost serpent ship raced ahead of the others, as if Bosco wanted to capture them by himself. Amber, Oliver, and Peretta huddled together in a quick conversation. We can help, Amber said. Watch this. Oliver and Peretta stood beside her at the rail, shoulder to shoulder. They unleashed their gift and sent a joint wave of water and air that pushed across the sea and slammed the side of Bosco's ship. Aboard the vessel, the Norokai scrambled to hold themselves in place as the force shoved them sideways and snapped several oars. Some Norokai ran to the rigging, while others crowded the opposite side of the tilted ship, adding weight to bring it back level. The oars began moving again, but the wounded ship cruised erratically. The three young friends cheered. We did it! We stopped them! Captain Mills shouted, Steady ahead! We can gain more distance. Scrambling to gain purchase on his buffeted ship, Bosco held the carved figurehead as he swirled his spiked mace. He roared a challenge, calling them cowards. Orin waited next to Nathan, his lips twisted in a frown. It will not come to hand-to-hand fighting. Not yet. Impatient, he lifted a hand palm outward. We can strike them from here. Nathan smiled. Those trainees did a good job, but we can put an end to this right now. Together, the two wizards summoned twin lightning bolts. Both jagged spears of energy struck at the same time, blasting the prow of the serpent ship and vaporizing Bosco in the blast of magic. Must be all the gas pent up inside him, Bannon said. Lila snickered. The rest of the Norokai ships pressed closer, and Captain Mills looked grave. Good thing those other fishing boats got enough of a head start. I hope they found coves and other places to hide, but those Norokai will keep after us for day after day. Behind them, the smoke of Renda Bay towered like an anvil in the sky. The passengers stared at it, knowing their homes were now obliterated. The rest of King Grieve's fleet clustered around the harbor town. We have to get ahead of them and sound the alarm to the other cities on the coast, Nathan said. They will turn around soon enough, once they know they can't catch us. There's another way I can help, Ogaya said. A trick I learned back in Ildakar, and I used it to some effect back at Cliffwall. Using her gift, she reached out to the water all around them and manipulated the weather to raise droplets. She summoned a fog bank as large as an island that spread out in a smokescreen behind them. White curls of vapor filled the air, hiding them from the Norokai captains. Soon, the evacuating ships disappeared entirely. Nathan smiled as he saw the swirling fog. Ogaya seemed in a trance as she thickened the wisps, weaving it like a great silken cloth of vapor. The serpent ships were quickly lost inside the smokescreen. Most excellent. Now we can be on our way unimpeded. Racing ahead of the wall of mist, the ships sailed under sunny skies, heading toward the large cities in the Old World. Chapter 65. Renda Bay burned uncontrolled for 2 days before all the fires died out, leaving nothing more than ashes and foundation stones. The main Norokai fleet had closed in outside the harbor, while several of the vessels pursued the 3 sailing ships that had fled the destruction. Eventually, they returned. Meanwhile, Utros ruled only ruins. During the worst of the blaze, First Commander Enoch sent scouts back up the river, keeping to the water to make it through the fires to reconnect with the main body of the army, which was trapped on the other side of the conflagration. Thousands of troops rushed to cut fire breaks with axes and swords, and formed lengthy bucket brigades from the river. But still the town burned. Despite their best efforts and inexhaustible manpower, the army saved only a few dozen homes and shops, a pale victory, since the buildings were empty anyway. Afterward, while ransacking the ruins in search of any scrap of food, they discovered more than 200 charred bodies caught in the backwash of the fire, their bones mingled with ashes. More losses. Ruva combined her gift with Ava's spirit to clear some of the burned buildings in order to fashion a command camp, and General Utros used one of the intact houses as his base. He looked at the devastation and said, in a low voice that only First Commander Enoch and the sorceresses could hear, "I had hoped to feed my soldiers here. Are they supposed to eat ashes?" Ruva glided up against him. "My preservation spell will last. The soldiers can keep marching all the way to Tanimura." Utros rounded on her, glaring through his gold half-mask. "And what if they burn Tanimura to the ground too, and every other town on the way? What if those people are willing to devastate every city in the old world just to deny me a victory? How long can we last?" Ruva gently stroked the skin on his intact cheek. "We will last as long as we need to, beloved Utros. We are loyal to you." Shimmering in front of them, Ava said, "I stayed with you even through death, didn't I?" "Your soldiers are with you instead of the underworld, because they have sworn loyalty to you. This war will not end until you decide it ends. Victory is in your eyes, depending on how you define it." Surrendering, he reached up to press Ruva's palm against his cheek. For just a moment, he let himself remember Magel's delicate touch, the one time in his life that he had felt love and happiness, a time when he had believed in a perfect future for himself, for his lover, and for his emperor, and a time when he hadn't needed to choose between loyalty and love. Now Utros made all choices for himself, to take from the old world until there was nothing left. The core of his huge army camped up the river road on the other side of the Holocaust, because there was no place for them in the soot and ash. Waiting to receive orders from the general, second commanders Halders and Aros pressed Enoch for answers, and he told them to wait. The first commander presented himself in the general's makeshift command structure. "The soldiers are ready, sir. You need only issue orders. Do we continue our march? Do we leave Renda Bay behind and press on? What will we do with the Norokai ships?" After a long moment, Utros said, "What I truly need are maps and scouts, and then I can decide where to go." He squeezed his hand into a fist. "You are a legend to us all, sir," Enoch said. "Whatever you decide will be the correct tactical choice. We have lost many fighters in many skirmishes, and the enemy has proved to be far more troublesome than we expected. But your army can still overwhelm any city, especially if the Norokai help." Utros stepped out of the building and looked across the blackened city, where his people waited for his guidance. He looked toward the bay, where he saw many serpent ships gathered, including Greaves' flagship, he assumed. He narrowed his eyes and nodded to himself. "Perhaps I need the Norokai more than I thought, at least right now. We can use their charts, their supplies, their manpower. Then King Grieve and I can plan our attack on the rest of the land. I need to speak with him." Ava's spirit hovered in front of them. "In my spirit form, I can travel out to the ships and tell King Grieve that you request a meeting." "Yes," Utros said, "but make certain he knows it is not a request." The serpent ships dropped anchor outside of Renda Bay, beyond the stone siege towers, as if wary that unseen defenders might still rain down projectiles and flaming arrows upon them. After Ava had communicated with the king, the Norokai dispatched a landing boat to retrieve General Utros and Ruva. They waited together while 4 Norokai warriors rowed up to the intact dock. The men gruffly acknowledged Utros, while leering at the slender, painted form of Ruva. She responded to them with a cold look. "You may want to have me, but you should be afraid. The intense pleasure you would experience is bound to burst your hearts." 2 of the Norokai grunted, but one bold warrior guffawed. "That would not be a fighter's way to die, but it is a man's way to die." The last of the men taunted her. "Or maybe the pleasure you receive from a Norokai would kill you first." Utros had no patience for the banter. "Enough. Take us to King Grieve. We have a war to win." These subhuman raiders appalled him, and he hated the fact that he needed them, for now, to accomplish his goals. The raiders admired the burned remnants of Renda Bay. "You made your mark here already. We have left many villages like that ourselves." One snickered. "You may have Norokai blood in you after all." Utros snapped. Just row us out to the ship. The landing boat reached the lead vessel, where a group of brash Norokai greeted them on the deck above. King Grieve crossed his arms over his chest and received them. So, our armies have joined together after all. I am eager for this war you promised me. Utros climbed aboard. We need to plan the best strategy for victory. Bring a meal, and we will talk in your cabin. Grieve sniffed the air, relishing the stench of smoke that hung like a black fog over the harbor. I enjoy the smell of a successful raid and the destruction of a weak town. I hope you plundered Renda Bay of everything those people had before you burned it to the ground. Utros was annoyed. I did not burn it. I wouldn't have been so foolish as to destroy such a valuable asset. The people laid traps before they evacuated, and turned the town into an inferno as soon as we arrived. The Norokai king guffawed. Then your men must still be very hungry. Utros clenched his fist at his side. He ground his teeth together so hard he could feel his half-mask shifting. The Norokai ships had full stores of salted and smoked fish, seaweed cakes, hard breads, and barrels of ale they had brought from the main islands. Utros wished he could distribute all that food to his soldiers, but he had already made such a request once, and if he asked King Grieve again, he would appear weak. It is merely a setback. My army can keep moving. Tell us about the other cities we will find up the coast. Which ones have the best plunder? Utros said as they entered the king's cabin. We need to pillage more. My soldiers must eat. Sitting on a sturdy bench, Grieve gnawed on a haunch of some smoked meat. The animal didn't seem familiar. He didn't answer the question, preoccupied with eating. Utros and Ruva each received a block of smoked fish on a pewter plate, which they found satisfactory. The sorceress chewed in silence until she finally asked, "Where is your shaman? Doesn't Chalk guide your decisions?" "Chalk is dead." The expression on the king's horribly scarred face seemed to fall. "Now they all need to die. They all need to grieve." "We still have to plan," Utros said, impatient. How could the loss of that simpering albino ape come close to the pain he felt upon losing Ava, his precious and beautiful sorceress? Renda Bay was a disappointment. We need to march and resupply. Through the half-open door to the cabin, they could hear the boisterous shouts and angry grumbles of the other Norokai on deck. A squarish, ugly woman named Ada entered the cabin, as if she belonged there. She carried another meaty bone, which Utros thought resembled part of a human arm. She ripped off a hunk of flesh and chewed with wet sounds. The hard bench squeaked under the big king's weight as he shifted his position. "My warriors are more than ready. Lars has already raided several towns and villages up there, and he can tell you which ones he left intact. There'll be little to scavenge from the ones he destroyed. The more he destroys, the more we will have to rebuild afterward. Tell him to restrain himself." Grieve laughed as if the general had made a grand joke. "We will work together to conquer the old world, but I still don't know how we share the land afterwards." "Let us see what remains," Utros said, "and then we divide it. Or we fight over it." The Norokai king focused his attention on the bone in his hand, gnawing another scrap of red meat and gristle. Utros was glad that the gold mask hid half of his expression, and he struggled to keep his face blank. He set down his fork, still bearing a hunk of smoked fish. "There is no need for that." All the Norokai disgusted him, and he considered King Grieve to be even more foul than Emperor Kurgan. He planned on enfolding the entire old world into his new empire, and in doing so, he could use the Norokai for their strength and their penchant for destruction. But his mind and his honor could not encompass an empire that included such subjects as these. After the war was won, he would find a way to destroy King Grieve. Ruva glanced at him with a hard smile, as if she read his thoughts. "No need," Ada said, sitting her wide hips on the bench beside Grieve. "But it might be invigorating." She reached over to touch the gash across the king's cheek. "I am trying to decide whether I should be your queen, Grieve, or if I should have an empire of my own." "You will have whatever I give you," he grunted. She blew softly into his face. "I can get what I want from you, my Grieve." With his iron-plated fist, he punched her in the center of the chest. The blow rocked her off the bench, but she grabbed the edge of the table and kept her balance. She laughed and bashed him on the chin in return. Grieve lurched to his feet, dropped the bone as he spread his shoulders to flare the spiked spurs. He held Ada's gaze for a long moment, then relaxed. Later, when I bed down for the night, we will continue our wrestling. She laughed. It will have to be in your cabin, my Grieve. We broke my bunk last night. With an unsettling, flirtatious glance, the Norokai woman sauntered out of the king's cabin, still carrying her bone. Utros was impatient, grim and serious. He would take his careful plans every step of the way, but this loathsome oaf did not seem to think ahead. My army is ready to march. Rendabay is burned, and we must move soon. With our forces united, King Grieve, we could accomplish exactly what we need. Grieve scoffed. I have more than 140 ships. That's more than the coast can handle. Your army can march inland, along the old imperial roads, while the Norokai prey upon the coastal towns. We need more of a plan than that, Utros said. This is a war, not a game. Grieve tossed down his bone, which was now stripped of meat. He drained a tankard of ale, while looking with displeasure at the general. All war is a game, or else why bother? Utros tried to control his impatience. We must agree on a target. Our main goal should be Tanimura, the heart of the old world. That is the best way we can destroy the enemy. Grieve crossed his massive arms over his chest. Is there much to plunder in Tanimura? I've barely heard of it. Utros's information was more than 1,000 years out of date, but he remained confident. Tanimura is filled with wealth and potential slaves, as many women as you want. Once we capture and destroy that city, we will have won the war. King Grieve grunted. That is all the plan I need. We will each make our way north. After we strike Tanimura, we can take our time and pick clean the carcass of the old world. Chapter 66. When Nicci left the ruins of Ephron, she directed the fast military ship to stop at Saramundi so she could check on their defense preparations. From the tension in the air, she knew they all took the threat seriously. Harbor Lord Otto had dispatched swift patrol ships beyond the rocky mouth of the harbor, and lookouts remained on top of the bluff above the Sea Mother carving. Inside its sheltered harbor, the city remained watchful and safe. The lookouts had developed a simple but effective means of signaling at great distance, to spread any warning more swiftly. If any patrol ship spotted the Norokai fleet, they could drop and ignite rafts piled high with kindling, pitch, and green wood. The floating fires would produce greasy smoke visible from far away, and the watchers on the bluff could sound the alarm to the city. Norokai raiders would never surprise Saramundi again. When her expedition returned from Ephron, they brought more refugees to join the crowds that already strained Saramundi's resources. Nicci intended to head back up to Tanimura as soon as possible, but she would verify that Saramundi was secure before she left. The sheltered harbor remained a blur of activity. By now, many of the sunken wrecks had been dismantled to clear a passage for larger trading ships. Rowboats and fishing vessels dodged the burning masts that still protruded from the water. Salvage crews continued to restore the docks, while also building up the city's defenses. Nicci walked along the harbor side, in a new black dress. Since her old one had been patched and cleaned so many times, it had fallen to tatters. The dress fit her well, and she drew the attention of observers as she walked past. Now that her blonde hair was growing out again, the strands tickled her neck. On the new wharf, she found Otto talking with Captain Ganley of the Mist Maiden, which had been too large to sail out safely through the sunken ships. 5 other large ships remained at anchor, waiting for their chance to leave, but they were not idle. Salvage crews affixed sheets of beaten metal to the hulls as armor. The harbor lords and Ganley stood beside a stack of crates taller than their heads. Both men turned as Nicci approached. "Thanks to you, sorceress, my Mist Maiden will be a warship now," said Ganley, "though I prefer peaceful trading from port to port." "Every ship needs to be a warship until the war is over," Nicci said. Otto tugged on his wide-brimmed hat, shading his eyes. "By the end of the day, We'll have a passage clear so the larger ships can leave the harbor." He sighed. "Part of me just wants Ganley to take my daughter and her children away to safety, so I can focus on guarding my city. They might be safe, but the rest of you wouldn't be," Ganley said. "I have my part to play, as do we all." "The Mist Maiden is too useful as a warship," Nicci said. "It will serve as an important defense at the mouth of the harbor if the Norokai make their way past the protective reefs." She was pleased to see that hundreds of the initial Ephraim refugees were now armed and practicing maneuvers in an open area where 2 warehouses had burned down during Corps' raid. The men and women, still dressed in rags, wore hodgepodge armor, chainmail, leather, even some plate. They fumbled through their training, clumsily wielding swords, but getting better hour by hour. Nicci nodded toward the recruits. "Their sheer numbers will help build a defense force if the Norokai come ashore here again." "I intend to stop that from happening in the first place," Harbor Lord Otto said. "With our new armored warships, we will block the mouth of the harbor. They will never get past the Sea Mother into the city proper." Ganley set his jaw. "A line of 5 large vessels will prevent any invaders from entering the harbor." Nicci was impressed. "A significant improvement from how lax you were when I brought my first warning." Leaving the 2 men, she walked to the next pier, where she saw an old man in a loincloth, his head shaved clean, and his skin so tan it looked like hardened leather. With unexpected flexibility, he sat cross-legged on the end of the dock. 4 young men dove underwater in front of him. Stone weights of various sizes rested on the dock beside the old man, and the young divers each took one and plunged deep, as if they were intentionally drowning themselves. After a remarkably long time, they would swim back up to the surface, struggling to carry the weights. The old man gave a nod of appreciation when they returned the stones to the dock, but he offered little praise as their teacher. Nicci saw that his bare chest was covered with line after line of tattooed circles, more than she could count. Her lips twisted in an instinctive frown. "You are wish-pearl divers." When he raised his head, rope-like tendons stood out on the old man's neck. "I am the best wish-spear diver. My name is Lauren, and it is my burden to train these whelps and find out which ones have the lungs to follow in my path. Some of them die." He shrugged. "Then I have to go down to retrieve the stone weights myself, so the next trainee can use them. It's quite a bother." With an outburst of exhaled air, a young diver splashed back to the surface and slammed the stone weight on the boards in front of the old teacher. Lauren said, "Obviously that was too easy. Try a heavy one next." He handed the young diver an impossibly large stone, which instantly dragged him under. Nicci frowned at the rippling water. "I have had dealings with wish-pearl divers before, not all of them positive. I am Nicci." Lauren snorted. "Everyone in Saramundi knows who you are, sorceress. Not all of my dealings with divers are pleasant either. None of the trainees comes close to my ability yet, so they have no reason to be arrogant." "You sound overly proud of your own achievements," she said. "Pride is perfectly acceptable when it is based on true accomplishment." All 5 divers pulled themselves to the surface and hung on the end of the dock, looking at their trainer. "We did every task you set for us, Lauren," said a broad-faced young man. He looked up at Nicci with a predatory grin that reminded her of a shark. She gave him a similar grin in return, and he flinched. "Then I will set you more tasks," Lauren said. "You aren't exhausted enough." Nicci turned to the old trainer. "Why don't you tell them to work on the sunken wrecks? Have them do something useful for their city." One of the young men treaded water and said, "Wish-pearl divers don't do menial labor." Lauren's darkening expression instantly showed that the young man had given the wrong answer. "You will do whatever labor I tell you." He pointed to his tattooed chest. "You are not wish-pearl divers until I say you are. You still have baby lungs. Inhale a bit of humility." During the previous Norokai attack on Saramundi, Nicci had shamed 4 wish-pearl divers into helping her. They had carried shielded bottles of wizard's fire, which sank several serpent ships. It almost made up for her despicable first encounter with the arrogant men aboard the Wave Walker, when they had poisoned her and tried to rape her. Lauren leaned over the end of the pier and barked down at his students. "Listen to the sorceress. Go help at the work in the harbor. You will serve Saramundi." "Why should we do that?" sneered the arrogant diver. He kept glancing hungrily at Nicci. She said, "Because you will receive something better than riches. You will prove you are useful." The trainees scowled at her, as if that were the last thing that interested them. And if the Norokai overwhelm Saramundi, they will not be inclined to buy wish pearls. If any of you survive. Go, clear the sunken wrecks, Lauren commanded. And when you are finished, I may let you have women again. Treading water, the divers scoffed at their trainer. We are wish pearl divers. Women throw themselves at us. Lauren glared back. Not if I spread the word that you all have the scabby disease. Appalled, the divers swam off toward the nearest sunken wreck, in a rush to join the dismantling crews. The brass alarm gong rang out from the bluff above the Sea Mother, cutting through the harbor activity. Even with the pounding of wooden mallets and the clang of armor plate, a hush fell across the waterfront. Nicci stared toward the lookout on top of the bluff, who was waving his arms. Is it the Norokai? Do we have to fight them again? No, not Norokai. Lauren cocked his head to listen. A percussive beat rang out 3 times, then paused, then 3 times more. Just cargo ships. 3 of them. 3? Why would merchants sail together? Nicci asked. They are competitors. Lauren still sat cross-legged on the dock, baking in the sun. I have not seen it before. This must be something unusual. Before long, as the ships sailed through the narrow mouth into the sheltered harbor, Nicci learned that they had come up the Phantom Coast all the way from Renda Bay, and that they carried Nathan, Bannon, and others from Ildakar. Captains Mills, Straker, and Donnell anchored the ships near the tall carving of the Sea Mother, and dispatched rowboats to bring representatives to the docks. Though she covered it well, Nicci felt as astonished as a little girl when she saw the erudite wizard with long white hair aboard the first boat. He wore a ruffled shirt, long cape, and vest. Behind him sat the ginger-haired swordsman Bannon Farmer, and the Morzeth Lila in her distinctive black leather. Nicci had never expected to see them again. She couldn't guess how they had come to Saramundi, on the other side of the old world from where she had last seen them. Nicci could see that Nathan had never expected to see her either. As the rowboat pulled up to the dock, Bannon lurched to his feet, rocking the boat and waving vigorously. Nicci, I can't believe you're here. Lila grabbed the young man's wrist to steady him. I would be angry if you fell overboard and drowned now, boy. I've worked too hard to keep you alive. When the boat was tied up, Bannon sprang onto the dock, unable to stop himself from giving her an enthusiastic hug. I missed you, Nicci. We've been through so much. I know you were worried about me. Not overmuch. Despite her words, Nicci was glad to see him, too. Her voice caught in her throat, and she let herself embrace him, a hug that he gladly returned. I am pleased that you're alive, but I've been otherwise occupied building defenses, fighting Norokai, even clashing with General Utros. She extricated herself from the hug, but had only a moment of relief before Nathan also swept her into an embrace. So have we, the wizard said. Much has happened, and the war is right on our heels. I am so glad we're reunited. We have a world to save. And with all of us together again, we have a much better chance of doing it, Bannon said. Nicci's stern resolve melted with relief, and she stopped fighting it. I was indeed concerned about you both. I thought we were separated forever. I was sure you must be dead by now, or at least trapped beneath the shroud of eternity. We thought you might be dead too. I'm so glad you're alive. Bannon grinned at her, and Lila gave him an annoyed sidelong glance. I see we have many stories to tell, Nathan said. Renda Bay is destroyed, and so is Cliffwall. General Utros and his army marched across the land from Ildakar, and we couldn't stop them. Bannon blurted out. The Norokai fleet struck Renda Bay at the same time, more than 100 ships. They are sailing northward to ransack the coast, and General Utros will be marching along the imperial roads. I'd wager they all intend to strike Tanimura. The observers crowded around them reacted with alarm and dismay. How can we possibly fight them? Asked Harbor Lord Otto. Nicci realized that Nathan, with his scholarly experience and his knowledge of the language of creation, might be able to help her with Richard's mysterious bone box. She felt the cold grow more intense in her heart. This is what I've been waiting for all along. Chapter 67. Rowboats brought the gifted passengers from the 3 ships to the Saramundi docks, but the Renda Bay refugees remained aboard, waiting to find a new home. Harbor Lord Otto sent boats loaded with supplies, water barrels, and provisions, but his city simply couldn't absorb thousands more refugees. While Nicci and Otto planned a public meeting to discuss the alarming new information, Bannon took Lila to explore the edge of the harbor and the headlands. Past the docks, they walked along a gravel path toward the high bluff at the mouth of the harbor. He stared at the towering stone carving of the Sea Mother that loomed high above the sea at the mouth of the sheltered harbor. "This figure is famous even on Sharia Island," Bannon said to her with a grin. "I never thought I would see the great Sea Mother of Saramundi with my own eyes." He turned to Lila, hoping she would share his sense of wonder. Her facial bruises had faded now, and she looked beautiful. In the way a finely honed knife was beautiful. Ever since their escape from the bastion, she had remained close to him, never letting the young man out of her sight. She insisted on protecting Bannon even as they slept together in a narrow cabin aboard Captain Mill's ship, although when he held her, Lila was hard rather than soft. Regardless, he would not have wanted any other companion. "You often speak of the Sea Mother, usually when you intend to swear," Lila said. Standing beneath the imposing carved figure, Bannon craned his neck up the bluff side. He tried to imagine sculptors hammering away at the dark sea rock to reshape the natural formation into the beautiful and intimidating woman. "I've never seen the actual Sea Mother myself, but it was said in times long past that she appeared like a goddess in a silvery form." "She is beautiful," Lila admitted grudgingly. Her tone carried more resentment than admiration. The giant feminine face looked benevolent, and the huge blank eyes stared beyond the harbor toward the sea. The Sea Mother was there to protect Saramundi against all enemies, although she had not batted an eyelash when the Norokai came. Bannon knew that Nicci was the one who had saved the city. Walking along, he was pleased to rest his hand on the finely tooled leather scabbard and the ornate sword that Nathan had given him. Never in his life had he imagined owning such a magnificent weapon. He had been so proud of Sturdy, which he'd purchased with his own coins. He had trained hard, holding the leather-wrapped hilt in his hand. He doubted that any other weapon would ever feel so natural, but he had to admit that Nathan's sword seemed nearly as perfect. Happy for this respite before the next horrific battle, whenever it might come, he was glad to walk with lovely Lila. He felt like a different person, no longer a young cabbage farmer who had escaped from a dreary existence on a backwater island, someone whose father had beaten him and murdered his mother, someone whose best friend had been abducted by Norokai slavers. No, that was the old Bannon. Now he had traveled widely and fought in great battles. He was filled with wonder and hardened by experience. Now he had clean clothes, a full stomach, a fine sword that was worth a fortune, and a beautiful woman, his trainer, his lover, who refused to leave his side. He could barely believe it himself. Bannon looked up at the majestic carving and muttered, "Sweet Sea Mother." He smiled at his own words. Lila interrupted him with a bitter undertone. "You consider her too beautiful, boy, just like you fawn over Nicci." "What?" Bannon blinked at her. "I fawn over Nicci? I have seen you. Your heart beats faster when you look at her. She is attractive, I admit, but so am I. Is my hair not blonde enough? Her breasts are larger than mine. Is that what you desire?" She tensed as if ready to attack him. Bannon didn't know what to say. A long time ago, he had indeed been smitten with Nicci. He flirted with her, even bought her flowers in hopes of winning her heart, only to learn that those flowers were poisonous. Nicci had scoffed at his intentions, and when he didn't forget his silly crush, she had threatened to kill him. He chuckled at the memory. "Nicci? She terrifies me." Lila drew the sword from her hip, and with her other hand she took out the agile knife. Bannon knew full well how it could deliver surges of impossible pain. "Do I not terrify you, boy? Defend yourself, and maybe you'll learn your lesson." She lunged with her long blade, and it was all he could do to yank Nathan's ornate sword out of its scabbard in time to counteract her blow. Steel crashed against steel. Previously, Bannon had practiced with the new sword, fought in a shadow dance against imaginary opponents, but now Lila was serious. She struck again, backed away, then slashed hard across his abdomen. She would have gutted him, but he leaped back at the last instant. The swish of the blade's point kissed the fabric of his shirt. "Lila, what are you doing?" He defended himself with every bit of his skill. The fancy sword felt different in his hand, and the balance was a little off. He adjusted his grip and brought the blade up in time to catch the shorter sword that Lila wielded. His wrist vibrated with the blow. They continued to fight beneath the looming sea mother. Bannon's boots slipped on the gravel path, and Lila pounced. She snapped, "You make me angry when you lust after other women." "I wasn't," Bannon cried. She hacked at him twice more, but he successfully blocked her. The sword felt better now, and his movements were smoother. "I've thought of no one but you." "Prove it," she said, and struck again. Bannon barely blocked severe injuries, and Lila was relentless. He didn't know what she meant. As he continued fighting, however, the sword became a natural extension of his arm. He studied Lila's fighting technique, but he already knew her so well. He anticipated her strikes and counterstrikes. He panted heavily, and his arm was sore, although she had barely broken a sweat. He pushed himself harder until he finally saw the tiniest opening as her blade dipped. Bannon raised his sword to strike her head, but he turned the flat of the blade just enough to land a resounding blow on her skull. Lila staggered back and pressed her palm against the stinging pain. At a safe distance, she lowered her sword and turned to face him. Instead of seeing the expected flash of anger in her eyes, Bannon saw admiration. "You fought well, boy, because I taught you well. I wanted you to prove yourself with that new sword. You need to realize that a weapon is just a weapon. You keep moping because you lost Sturdy, but this blade will kill an enemy just as well. Now you know it in your bones." Bannon looked down at the sword. "You were doing that for practice? Just pretending to be jealous?" "I do not pretend," Lila said. "Our bodies moved perfectly together while we sparred, though I prefer how our bodies move when we are in bed. You have now convinced me that I am the center of your attention. That is enough fighting between the two of us." She turned him away from the stone sea monster and led him back down the gravel path, away from the headlands. "I want to leave this woman who watches us. We will not need to fight like that again." The public meeting with ship captains, guard commanders, and city leaders took place that afternoon in a vacant warehouse. The wood and brick walls were scorched from Kor's recent Norokai raid. Benches were brought in for seats, and crates were lined up to provide a makeshift speaking platform. As representatives gathered to discuss the situation, Nathan took stock of the crowd. General Zimmer and Captain Norcross represented the Daharan Expeditionary Force that had originally marched down from Tanimura. Sisters Eldine, Rhoda, and Mab jointly represented the Sisters of the Light, since they had not yet chosen a new prelate. Nathan doubted they would ever find a woman who could replace Verna. As she stood on the raised platform, waiting for the audience to settle down, Nicci crackled with power and confidence. Perry, Olgaya, and Oren, the gifted fighters from Ildakar, were also a force to be reckoned with. Townspeople from Saramundi gathered in the doorways and lined the walls of the warehouse, listening to what might be the most important meeting of their lives. Otto pounded a mallet against the wooden wall, and the resounding boom dropped the crowd into silence. When they spoke to the audience, Nathan, Nicci, and General Zimmer described the situation as they saw it. Oren and Olgaya interjected with their own experiences, and Bannon also joined in, talking at length about the awful Norokai. As misery dripped from his voice, town leader Thaddeus told how Renda Bay had been burned to the ground in order to stall General Utros and kill as many of his soldiers as possible. Jared, the cocky Krokener captain, called out, "So how soon will the Norokai come for us? If they followed you after Renda Bay, they could be here any day now." "The pursuit broke off swiftly," said Captain Mills, sounding proud. "The Wizards sank their lead ship, and Olgaya hit our ships in a fogbank. The rest of the Serpent ships withdrew to Renda Bay, as far as we could tell. Our fishing boats found refuge in coves and smaller towns up the coast, but we sailed here at top speed to sound the warning. Zimmer scratched the side of his cheek. The Norokai are in no hurry. They will attack and ransack other villages along the coast as they make their way north, and General Utros's army will take some time to march across the land. Otto said, "If the army travels along the old imperial roads to reach Tanimura, they may well bypass Saramundi, because the roads swing inland. That's one reason why our city remained mostly independent from the imperial order. We were out of the way. Maybe we don't need to worry about General Utros." "Oh, good," Jared chimed in sarcastically. "More than 100 Serpent ships should give us no trouble at all." "We have enough to worry about," Nicci said. "I believe Tanimura is their primary target. Up there, General Linden is building defenses with the Daharan army, the Tanimura militia, and countless vengeful refugees. He has formed a significant navy to guard the harbor, as well as a large army. Tanimura is prepared to put up a strong resistance." Zimmer nodded. "Linden is a good commander, but I'm still anxious to get back to my garrison and consolidate our armed forces." Captain Donnell said, "My ship is full of people from Renda Bay, and supplies won't last forever. If we can't unload the refugees here in Saramundi, I'll need to move on to Tanimura, and soon." Captain Mills said, "I'll take my ship up there as well. The Mist Maiden is armored, and I can use it to guard the mouth of Saramundi Harbor," said Captain Ganley. "We have several vessels in place, but we could use another large ship to form a blockade and hold off an invasion if it comes." Captain Straker said, "I'll stay here. My sister lives in Saramundi." Oren and Perry looked at each other, and then Oren called out, "The two of us will ride with Captain Mills and join the defense of Tanimura." "Then I will stay here and help protect Saramundi," Ogaya offered. "This is not Ildakar, but it seems a fine city." Nervous, Harbor Lord Otto looked to Nicci. "You are a powerful ally, Sorceress. Please stay. Saramundi needs you." "That's not why I'm staying," Nicci said. "I want to intercept King Grieve as soon as possible. I'm ready to fight." Bannon piped up, "I'll be with Nicci." He blushed and glanced quickly at Lila. "Both of us will." The Morazeth woman said in a firm voice, "I am staying with Bannon Farmer." "I would hate to break up our group of companions again," Nathan said. "But before we can truly prepare, we have to know where the Norokai fleet is, how fast they are coming, how far they have sailed." Nicci called to all the gathered captains and townspeople. "I want to sail south in the swiftest ship until we encounter the raiders. Who will take me directly to the Norokai fleet? We need to know where they are." Her smile became hard. "We will harass them, provoke them, and get them to bypass Saramundi. Maybe lure them all the way to Tanimura, where the real defenses lie. We can crush them once and for all." The people from Saramundi let out sighs of relief and hope. The Krakener captain stood up from his bench. "The chaser is at your disposal, Sorceress. You know how fast my ship is, and my crew knows those waters well. We often hunt krakens there. We can sail from Saramundi as soon as you wish." He grinned. "Or as soon as we clean up a little for our guests." "That won't help a bit," Otto muttered. Chapter 68. Thousands upon thousands of weary soldiers marched onward, creating a low rumble across the land. The army's progress did not pause, mile after desperate mile. Individual men faltered, but the main group, the single-minded ancient fighting force, moved on. After crossing the continent, the soles of their boots were worn to ribbons, their feet bloody. Their skin was sunburned and stretched tight against their bones from malnourishment. They stripped the land of any edible shred. General Utros looked back at the dust cloud raised by the endless ranks. He saw the hollow yet stony expressions on their faces, sunken eyes staring ahead, intent on their goal, intent on their leader. They did not complain, partly because of the numbing preservation spell, but primarily because they still believed in Utros. They would march all the way to Tanimura and capture the great city, which would allow him to anchor his empire from Orogang across the continent and up to the New World. Utros held his head high, even under the weight of the helmet. He would not let his men down. 15 centuries ago, they had laid siege to Ildikar, and after reawakening, they had battled their way over the mountains, across the valleys, and all the way to the sea. That in itself was a victory, but General Utros wanted more. They marched north along the Imperial Road toward their real prize. Ruva rode beside Utros on her bay mare, but she seemed in a trance. Although he insisted that she eat well, the sorceress seemed gaunt, even wasted. Her voice was quiet above the plodding hooves of the horses. "Do you think Ava will be in Tanimura? I miss my sister." Utros frowned. "Ava's spirit appears wherever she wishes." "I haven't seen her in so long." The vibrant paint that marked Ruva's body was smeared and flaked off in patches, which disrupted the arcane loops of the spell forms the twins had so carefully painted on each other. More disturbingly, he saw a faint fuzz of hair, tufts of stubble that showed how Ruva had not maintained the exquisite, careful shaving of her body. Her eyes had a distant and disturbing hint of madness. "Will Emperor Kurgan be in Tanimura, I wonder? I will help you defeat him, beloved Utros." "Ironfang is no longer our enemy. We have others to conquer," Utros said, then added an edge to his voice. "I need you, Ruva. You are my sorceress, the only one I have left." Her disturbed eyes flickered back and forth. No, we are both here. Ava will come back. The Keeper doesn't have her yet." He clenched his jaw, grinding his molars together as if to crush any unwise words before they came out. The scarred half of his face stretched tight. "I need your focus. I need your magic." He softened his tone. "And I need your companionship." Ruva blinked and came back to herself. She shook her head. "You shall have it. I feel stretched thin without my sister. She is here, and yet not here. Part of my Han is frayed, but she will make me whole again if she comes back." Ruva lifted her head and shouted out in a raw voice, beseeching the sky. "Ava, where are you? The Keeper cannot have you yet. He can't have either of us." After finding no respite in Renda Bay, the ancient soldiers had leveled what remained of the town, sifted fruitlessly through the ashes, then watched the fleet of serpent ships gather again and set off. The Norokai could offer little assistance to the land-bound troops, nor did they have much interest in doing so. King Grieve would revel in his newfound war, raiding town after town as he moved northward. Utros's soldiers would take much longer to reach Tanimura. They needed to move at a forced march, and hoped to reach that great city by the time the Norokai raiders arrived. Rather than working their way along the rugged coast, they moved inland, where they found a direct but long-abandoned imperial road. Utros was glad to find it still existed. Such roads were not meant to be trade routes, but straight-line thoroughfares by which Sulachan had led his armies up to the New World, and his war with the wizards there. The old roads were overgrown, the paving stones buckled and shifted with time, but the route was plain, a direct way to Tanimura. "It has been a long time since a conquering army passed this way," he mused. Behind him, the army trampled everything in their path as they moved on and on. Finally, in response to Ruva's summons, a flickering shape appeared in the air. The Crockener was dirty and stained, nothing much to look at, but the new copper plates made the ship look gaudy. "I am here," she said, in her hollow voice. "But it grows more difficult to hang on each day." Ruva opened her arms to her twin as she sat in the saddle. The spectral form intensified, even as Ruva weakened. Then Ava's form dimmed, and Ruva drew strength in return. "We are connected, sweet sister." "We are being torn apart," Ava said. "The Keeper wants us both, and the more I deny him, the harder he pulls." "The Keeper wants us all," Ruva said. The spirit separated again and hovered before Utros. She extended a slender arm and pointed back toward the endless lines of troops. "The Keeper calls them. He knows them. They can't forget that their place is in the underworld." Their place is with their general, and they will keep marching. Behind them, the troops plodded onward in uneven ranks. Weak and exhausted, some of them collapsed, falling to the flattened road. The dazed comrades behind them trampled the bodies, while others, ravenous, fell upon them, tearing off ancient leather armor and devouring the flesh down to the bones. Ruva laughed with an irrational edge in her voice. See? The keeper claims his own. The keeper will have to be satisfied for now. Utros lowered his voice. He already has Emperor Kurgan, and he has Majel. But I have his world for now, and I swore to conquer it. I need my army. My place is here. He raised a fist to the sky. I will hold on until I have accomplished my task. Ava's spirit let out a strained laugh that was eerily echoed by her twin sister. The keeper pulls us all closer to the veil. He will wait, but he will not be denied forever. Her faint spirit stretched and pulled, and she reached a yearning arm toward Ruva. Her twin tried to grasp her, tried to hold on, but Ava wavered like an image imprinted on smoke. Her spirit vanished. Utros and Ruva rode on alone. Under his breath, he promised the keeper, I will bring you many more souls if you will just wait. Wait. Chapter 69. True to his word, Captain Jared readied the chaser for departure within the hour. In recent weeks, the ship had ferried many refugees up to Tanimura, rescuing survivors from ruined towns and delivering emergency supplies. This time, Jared would sail south, on a reconnaissance mission until they encountered the Nurokai fleet, and then the chaser would race back with a report. While docked in Saramundi Harbor, the captain had added armor plating to his ship. The Crockener was dirty and stained, nothing much to look at, but the new copper plates made the ship look gaudy. As they sailed out of the harbor and past the line of reefs, Nicci remained on deck, letting the evening breezes ruffle her hair. Even brisk winds didn't entirely drive away the ever-present fishy smell. Nathan, Bannon, and Lila joined her, staring into the deepening darkness. Nathan, always confident and pleased with himself, was even more so now that he was back with his companions. Even aboard the dingy ship, he wore a fine shirt, new vest, and embroidered cape. His long white hair drifted about as he faced the breeze. Though the future is dire, I am glad to be with you again, sorceress. Richard made me promise to take care of you, and I would hate to disappoint him. Nicci raised her eyebrows. He sent me to keep you out of trouble, and now we've got an entire war on our hands. It is not a war that we started, dear sorceress, but it is a war we will finish. Bannon patted the scabbard at his hip. And I'll fight at your side. They will be no match for us. Nicci recognized the ornate blade that Nathan had carried from Dahara. You gave him your sword? The boy needed a new weapon, so I accommodated him. Bannon's expression sagged. King Grieve threw sturdy overboard. I loved that sword, and now it's at the bottom of a river. He drew his new blade and looked down at the gleaming steel. But I love this one just as much. It is a wizard sword. The boy has earned a decent weapon after all he's done, Nathan said. Now that I have my gift back, I can make do with an ordinary sword. He patted the standard military blade at his side. Lila managed to place herself between Bannon and Nicci. The blade is what kills the enemy, not its appearance. She glanced at Nathan, nor its cost. When full darkness set in, and the chaser cruised through the open water, Captain Jared rang the bell to get the attention of the crew. We will serve dinner. Fine Kraken meat to impress our esteemed guests. One of the crew members joked. I thought we were going to use that meat to kill the Nurokai when we found them. Jared took mock offense, and the rest of the crew laughed. He presented platters of the meat in grayish puddles of special sauce, which he explained was a recipe that his mother had concocted to make the Kraken meat taste delicious. You mean palatable, yelled another one of the crewmen. They laughed again. Nathan tasted the dish with trepidation, while Lila and Nicci ate their meals without comment. "Better than fish guts," Bannon observed, as if it were a compliment. And then he spoke at length about how his mother used to cook kraken meat with cabbage on Sharia Island. Jared sat on a crate on the open deck and grew serious as he leaned forward, meeting Nicci's eyes. "My crew and I are glad to have this important mission. Crockeners put up with a lot of ribbing from other sailors. We know that our ship smells. We know that fancy cargo vessels are cleaner and more comfortable. And we even know that some people don't like the taste of kraken meat. But we are loyal citizens, and we will fight to defend our land." Later that night, after the crew had quieted, Nicci took Nathan aside. "On my previous visit, I did dispatch a message up to the People's Palace to inform Richard about this terrible war. I asked him to send help, but apparently he's involved in some crisis of his own up in Dahara. He didn't explain." Her expression darkened. "He is, however, confident that I can handle any problems here in the old world." Nathan's nostrils flared. "You mean that we can handle any problems?" Nicci produced the small bone box and extended it to him. "Richard told me this is all I would need. I cast a verification web, poked and prodded with my gift, but I still don't know what it is. Maybe you can help me figure it out." Curious, the wizard took the bone box and inspected each side. "These markings are the language of creation. Life to the living, death to the dead." Cautiously, he pried open the lid and let out a whistle of amazement when he saw the glowing pearl of magic that twisted and rolled and rippled. "It is... I believe it's a constructed spell." Nicci nodded. "But I don't know what it does or how to trigger it. I am missing the key. Richard thinks I will understand what I'm supposed to do." "Given time, I might be able to decipher it. I have some familiarity with constructed spells." "As do I. But so far this has baffled me." Nathan turned the bone box back and forth in his hand, then handed it back to her. "We can work on the puzzle together. But if Richard says this is all you need, then I'm sure you are up to the task. Meanwhile, we have other ways to fight the enemy." He gazed ahead of them, across the dark sea. "As soon as we find those serpent ships." For the next few days, Nicci and Nathan augmented the southerly winds, which doubled the speed of the chaser. Jared's crew kept a sharp lookout for the raider fleet, but the ocean remained quiet. Nicci and Nathan scrutinized Richard's complex constructed spell, but came up empty-handed. By the third day, the crew aboard ship became anxious, and the captain's aloof demeanor grew tense. To burn off their restlessness, Lila and Bannon sparred across the deck, while Nathan stared toward the watery horizon. Nicci stepped up to him. "I'm anxious to find the Norokai, but every mile we go without encountering them means they are that much farther away. Saramundi and Tanimura have extra time to build their defenses." "Sweet Sea Mother, we're ready to fight," Bannon said, resting his sword tip on the deck. "Right now." The shirtless lookout dangled from high on the mainmast. He called out, "Smooth water ahead, Captain! Mirror water!" The crew suddenly became energized, and the captain grinned with anticipation. Nicci followed the lookout's urgently pointing hand, where an unusual and unnatural smooth patch of water looked like glass. "What does it mean, Captain?" "That's a sure sign a kraken is just below the surface." He barked orders to the crew, while he himself ran to the captain's wheel, altering course. "We can't miss an opportunity like this. It's right in front of us." His chest swelled as he inhaled a deep breath. "It's time we remembered we're krakeners." The crew gathered ropes, harpoons, and weighted nets, moving with the efficiency of long practice. Excited, they shifted their weapons from one hand to another and flexed their muscles. As the chaser approached the oddly smooth water, a smooth green tentacle broke the surface and curled upward, then sank again, cresting barely a ripple. The kraken hunters howled out a challenge. One overeager man hurled his harpoon, which fell far short, and he promptly reeled in the rope, hand over hand, to get his weapon back. The tentacle was smooth and covered with slime, mottled with leopard spots. Another tentacle glided out of the water, and then 4 more tentacles arose, each one covered with suckers. Their movements were languid, as if the creature were merely stretching in the ocean air. "Will it attack?" Nathan asked. The crew laughed at the suggestion, and Jared rolled his eyes. Krakens are docile beasts that graze on seaweed. They squirm a lot when you kill them, but they're not the monsters people think they are. As the chaser closed in, the crew gathered at the rail, cocking their arms and readying their harpoons. Other crew members held ropes and nets. It was a coordinated effort, as if they were soldiers about to go into battle. "I count 7 tentacles," Bannon said. "How many does a kraken have?" Jared waved his hand. "However many it likes, and the more tentacles they have, the more meat we can harvest." "We're in range, Captain," the lookout called. The sailors needed no more encouragement. Like archers launching a volley of arrows, they hurled their harpoons into the glassy water. 7 of the jagged spears splashed uselessly in the sea, while 4 sank into tentacles. The thing was like a spider startled in the center of its web. One of the laughing sailors wrapped his rope around his waist, and the kraken's reflexive jerk nearly pulled him overboard, but 2 of the man's friends grabbed him in time and pulled him back. More harpoons struck as the chaser closed the distance. The sailors pulled on the ropes while the struggling kraken yanked back. The ship's hull strained and creaked against the monster's mighty tug. 2 of the new armor sheets popped loose with a clang. A forest of tentacles flailed upward, dripping slime. As it rose to the surface, Nicci could see that the kraken's body core was a sphere, with a hard shell like a crab's, and the tentacles extended outward like the spokes of a wheel. Several harpoons struck the shell and bounced off. One tentacle quested forward, trying to grasp the people on deck. Bannon ducked as the sucker-rimmed tip barely missed him. Nathan chuckled, but didn't notice a second tentacle that slashed sideways. The rubbery arm caught him a resounding blow and sent him sprawling. He smashed against a large crate and cracked his head, leaving him stunned. The wizard's long white hair was matted with kraken slime, as well as a blossom of blood. Bannon hurried over to help. Nathan groaned and picked himself up, pressing a palm to his head. "I assure you I'm all right. Just a little rattled." He struggled to his hands and knees on the deck, barely conscious. "I think I'll rest a bit." The tentacles writhed around the ship, and the hunters continued to disable their prey. They hacked off any appendages that came close, leaving the creature with several stumps. Jared grinned at Nicci. "Feel free to use your gift, sorceress. Couldn't you stop its heart with a blast of magic?" "I would not wish to deprive you of your amusement. I will save my magic for fighting the real enemy." The harpoon hooks embedded themselves in the rubbery hide. The sailors strained against the ropes, pulling the wounded beast closer to the chaser. They lashed the ends around stanchions, holding the kraken in place. It struggled in its death throes, flailing amputated tentacles. The crew would soon haul the carcass aboard and spend hours butchering it and storing the meat. Suddenly, the kraken jerked hard and vanished beneath the surface, straining the ropes and the hooks as it submerged. "It's getting away," one of the sailors bellowed. "That's not possible," Jarrett said. "Something is pulling it down." The men doubled up to haul harder on the ropes, but the kraken was dragged under, as if caught in a tug-of-war. "There's something deep underwater." Bannon held his sword, looking over the side, with Lila beside him ready to fight. Nathan huddled on deck, groaning as he held his bleeding head. Jared ordered, "More harpoons! I don't want to lose our prize." The hunters grabbed spears, but the kraken sank out of view with an even sharper jerk. Harpoon hooks tore free, ripping out chunks of the slimy hide. Ropes snapped and spun loose of the stanchions. A gush of blood blossomed around the submerged kraken, and the mirror water began to churn. The crew cried out in unison as the waves exploded. The frilled head of an enormous sea serpent rose up, as large as a dinghy and as fearsome as a dragon. Its giant claws clamped down on the squirming kraken, and tentacles flopped about like worms in its mouth. When the sea serpent crunched down on the armored body core, green fluid spurted out. Bannon backed away, bumping into Lila. "It's the serpent god." Lila drew her short sword and stood next to him, ready to fight. Perhaps King Grieve sent it here. The monster opened its jaws, tossed the dying kraken up into the air, then gulped the morsel down, before turning its slitted eyes down toward the chaser. The krakener crew scrambled about, but they had no place to hide. The monster flared its spiked frills and let out a bellowing hiss. The spray drenched everyone on the ship, and the lookout tumbled from his perch on the mast, barely catching himself on a rigging rope. "I've fought dragons before," Nicci said, looking up at the enormous sea serpent. "This is no different." Nathan struggled to his feet, bleeding from a blow to his head. "I'll offer what assistance I can, sorceress." The serpent god wheezed out as it loomed over the chaser. Nicci summoned a lightning bolt that scorched a smoking line down its sinuous body. With a roar, the serpent god lunged down and bit the side of the ship, splintering wood. The crew threw their harpoons, but their spears did little damage to the scaled hide. Nicci recalled when she had fought the dragon Brahm, using the subtractive side of magic. Now she extended her gift and easily found the serpent god's heart near the top of its long neck. The heart was as large as a barrel, beating hard. She unleashed her gift, caused the muscle to swell and darken, then burst. The serpent writhed backward, arching its jaws toward the sky in agony. But even after Nicci had exploded its heart, the monster struck again, sweeping its great neck sideways to snatch a panicked crewman in its jaws. With one chomp, it bit the man in two and tossed the pieces into the water. Nicci couldn't believe the creature still lived. "I stopped its heart." She reached out with her magic again, then realized, to her surprise, that this creature had more than one heart. Once she concentrated, she discovered 6 hearts down the length of its body, each one independent, each beating to keep the underwater monster alive. "Then my work has just begun." She lashed out with her destructive magic, finding another heart and stopping it. She burned a 3rd heart to a lump of internal charcoal. Each time Nicci heard it, the creature recoiled and smashed into the ship, causing even more damage. The chaser would not last long. Groaning and still dazed, Nathan managed to summon a ball of wizard's fire and hurl it at the serpent god's head. The searing magic flames burned between the creature's jaws and roasted its tongue. Nicci didn't stop her attack. With methodical intensity, she destroyed all of the monster's remaining hearts, one by one. At last, the giant serpent collapsed onto the water, causing waves that rocked the kraken hunter ship. The dead serpent god floated in the sea, longer than 2 or 3 ships. Jared and his crew stared in dismay. The captain dropped to his knees and touched the bloodstain on the deck where his crewmen had been killed. Bannon and Lila stood shaken, holding their swords ready, as if some other monster might emerge from the deep. Unsteady on his feet, Nathan placed a hand on Nicci's shoulder. She knew it was meant to be reassuring, but he seemed to be steadying himself. "Sorry I couldn't be more assistance." "The serpent god is dead, Nathan. We killed it." High up on the mast, the bedraggled lookout squawked, "Ships! Norokai ships on the horizon!" Far out on the water, Nicci saw more than 100 ominous vessels sailing toward them. From afar, the raiders had seen Nicci kill their serpent god, and even at a distance, she could hear their howls of outrage. All the oars were extended, churning the water, so the serpent ships approached at great speed. Nicci crossed her arms over her chest. "We have found them at last." She felt a deep chill upon seeing the size of the fleet. "Turn your ship about, Captain. Quickly. Back to Saramundi with all possible speed." Still unsteady, Jared shouted for the crew to reset the sails as he spun the wheel to turn the rudder. Though exhausted from battling the sea serpent, Nicci called up her gift, and Nathan assisted her as best he could. Together, they created a wind as strong as a storm to help the ship flee. The chaser raced away with the Norokai fleet in pursuit. Chapter 70. When his ships came upon the floating carcass of the serpent god, King Grieve stared down into the water, sickened and enraged. This fresh agony felt as strong as the pain he had experienced upon seeing his beloved Chalk murdered. From the prow of his flagship, Grieve had watched the ugly kraken hunter vessel with its gray sails and metal-plated hull, and he would never forget that ship. He had seen the sorceress strike down their serpent god. He would hunt it to the end of the world if necessary. But he could not simply sail past the body of their fallen serpent god. "Drop anchor. All ships. We halt here." Drums pounded, and shouted orders ricocheted across the water. The Norokai ships sailed close enough together that the staccato commands passed from ship to ship. With the oars extended, Greaves' ship maneuvered close to the drifting dead monster, where they dropped anchor stones and tied up the sails to keep the vessels in position. Greaves had sacrificed to the serpent god many times. Now he squeezed his massive hands against the rail until the wood creaked with the strain. The spikes in his shoulders protruded. He opened his jaws wide and roared with all the air in his lungs, all the power in his voice, a loud inhuman cry, much like the sound made by the serpent god. The rest of the Norokai did the same, and the din was like a thunderclap that went on as one crew after another took up the howl. Greaves wanted blood, needed blood. He would find the sorceress and tear out her throat with his own teeth. First, though, he and his raiders would repay the serpent god for the grace and strength it had given them. The monster's body floated motionless just off the bow. Greaves looked down at its magnificent head, the frilled fin, the triangular jaw that was now a burned horror from Wizard's fire. One milky eye stared upward, half closed. "The serpent god is dead," moaned one of the raiders beside Greaves. The king bashed him on the side of the head, and the man reeled away, clutching the blood that streamed down his face. Greaves snarled, "The serpent god is always here. The serpent god is us." He drew a long gutting knife from its sheath, swung himself overboard, and dropped down into the water. He plunged into the waves near the dead sea serpent. As the raiders peered down from above, with dismay and curiosity, the king swam to the scaled form and wrapped his muscular arm around it, holding on like a lover's embrace. The pale underbelly turned upward as the body drifted on the sloshing waves. Greaves hauled himself along its length, using the scales and fins for handholds. In all of history, no one else had been so close, so intimate with the serpent god, except for the blessed victims whose flesh it incorporated. But he was Greaves, King Greaves of the Norokai. He was part of the serpent god, just as the serpent god was part of all of them. He pressed down on the scales, then rested his scarred cheek against the wet form. He closed his eyes and tried to draw the power into himself, absorbing what he could from the magnificent creature. "I am the serpent god. We all are the serpent god," he whispered to the dead form. The countless serpent ships had fallen eerily silent as the raiders watched him. Greaves plunged his long knife into the belly of the sea serpent. Aboard the ships, the Norokai gasped and groaned, but he glared up at them. "This is what we must do." He sawed farther, cutting a long incision. Entrails spilled out in wet ropes that drifted in the water. With so much blood, he knew that sharks would come soon to feed, but Greaves and the Norokai would take what they required first. He kept cutting until he found the first of the reptilian hearts. It was large, round, and purplish red. He hacked a chunk of the tough heart meat, which he stuffed into his mouth. He opened his scarred jaws wide to take in as much as he could. Chewing, he tasted the tar of burned blood. The flavor was exquisite, and the power was even more remarkable. He knew that chalk was a part of the serpent god too. The serpent god had fed on the shaman, and now that strength was flowing into the Norokai king. "I am the heart of the serpent god," he yelled. "All my people must join me." He cut off another piece of the meat and raised it out of the water. "All Norokai must be the heart of the serpent god." 3 raiders leaped overboard without further encouragement. Once they understood what Greaves meant, others also jumped into the water and swam to the serpent god. With their own knives, they sliced the belly down its length to find the other hearts. Atta was the first. The hefty woman swam up to Greaves and hacked off a piece of the heart for herself. After she chewed and swallowed, she turned her blood-smeared face to him and offered him another piece, which he accepted. More Norokai swarmed around the floating body, butchering the creature. They removed the multiple hearts, some of which were charred and blackened, others still fresh and filled with blood. Every morsel contained the essence of the great deity. When the hearts were consumed, the raiders stripped the meat from the serpent's bones. This was a feast unlike any they had ever experienced. The Norokai had pillaged towns, stolen their food, raped their women, but nothing could compare to this thrill. The water became a froth of red. The circling sharks were wary, unwilling to approach the fierce Norokai. As the feast continued, Grieve's shock was replaced with an intense confidence. The great serpent god might have been slain, but it was not a cause for sadness. This was a transformation, and he felt it swell within him. Around him, hundreds of raiders stripped the carcass and squabbled over the last morsels. Every Norokai wanted to partake, though he knew that was not possible with the tens of thousands of bloodthirsty warriors aboard their fleet. "You have eaten the heart of the serpent god," Ada said, as she floated next to him, caressing the scar on his cheek with one bloody finger. "You are King Grieve. You are all of us." "Yes, I am all of the Norokai. I have fed on the heart of our god, and now I myself am its living manifestation." He and Atta swam back to their ship as the Norokai continued to work on the carcass like seagulls tearing apart a bloated whale. When he climbed aboard his ship again, he caressed the carved figurehead. He raised his fists into the air and shouted, "I am the serpent god now. We are the serpent god, and we will strike and kill." He inhaled until his lungs were so full he felt his chest would burst, and then he exhaled a gigantic roar that rippled across the masts. All the Norokai resounded with their response. One serpent god might be dead, Grieve knew, but now there were many more serpent gods, elsewhere in the sea, and also in human form, and they were far more deadly. Yes, the world would grieve. Chapter 71. Driven by the enhanced wind, the chaser practically flew across the waves toward Saramundi. The Krakener pulled far ahead of the Norokai fleet, and the crew made makeshift repairs from the sea serpent attack along the way. They could not reach Saramundi fast enough to please Nicci. After seeing the number of serpent ships, she was convinced that even Saramundi's new defenses could not withstand such an attack. The much larger city of Tanimura might stand a chance, with its full navy and strengthened army, but not Saramundi. Ephron and Larakan shores had already been wiped out by a much smaller Norokai raiding fleet. Saramundi was more than 10 times larger than Renda Bay, however, and such a city simply could not be evacuated in only a few days. It seemed an impossible situation. She stood at the bow of the chaser with Nathan, Bannon, and Lila, discussing options. Even with their speed and significant head start, Nicci doubted they would have enough time to make the necessary preparations, whatever those might be. Together, they tried to develop a plan that would give Saramundi the best chance of survival. Just before the chaser approached the line of reefs beyond the harbor mouth, they encountered one of the patrol boats. As they raced past, Nicci cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Light your signal rafts! The Norokai are on their way!" The patrol boat's crew dropped the floating platform overboard and lit the pile of green kindling to raise a column of smoke that could be seen for many miles. Other widely separated scout boats spotted the signal and replied in kind, lighting their own rafts to pass the message along and notify everyone in the city. The lookout on top of the Sea Mother bluff hammered on her gong to sound the alarm. Saramundi was on full alert by the time the chaser sailed past the Mist Maiden and 4 other armored cargo ships that defended the mouth of the harbor, just beyond the towering stone carving. When the Krakener pulled up to one of the repaired piers, Harbor Lord Otto, Lady Olgaia, Captains Ganley and Straker, and other city representatives hurried to meet them. "The Norokai are maybe 2 days behind us," Bannon blurted out. "We have to get the whole city on high alert." Otto nodded soberly. "We are as ready as we can be. Everyone is armed and trained. The ships are reinforced with metal plates. We knew this might happen. You have made an admirable effort here, but alas, we are convinced it will not be enough to save Saramundi." Nathan said. Captain Ganley looked indignant. Don't underestimate us. Our people know this is their only chance to save their homes. They will not give up without a fight. It will be a battle such as the Nurokai have never seen. The harbor lord crossed his arms over his chest. But you will still lose. Even if you inflict numerous casualties on the raiders, they will still burn your city to the ground, Nicci said. Tanimora's defenses are 10 times stronger. They have built up a whole fleet of warships ready to defend the sea, and their standing army includes a garrison from Dahara, thousands from the city guard, and countless refugee recruits. Oren, Perry, and the other gifted are already there with General Zimmer. Our best chance is to lure the Nurokai fleet directly to Tanimora, where they will be wiped out. But what about Saramundi? Otto asked, his voice cracking. What are we to do? You may not need to fight at all, Nathan said, touching a finger to his chin. We have an idea to protect your city. Lady Olgaya's actions gave us the idea, in fact. The gifted woman from Ildikar was surprised. Her hair hung loose now, rather than in the familiar braids, with a ragged hunk where an enemy soldier had cut one off. I inspired you? I am intrigued. Otto looked from Nathan to Nicci. I like the sound of that, but I don't understand what you mean. Leaving the Crockener, Nicci walked down the dock, all business. She regarded the rolling hills, the sections of the city that spread inland from the neat, protected bowl of the harbor. Her memory and her imagination had not failed her. Yes, it is possible. Otto and the others followed her as she walked the length of the pier, anxious to hear what she would suggest. In front of the first line of warehouses, Nicci turned and looked back at the harbor, the headlands, the opening to the sea. The Nurokai Islands are far to the south, and this is new territory for them. Before Captain Kor's raid, Saramundi had never before been attacked, so the Nurokai know very little about your distant island. None of Kor's raiders escaped alive, so no one was able to bring a report to King Grieve. He isn't aware of the exact location of Saramundi. Nathan brushed the front of his new vest and adjusted his embroidered cape, as if he were about to step onto a stage. If fate treats us favorably, we may be able to distract the Nurokai and trick them into sailing right past Saramundi. We want to hide your city, Lila said, with as much inflection as if she were merely remarking on the weather. Ganley gasped. Hide Saramundi? Where would you put it? Nicci lifted her chin. If we time it right, the Nurokai might not see the harbor at all. Because we killed their serpent god, King Grieve is pursuing the chaser. He wants his vengeance on us. If we can provoke them, taunt them, and make them keep chasing us, we might get the entire fleet to sail past Saramundi, if they don't see the harbor in the night. How could they not see an entire city? Otto removed his wide-brimmed hat and wiped perspiration from his brow. I still don't understand this. But Olgaya began to smile. Nicci looked to Captains Ganley and Straker, both of whom stood ready to follow her instructions. If other armored ships join us as we race away, King Grieve will keep following us. He wants to kill me, too, Bannon said. And Lila. We just have to keep the Nurokai too preoccupied to look for Saramundi. That's why we can't let them see the city. We must camouflage it, Lila said, as if impatient for the discussion to come to the point. Amid the surprised gasps, Nathan held up a finger. A sufficiently gifted person, such as yourself, my dear, he turned toward Olgaya, could summon a thick mist to blanket the mouth of the harbor, just as you hid our ships from the Nurokai after Renda Bay, and outside the Cliffwall Canyon before that. If the raiders don't know to look for Saramundi, then the diversion should be straightforward enough. Before that, we need to stall and harass the raider fleet. Make sure they arrive at night and sail past this part of the coast. Nicci turned to Otto. Harbor Lord, you'll need to darken the city tomorrow and each night until the Nurokai pass. No one can light fires or lanterns after sunset. Saramundi must be pitch black when the serpent ships come after us. But my city wants to fight too, Otto said. Are you suggesting that we hide here in the fog and let Tanimora handle the war for us? Sorceress, you gave a grand speech that all the cities of the old world must pull together against our overwhelming enemy. Saramundi can't just sit by and let Tanimura face it themselves. We are not cowards. I'm not suggesting that you do nothing. Nicci's lips took on a hard smile. Bannon rested a hand on the ornate pommel of his new sword, and his grin was enthusiastic. After the Norokai chase after us in the dark, the rest of Saramundi's warships can follow all the way to Tanimura. When the battle begins there, you can strike them from behind. Lila added with a grim smile, if you stay far enough back, King Grieve will never expect you. A large curtain of mist. Ogaya twisted her long hair in her fingers. While you lead them away like a fox on a hunt, I can create a thick fog bank to hide Saramundi. She looked out to the towering figure of the Sea Mother on the bluff. And that is just to start. The following day, knowing the Norokai fleet was fast approaching, the Kraken Hunter sailed away from Saramundi, followed by 4 armored cargo ships. Saramundi's scout boats ranged farther south, preparing to light their signal rafts as soon as they spotted King Grieve and his raiders. Left behind, Ogaya watched them go, vowing to do her part to save the city. Harbor Lord Otto had dispatched runners throughout the city, issuing a complete ban on fires, lanterns, not even a candle behind a shutter for the coming night. When darkness fell, Saramundi had to be invisible, swallowed up in darkness and fog. Ogaya had practiced her spell to call up the mists in the sea. Near sunset, the lookout on the bluff spotted a curl of signal smoke to the south, which meant the raiders would be here within hours. Ready to intercept, the chaser and the 4 sailing ships angled swiftly toward the smoke to provoke the oncoming Norokai fleet. They would taunt the serpent ships and bolt away, sailing north, leading them toward Tanimura for the final battle. More than an hour later, near full darkness, the provocateurs sailed back past the harbor, pushed by magically enhanced wind. As deepening night blanketed the harbor and city with gloom, Ogaya got to work before the Norokai could heave into view in hot pursuit. Waiting beneath the Sea Mother carving at the headlands, she used her gift to touch countless droplets of water, raising a mist from the calm waves beyond the mouth of the harbor. At first, it was like faint steam rising from a pot of water about to boil. Then it thickened into lacy wisps of fog that coalesced with other strands into a low-lying blanket. The mist rolled up and into the harbor, blanketing the hills, flowing along the coast, and extending out to sea. Even as the darkness thickened, no lights twinkled from any homes in the crowded city. Ogaya thought of families huddled together in the dark, comforting one another. The night had an unnatural hush. Back at Ildakar, she had watched her glorious city vanish behind the shroud of eternity. Now she had to make another city disappear, but in a different way. Ogaya thickened the mist around the mouth of the harbor, so the Norokai would see nothing but a blurred coastline, if they could make out anything in the darkness. As the last gloom faded into deep night, she spotted the blue sails of more than 100 serpent ships racing after the chaser and the 4 armored cargo ships. The enemy fleet was dizzying in its size, but Ogaya had seen it before, at Renda Bay. She now saw the sense in Nicci's plan. No matter how hard the people might fight back, these ships would have destroyed all of Saramundi's defenses, filled the harbor, and burned the city to the ground. Even if the trick worked, however, Ogaya intended to make her mark here. As the thick fog spread and settled, Ogaya took a dinghy and rowed out of the mouth of the harbor. The currents were erratic, but she used her gift to steady the boat as she made her way out to the long line of dangerous reefs beyond the harbor. Rowing hard, she picked her way along the foamy line until she chose a place to lay down another deadly trap. She created a small shimmering ball of light, flickering cold flames that were tightly layered, like the petals of a rosebud. She laid the glowing kernel among the reef rocks, ducking from the spray hitting the rocks. Her little spark glimmered there, immune to the water that tried to douse it. This wasn't normal fire, but would become a beacon bright enough that she hoped it would lure some of the oncoming Norokai ships right to the keeper. Finished, she rowed back to the sheltered harbor, confident the trick would work. Out on the reefs, her enigmatic light grew brighter in the fog. Lars stood at the bow and howled into the night, shouting a challenge at the fleeing ships. The chaser sailed ahead into the darkness. He remembered Nicci from Ildikar. Now the blonde sorceress kept provoking the raider fleet by lashing out at them with bolts of lightning. King Grieve drove his fleet after them in a headlong charge. Groaning at the benches, the muscular Norokai pulled on the oars, driving the serpent ships faster than any wind. The small Krokener and 4 large warships fled north with all possible speed, which told Lars that the sorceress could not sustain her attacks. She and the other gifted provocateurs had struck and harassed the serpent ship at sunset, but then they turned and fled. Obviously, they feared King Grieve's mighty navy. Nicci's lightning had been nothing more than a sting to enrage the wild bear of the Norokai fleet, and the serpent ships swooped after her, closing in for the kill. Lars commanded his crew, "Pull at the oars! You are not weaklings!" The muscular raiders, both men and women, sat at the benches and gritted their teeth, groaning with the effort. The oars dipped into the water, cut deep, and pulled back. He did not want his ships to lose their quarry in the darkness as thickening fog rose all around them. While Grieve and his fleet sailed forward like a battering ram, Lars and his 10 ships hugged closer to the shore. This was farther north than he had ever explored, even on their recent destructive raids. Just like his commander Kor had been, Lars was underneath a death sentence, obligated to fight until he died. He would keep attacking these scared little people for as long as he could, but he didn't expect they would manage to kill him anytime soon. Now his raiding ships sailed through the black night and suffocating fog, but Lars could hear waves rushing against the nearby coast. "Row faster! The sorceress is out there somewhere. We must be the first to catch her." "Will King Grieve feed her to the serpent god?" asked one of the warriors. "There is no serpent god," said Ura, a muscular woman who was too ugly even for Lars. She'd shaved her head to make herself nearly indistinguishable from a male, although she could not hide her heavy breasts. "We are the serpent god, and we take the sacrifices ourselves," Lars said. "First, we have to catch them." The oarmaster pounded on the drums, and the serpent ships plunged into the impenetrable fog. Near the serpent figurehead, one sailor cried out in surprise and pointed forward. "Lars, look! Some kind of beacon." A bright light sparkled upward from the veils of white mist, like a full moon. It glowed and pulsed in the waterline, tempting, dazzling. "What could it be?" asked Ura. "It is magic," one of the raiders muttered. "Of course it is magic. We are hunting a sorceress," Lars said. "That is where she must be. Adjust course. We will follow that light and run it down." The sailors pulled hard on the oars, and the serpent ships cut through the water like vipers ready to strike. The tantalizing beacon glowed through the fog, calling them. It lifted higher in the sky, then dropped low again. "Prepare your weapons," Lars said. The Norokai seized their assortment of blades and clubs and rushed to the front of the ship, ready to swing themselves overboard as soon as they cornered their prey. The glow brightened, and Lars had to shade his eyes. He still didn't know what it was, but the beacon seemed to be retreating. "Faster!" Just as the first serpent ships approached the dazzling orb, he heard the crash of breakers. Far too close. He had only a moment to think before his ship ran aground. "Reefs!" Ura screamed, just before she was hurled overboard by the impact. Jagged rocks ripped open the lower hull, smashed the keel. Lars slammed against the rail. Many of his sailors bowled into one another and tumbled over the side, yelling in rage. Hulls cracked and crunched as more of his serpent ships smashed against unseen reefs. The glowing beacon hovered mockingly overhead, brightened to a flare, then winked out, leaving them in mist-shrouded darkness. Another serpent ship careened into Lars's vessel from the starboard side, crushing the hull, snapping off the oars like twigs. The impact shattered his ribs and his left arm, and Lars fell over the side as his ship tilted. Water gushed into the open gap in its hull. He plunged into the roiling water and flailed with his useless broken arm. His bare chest scraped against the sharp reef rocks. He saw dozens of his crew scrambling for purchase against the heavy waves, holding on to the wreckage. At least 7 of his vessels had run up onto the reefs, and Lars realized that the glowing orb had lured them into treacherous waters. A trick! Hundreds of wounded Norokai were swept out to sea, or caught up in the churning foam and pulped against the rocks. The fog grew even thicker, hiding them from the rest of the receding fleet. Lars could only hear the resounding crashes as more serpent ships plowed into the reefs and other vessels. When he tried to shout, a curl of seawater gushed into his mouth. He coughed, his shattered ribs stabbing like knives. He tried to pull himself onto the questionable safety of the reef. Ura climbed up on the rocks that were slick with green seaweed, reaching for a handhold. She cried out as something grabbed her. She clawed at her leg, trying to break free, but she was jerked into the water. Nearby, Lars heard more screams, not just anger and surprise from the wrecks. His people were being attacked. The Norokai clawed for shelter on the reefs, but more were swept under, seized by something beneath the water. Lars squirmed about, looking for an enemy. "Who are you?" He had lost his sword during the fall, and his arm was broken, but he bunched his other fist. "Where are you?" Human-like forms glided up out of the water, sleek and gray, covered with scales and with mouths full of needle teeth. They slithered onto the reef rocks to fall upon their helpless prey. The Selka had pursued the Norokai fleet, waiting for their chance, and now they rose from the foamy water. 3 of them grabbed Lars. He struggled, but they tore him to shreds before dragging his body in pieces under the waves. Chapter 72. The Imperial Road rolled ahead of them, mile after mile, unwinding in lazy curves along the foothills. Tens of thousands of trampling boots left a much wider swath behind them as they crossed the land. Utros dispatched scout parties and procurement armies along offshoot tracks, but only a few of the parties were successful in bringing back enough food for him, Ruva, and his primary commanders. Meanwhile, the main body of his army pushed onward like a slow stampede. The general shaded his eyes to look ahead down the endless road that eventually led to Tanimura, or so he hoped. Hovering nearby, Ava's spirit let out a brittle laugh. "We have only to walk forever, beloved Utros, and then we will be there." He tried to squeeze greater speed from his stallion, but the animal was exhausted and hungry, plodding along with no more energy than the shambling soldiers behind them. Utros had conquered many cities in the past, and he remembered every victory. Numerous town leaders or self-proclaimed kings had fallen under his sword. Back then, his army was invincible, and his success was guaranteed in each engagement. He had never imagined that Iron Fang's entire empire would fall, but Utros still intended to complete his mission. The endless string of soldiers marched through the low hills until they formed a sprawling camp that stretched throughout the woods. The soldiers didn't bother with cook fires, for they had nothing to eat except a few rabbits, squirrels, and other wild game they had scrounged. By now, his warriors were so ferociously hungry that they devoured any animals they killed without bothering to cook the raw meat, while their starving comrades licked any smears of blood left behind. As darkness fell in the sparse forest, Utros lay back on the ground and drowsed while listening to the rustle of the camp. He had vowed to conquer the old world, and his men had followed him for so long. He would not let it all be a fool's chase. Ruva lay beside him, curling her naked body against his, but not in an erotic way. She drew strength and comfort and gave it back to him. Without speaking, she just pressed her back and shoulders against his chest. He wrapped his muscular arm around her. "Tell me you can keep them alive, Ruva. Tell me your spell is strong enough." Strong enough? Her body shook, and he realized she was laughing. "You think I am stronger than the Keeper?" "Keep him at bay for a little while longer. It is to his advantage to let me continue my war, because we will send him many more souls." Utros felt a shiver and opened his eyes to see Ava's glimmering form above them, as if jealous that her sister could touch his solid form and she could not. "The Keeper wants what he wants. The Keeper wants me. Ava drifted closer, extended her flickering arms. He wants Ruva. Both of us. Her image strained like a flame in a wind. When her sister reached out for her, Ava vanished. Ruva slumped back down, sobbing, curled up in a fetal ball. When sleep still eluded Utros, after an hour, he rose and walked among his soldiers, speaking quiet encouragement to anyone who remained awake. He walked to the perimeter of the camp, where the forest grew darker and thicker. He heard rustling in the underbrush, saw shadows of movement, and he tensed, ready to fight whatever might be out there. When he dropped a hand to his side, he realized he had left his sword back with Ruva. Tawny shapes drifted among the shadowy trees. For a moment he thought they were stags, in which case he would send out hunters to shoot them down. But when several of the wild forms glided toward him, Utros saw that they were not deer, but feline, predatory. Sand panthers whispered through the woods, their large paws barely crackling the forest debris. Catching him alone, easy prey, a massive female bounded toward him and let out a roar. The other cats streaked forward into the camp. Though unarmed, Utros swung his fists as the panther crashed into his chest and bore him down. With a grunt of effort, he heaved the big cat aside, only peripherally noticing that the tan hide was covered with branded runes, such as he had seen on the combat beasts from Ildakar. Claws raked across his upper arm, cutting deep into the thick muscle, before his metal bracer caught the claws. In the brawl, he punched the snarling panther under the chin. Roused by the noise, other soldiers came running, and more big cats fell upon them. The lead female, though, targeted Utros specifically. Something was driving the animal. This was not just some mindless predator making a convenient kill. As more soldiers rushed to defend the general, he heard another round of shouted alarms in the extended camp. A clash of swords rang out into the damp night air. As he battled the sand panther, he couldn't let his attention waver, but he saw human forms darting in, barely visible in the forest gloom. With a swift, dispersed strike, they attacked the groggy soldiers, killing hundreds before they melted back into the trees, never becoming fully visible. Utros continued to wrestle with the panther. Her claws ripped through his leather armor and tore open his side. The cat's eyes shone in the starlight, full of murder, and when she roared, he could feel her hot breath on his face. "Utros, no!" Running up, Ruva raised her hands and summoned her gift. A crackle of magic swept through the air, flames that licked out to slam the panther. But to the general's astonishment, Ruva's fire merely rippled around the spell markings on the tan hide, causing no harm. The bright flash of impotent fire was enough to startle the cat, though. The animal leaped back, snarled, then pounced on Utros again. With a sweep of a paw, she knocked off the gold mask, which clattered to the ground. Ruva struck out again with her magic, buffeting the panther, and as Utros rallied, the big cat retreated, snarling one more time, and melted back into the trees. With their general under attack, hundreds of his soldiers grabbed their weapons and came running to the rescue. More than a dozen sand panthers were attacking his army in a concerted effort, but when so many soldiers rallied against them, the cat snarled, slashed a few more times, and bolted into the forest. They vanished into the night. Hungry for revenge, some soldiers rushed into the forest in pursuit of the mysterious attackers, but their battle cries turned into screams as they died out in the darkness. Utros stood, bleeding from where the panther had mauled him. Sobbing, Ruva pressed herself against him. "You're hurt. You're bleeding. So much blood." Then she smiled oddly at him. "Blood has magic." The sorceress clasped the deep cut in his biceps, squeezed, and unleashed her gift. He felt a tingling warmth as his muscles and skin knitted under her healing spell. He had rarely asked either of the twins to heal him, because battle injuries were worth savoring. Even the pain counted for something. But Utros could not afford to be weak. He needed the full use of his body. As Ruva patched his worst wounds, he stared into the forest where the panthers had disappeared. What had driven them here? What guided them? Now alert and on edge, The soldiers in the camp gathered up the bodies of the men who had been slain by the panthers and the mysterious attackers in the forest. Under normal circumstances, his warriors would prepare the fallen for a respectful burial or funeral pyres, but these were not normal circumstances. Utros did not want to think about what they did with the corpses. Sleeping on the chaser's deck, as it raced away from Saramundi with the Norokai fleet in hot pursuit, Nicci fell deeper into herself, and her dream presence connected with her sister panther. Mura moved with 20 other sand panthers, pacing the army of General Utros. The panthers had no maps, but Nicci had a clear sense of where they were from the strength of her connection. The spell bond was growing stronger as they came together after being widely separated. Mura continued to lope toward Nicci, day after day, closing the distance and trying to help. Nicci tasted blood as she dreamed. Seeing through feline eyes and feeling her claws and muscles, she crashed out of the forest and attacked the enemy soldiers. Connected to Mura, Nicci guided the cat to find a singular target, the most important victim in the entire army, General Utros. She and Mura attacked the commander, wounded him, tore off his golden mask. But even though the branded runes protected her from direct damage by magic, Ruva's powers were dangerous, and the general and his soldiers could kill the panthers. Nicci urged them to withdraw. Licking blood from her whiskers, Mura bounded off into the forest, and Nicci smiled in her sleep. The ships sailed into the night, heading toward Tanimura with the serpent ships behind them. Knowing that Mura was on her way with a new pride of sand panthers brought joy to Nicci's heart. But now she also knew that General Utros and his army were marching closer and closer. Chapter 73. While waiting for Nicci to return with her reconnaissance of the Norokai fleet, Tanimura prepared for war. General Zimmer knew that the fate of the Daharan Empire rested on whether or not the forces under his command could stand against the crushing blow coming their way. They had to be ready. Arriving at Tanimura aboard Captain Mill's ship, which had sailed directly up from Saramundi, he felt great satisfaction to see 50 significant ships protecting the harbor and patrolling the waters. They ranged in size from fishing boats to 3-masted vessels, capable of long sea voyages. Nicci's earlier warning had sunk in. This city could mount formidable defenses, and Zimmer was glad to see it. After disembarking from the cargo ship that had been anchored for months as a guardian of Renda Bay, he marched through the city with the remnants of his expeditionary force. Insisting on discipline, Zimmer forced his returning soldiers to walk in steady ranks to demonstrate they had not forgotten they served in the Daharan army. After all the hardships they had suffered since leaving Tanimura, their uniforms were tattered and their boots were worn and cracked. Their skin was weathered, their muscles toughened through hardship. He said, "We must try to look as impressive on our return as when we departed." The troops moved at a brisk pace up the city streets, back to the garrison, glad to be home. At the garrison, recruits were drilling in the town square, and they turned to look at the returning troops in surprise. Zimmer strode into the courtyard with squared shoulders and entered the main headquarters building. When he reunited with General Linden, the other man rose from behind his desk to greet him, dismayed by the weathered condition of Zimmer's armor, the tattered cape of rank, the hardened look in his eyes. "You look as if you fought a war just this morning." "I fought several wars, Linden, and saved the biggest one for last. The battle is coming here, sooner than you might expect." Linden called for a hearty meal, the best food Zimmer had tasted in some time. While the weary general ate, Linden opened a ledger and dipped a quill in an ink pot, so he could scribble notes as his companion described their adventures and the threat of the Norokai fleet, as well as the army of General Utros. "I am happy to report that we're aware of it. Nicci warned us, and we have been making constant preparations." Linden closed his ledger, then rattled off his own summary. "Lord Rahl understands our need, but he is occupied with another crisis in Dahara. This war is ours to handle, and he has complete faith in us. He sent Nicci a powerful constructed spell, which he says is all she needs." Zimmer nodded. "I have seen what Nicci can do." He tore another hunk of meat from the roast chicken on the platter in front of him. But I have also seen the Norokai raiders, as well as the ancient army. Utros and his soldiers marched across an entire continent, and they mean to conquer Tanimura. From there, they will move on to the New World, unless we stop them. Linden set his jaw. And we will form defenses they have never seen either. Tanimura is strong. Zimmer finished the entire chicken, ate a cluster of sweet grapes, and drank a goblet of water. That's what I am here to help you with. For the next several days, he and his weary but energized troops whipped the Tanimura militia into shape. Zimmer wore fresh Daharan armor, feeling resplendent as a general again. He inspected the city armories, watched the frantic work of swordsmiths, tanners, armorers, shield makers. Even though the blacksmiths worked hard all day and night, many new recruits did not have blades of their own, so they made do with clubs, axes, long-handled mallets. Crude weapons required less finesse and training to use, only anger and strength, and the fighters had plenty of that. Tanimura was already a populous city, one of the main trading centers on the continent. The many citizens, as well as countless new refugees, were prepared to defend their homes. Fletchers produced arrows by the thousands, and archers practiced for hour after hour. Workers squatted on barrels and covered the arrow tips with pitch, rolling balls that could be lit on fire for an even more deadly barrage. Captains Mills and Donnell had delivered the displaced population of Renda Bay, and those thousands of angry people expanded the fighting force. Many families offered to share spare rooms so that the new refugees had places to stay and food to eat. Zimmer rode down the streets, rallying everyone. In the practice yards, he saw townspeople fitted with leather vests and helmets. They sparred with one another, flinging sweat out of their hair as they learned the basics of swordplay. Attached to the lower part of the harbor, Hallsband Island, where the Palace of the Prophets had once stood, was just a flat area of crushed rubble, perfect for using as a training field. Militia members marched back and forth, learning how to fall into ranks and clashing in mock battles. As he walked the streets to the waterfront, Zimmer came upon Oren and Perry. Lord Oren's expression was dour as usual. He had rebraided his pale hair and restored his haughty expression. Perry followed him, younger and meeker, but her eyes also had a hardness after what she'd been through. Together, they looked out at the multiple ships gathered to defend the waters around Tanimura. Every ship carried spears, bows, and fire arrows to be used for naval battles. "We might just be able to hold off the Norokai fleet," Zimmer said. "Tanimura has never seen such a powerful navy." Oren ran a finger along his lower lip. "Ildikar taught us many ways to fight, but this city also has plenty of gifted, including the Sisters of the Light. Many of us will man the ships in the harbor to face the Norokai fleet, but others will remain in the city to assist your large army. You have thousands of defenders ready to fight against a land invasion." He gazed at the hills behind Tanimura. "There's no telling when General Utros will arrive." "We'll be ready for him," Perry said, "and the Norokai." Zimmer mentally reviewed the other times he had faced impossible odds. He himself had led guerrilla teams to harass old world towns that supported the Imperial Order. Back then, he had been forced to accept the new dictum that there were no innocents in that war, that even women and children who aided enemy soldiers were enemies in their own way. Zimmer had not been proud of that work, but Lord Ral's forces had won. Across the harbor, smoke signals rose into the sky, and a succession of brightly colored pennants waved to signal the arrival of ships. The Chaser, the Mist Maiden, and 2 other large sailing ships had just arrived from Saramundi, putting the rest of the harbor on high alert. When the swift Crockener pulled ahead of the larger ships and reached the main pier first, Zimmer, Oren, and Perry hurried to meet them. Nicci and Nathan were the first to disembark, both of them looking exhausted from a great expenditure of their gift. "We pressed these ships as fast as we could," Nathan said. Nicci added, "The Norokai fleet is on its way, right behind us." "Has Saramundi been attacked?" Zimmer asked. "What happened?" Oren interrupted. "How much damage did Lady Olgaia cause? I hope she wrecked dozens of serpent ships." "If our plan worked, Then Saramundi is safe. Olgaia disguised the harbor with a great fog bank at night, while we lured the ships onward. They pursued us through the darkness. Nicci looked around impatiently. King Grieve's ships will arrive in less than a day. All of Tanimura must be ready to battle them. Zimmer clenched his fists. We'll be on high alert. As you can see, we have prepared significant defenses. Tanimura is our best hope of stopping them, Nathan said. Bannon and Lila joined them. We have a score to settle with the Nurokai. I'm ready to fight them again any time. It's more than just the Nurokai, Nicci said. Last night, I dreamed through my Sand Panther's eyes. The army of General Utros is closing in, and then we'll be fighting on 2 fronts. Chapter 74. The chaser sailed out to the edge of the harbor in the morning sunlight. Standing on the deck of the Crockener, Bannon wrapped his palm around the hilt of Nathan's sword, his sword, and kept watch for the Nurokai serpent ships, sure that soon enough they would see countless dark blue sails. Nathan had decided to stay with him and Lila aboard the chaser, where they could face the first clash with the vile raiders. Captain Jared's vessel was a scrappy little warship prepared for battle. Bannon's long ginger hair was loose, just like Nathan's. Lila looked at them both. You should cut your hair so no enemy can grab it. I'm rather fond of my hair, Nathan said. It makes me look dashing. One cannot sacrifice everything. Lila sniffed, but didn't argue with him. Wearing only her Morazeth leather, she planted her feet on the deck and stood ready. The studded soles of her high battle sandals would give her good traction, even if the deck were tilted or covered with spilled blood. Bannon looked across the sparkling waves, then turned to the wizard. Thank you again for giving me the sword. I never wanted a better blade than sturdy, but I will make you proud with this one. He slid the weapon from its scabbard, and sunshine gleamed on the smooth steel. Use it well, my boy, and that will be thanks enough. Bannon turned back toward the city. I bought sturdy here in Tanimura, after those thugs nearly killed me. I'm not so destitute anymore. I can't believe Nicci rescued me instead of just leaving me to my fate. It was my own foolishness. Nathan mused. The sorceress likes others to think she has an icy heart, but Richard taught her to help those in need. She can see the value of an investment. She made the effort to save you, and how many enemies have you slain to repay her for that one kindness? Not enough, Lila said, but we will make up for it as soon as King Grieve arrives. Pounding drums and ringing bells set up a racket across the ships. Farther out to sea, patrol boats lit their smoky signals. Nurokai are coming, shouted Captain Jared. His grin showed the gap between his front teeth. Set the sails. What are we waiting for? Bannon braced himself, and Lila stood beside him, wearing a satisfied smile. Maybe the stink of this ship will kill the first line of attackers, she said. Jared brushed aside the teasing insult and stared ahead at the oncoming ships. King Grieve stood behind the carved serpent figurehead and stared at the great city as it came into view. He let out a hissing roar when he saw the countless armored ships arrayed in a defensive line, blocking the harbor. But they couldn't stop him. Grieve was the serpent god. Every fighter in his fleet also carried the blood of the serpent god. His warriors had the energy and soul of their deity surging through their veins. In the previous day, as they sailed with all possible speed toward Tanimura in pursuit of their prey, his warriors had seen a great omen that added fire to their veins. One of the lookouts had shouted, pointing off to the horizon where another huge snake-like form curled in the waves. Grieve had felt his heart swell to see another manifestation of the serpent god, and he let out a bellow that echoed across the choppy sea. The other Nurokai joined in a resounding roar as the new serpent god swam off. Grieve and his people would engage in this battle themselves, but they all carried its presence inside them. Their victory was now assured. Grieve didn't know where General Utros's army was, nor did he care. Though they were supposedly allies, the pompous commander was worthless, and the Nurokai would do what they already did so well. His raiders would smash Tanimura and claim all the surrounding lands by the time Utros and his exhausted army marched up the Imperial Road. By then, the Nurokai might be ready for another fight, and wipe them out. The raider ships cut through the water like sea serpents. Warriors strained at the oars, pulling in perfect unison. The oar-masters pounded their drums as hard and fast as the heartbeat of an angry fighter. Greaves' fleet raced headlong toward the Tanimoran ships, lined up to block him. They would all sink. He would smash them, burn them. Atta strode up behind him. I fight at your side, Grieve. They will all grieve, while we laugh and feast. Afterward, we will make love like two animals in heat. Grieve let out a low rumble in his chest. Atta was a vigorous and exhausting lover, just what he needed to burn off the bloodlust from a good battle. Right now, he had to concentrate on killing instead of lust. A sullen mood crossed him. He missed Chalk's amusing antics and his chatter. The shaman could have foretold how this battle would end. Then again, Grieve often could not understand the albino's confusing pronouncements. The axe cleaves the wood, the sword cleaves the bone. As she looked toward the defensive ships, braced outside of Tanimura, Atta snorted. It is a trap. They lured us here. We see their trap, but we will not be deterred. Grieve's raiders would careen like a battering ram into those warships. The sharks will feed well tonight. We all will, Atta replied. Other crew members added their cheers. As the ships approached, Grieve recognized a small gray vessel pulling ahead of the other Tanimura ships. The Krakener. There. That ship. We will destroy every vessel that stands against us. But first... He ground his teeth together, rippling his scarred jaws. That ship is first. That ship is mine. Chapter 75. The widely dispersed Tanimoran navy was a motley collection of large and small ships, some heavily armored and riding low in the water, others more nimble. Hardened fishermen and veteran traders knew how to combat storms and big fish on the high seas, but they had never battled anything like the Norokai. More than 100 serpent ships sailed toward them. Nathan stood at the bow of the chaser, feeling his pulse race. He found that he quite looked forward to the encounter. The foremost Norokai ship pressed directly toward the Krakener, oars churning the water. Sweet sea mother, here they come, Bannon said. Across the defensive line, the fighters prepared for the clash, soldiers, sailors, and archers. There were also gifted men and women, including Orin, Perry, several Sisters of the Light, trained scholars from Cliffwall, and other gifted Tanimura residents who offered their abilities. Captain Jared grew more serious than Nathan had seen him before. I didn't know the Norokai had so many ships. Impressed, Nathan smiled. King Grieve likes to prey upon helpless villages. Today he will learn we are different. Nicci had stayed on land, along with Zimmer and Linden, joining the Daharan troops that patrolled the waterfront. They were ready to fight in the streets if the Norokai broke through the naval blockade and tried to pillage the city. Nathan knew the sorceress could stop them, but he didn't intend to let any of the serpent ships break through. As the attackers approached, the scarred warriors crowded the decks, raising swords and axes. Clutching the serpent figurehead, King Grieve thundered out his primal challenge. Bannon roared back at the top of his lungs. We will kill you, Grieve! Come and get us, you ugly bastard! Looking at him, Lila cocked an eyebrow. Impressive, boy. Nathan directed his sharp focus toward the Norokai king, who was the most hideous of them all. A repulsive, blocky woman beside him pumped a fist into the air with a meaty arm. Nathan felt the dangerous magic build inside him. Come and meet your fate. He had first seen the Norokai after he, Nicci, and Bannon had been shipwrecked near Renda Bay. During the attack on the town, the Norokai had mowed down so many helpless people. As Bannon was recalling that same night, his expression hardened. He held his sword in a death grip, and sweat prickled his forehead. There'll be a big fight ahead. I may go into my blood rage, and I won't know what's happening. He looked at Lila. So many of them to kill. The pounding of Norokai drums echoed across the harbor, and the shouts of challenge grew louder. Inside his chest, Nathan felt his heart twist with anger, not entirely caused by the lingering shadow of Chief Handler Ivan. He whispered to the dark presence inside him, "You will soon have as much violence as you desire. Make yourself useful." The serpent ships came closer and closer. The raiders pulled on their oars in a final charge. At the chaser's bow, Nathan raised his hands, spread his fingers. "It's about time." As a crackle of magic infused the air, the breezes picked up, and his cape snapped about like a flag in the wind. On other nearby ships, he saw Sisters of the Light standing at the bow, and they all summoned their magic as well. All along the defensive line, the gifted fighters stirred the water, tugged on the waves, stretched the sea. Froth swirled in front of the chaser, and Nathan drew upon his gift to fashion new waves, like a baker stretching dough. Exhaling with the effort, he pushed his hands down, using the unseen force to create a trough in the water. The blow sent successive ripples, each one building upon the last, and waves began to coalesce into whitecaps that rolled toward the Nurokai fleet. Nathan shoved more power into the water, churning bigger waves and pushing a storm into the sea. His fellow gifted fighters on the other ships used similar magic to form waves and unleash surging currents into the normally placid harbor. As the enemy fleet advanced, high waves rocked the vessel from side to side, like flotsam in a squall, throwing several Nurokai overboard. One man slipped down into the sweeping oars, which battered him under the water. Nathan saw Oren aboard Captain Straker's ship, slashing his fists sideways to whip up towering waves, which capsized a serpent vessel. Seawater sloshed over the deck and swept away a dozen angry raiders. Nathan resonated his waves with Oren's, which built them to twice the force. Hammer walls of water crashed the Nurokai ships together like toys, breaking open hulls and snapping masts. But the raiders kept coming. King Grieve demanded more speed from his crew, and they pulled relentlessly on the oars. From the prow of each Nurokai vessel, a carved serpent stared with jaws wide, ready to ram. Nathan pushed a wave against one of the flanking serpent ships, raised it high, then instantly withdrew the water, so that it plummeted back down and splintered in the sea. Waves threw two raider ships against each other, shattering both like eggs. Dozens more plowed through the wreckage of their own ships. The Sisters of the Light worked together to raise a concerted shield of water that doused more Nurokai ships and pushed several vessels back, but the raiders only rowed harder. The chaser's crew held on for dear life in the backwash of the waves. Bannon stabilized himself against the rail, while Lila planted her feet and kept her balance, glaring murder at the oncoming attackers. King Grieve somehow managed to keep his rowers pushing the lead ship forward. With surprising speed, his vessel plowed toward the Croconer. Even with half of its oars snapped, the King's flagship came forward like a snarling beast. Nathan tried to slam it with a wave, but the enemy ship kept coming. Beside Grieve, at the bow of the vessel, the ugly Nurokai woman waved a sword of her own. The King raised his war axe. Nathan called wind to try to drive away the oncoming ship, but the flagship crashed ahead in a suicidal push. He shoved his wall of air with such force that he cracked the mainmast, but the enemy vessel could not be stopped. The ship rammed the Croconer with an impact like a thunderclap that shuddered through the hull and deck. As it slammed into them, the serpent figurehead shattered into pieces. Boards shivered and cracked. Bannon was flung down the deck as the chaser tilted, and Lila snatched his shirt to keep him from falling. But Nathan had been concentrating on his gift, shaping the wind and moving the waves. He could not catch himself fast enough, and lost his footing. Thrown off balance, he tumbled into the rail, tried to grab it, but slipped. He fell overboard and into the churning water filled with broken wood and bleeding bodies. Chapter 76. Although the initial clash took place out on the water, Nicci and the ranks of Daharan soldiers took their positions along the docks, ready to drive back any raiders that managed to break through the line of ships. With Grieve's reckless navy, at least some of the vessels might make it to the city and wreak havoc. Many Sisters of the Light were out in the harbor, but Nicci remained on shore with sisters Eldine, Rhoda, Mab, and Arabella. She was armed with her 2 daggers, as well as her gift. She still carried the small bone box Richard had given her, even if she had not yet deciphered its purpose. Richard knew there was something special about Nicci's background, her knowledge, her gift. In the meantime, she had plenty of other ways to fight a war. Lyndon had dispatched scouts to ride into the hills above Tanimura, looking for any sign of General Utros's army. But the scouts had not yet returned. Meanwhile, the Norokai were attacking now. The soldiers lined up, ready to protect the city. In front of a group of waterfront warehouses, General Zimmer sat high on his warhorse, surveying the tremendous naval battle underway out on the water. His mount snorted and shifted from side to side, sensing the violence in the air. Along the extended wharves, all the piers were empty, every ship dispatched to fight the Norokai. His men moved restlessly in ranks, hands on the hilts of their swords, anxious to cut down any raiders that made it to shore. The serpent ships plowed into the Tanimura blockade. The gifted fighters summoned great waves to disrupt the Norokai advance, and even from the docks, Nicci could hear the distant clamor of raider ships smashing into one another. Thunderclouds gathered as the wizards lashed out with storms. At the forefront, King Grieve's ship rammed into the chaser, causing tremendous damage. Nicci watched 2 Norokai vessels flank Captain Miller's ship and throw grappling hooks so the raiders could swarm aboard. Though many serpent ships crashed into one another, hammered by waves and driven back by the gifted defenders, others succeeded in breaking through the blockade and pushed directly toward the city. Dozens of enemy vessels had already sunk, and yet they kept coming. Angry, Nicci longed to be on the front lines, using her gift to destroy the Norokai. She did not like to feel safe while others were dying, but she would not leave Tanimura so vulnerable. "We will have our time soon enough," she muttered under her breath. Waiting on dry land, the soldiers sent up a cheer, hurling angry insults out to the enemy. General Zimmer shook his head in disbelief. "The Norokai are insane. Look at them. They do not value their own lives. They sacrifice 5 or 10 for every one that gets through." The Norokai plowed forward, despite the storm winds and crashing waves. 30 raider ships penetrated the blockade, leaving many more behind as they charged straight toward the docks. Nicci turned to the sisters. "Nathan and the others will do their best on the water. Now it is our turn to mop up the rest." "I'm glad to fight beside you again, Sister Nicci," said Eldine. "It is good that you came back to the Sisters of the Light." Nicci's eyes hardened. "I did not come back. I am not a Sister of the Dark, nor am I a member of your order. I serve Lord Rahl, and I serve myself." She flashed a glance at the gathered women. "But we are sisters in our own way, against a common enemy." As the handful of serpent ships careened toward the dock, Zimmer dispatched armed companies up and down the waterfront to meet them. Their boots created a staccato thunder as they ran along. Vengeful refugees from Renda Bay and Ephron joined the Daharan army to help fight, but the professional soldiers would bear the brunt of the first onslaught. Zimmer spurred his horse, and the soldiers yelled as they charged. Several raider vessels also approached the shores of flattened Halsband Island and the new connecting bridges to the main city. Sister Rhoda looked at where the palace of the prophets had once towered above the city and flashed a hungry smile. "Maybe Halsband Island will grow green again if we drench it with enough Norokai blood." Nicci smiled. "I like that kind of thinking, but these nearer ships will cause a problem first." A trio of battered raiders headed for a patch of open shore at the far end of the main piers. One hull bore burn scars from where lightning had scorched the wood. The dark sails showed gaping holes, but a few intact oars pushed the ships along on a drunkard's path until they ran aground on the stony shingle. Scarred raiders boiled off the decks and dropped onto land. 2 more serpent ships slammed into one of the empty docks, grinding against the pilings. Muscular slaves leaped over the rail and bounded toward the city, weapons drawn and ready for mayhem. Nicci and the Daharan soldiers were there to stop them. The Sisters of the Light lashed out with icy rain and sharp projectiles of hail, but the Norokai hunched down and charged ahead with their axes, spiked maces, chained balls. Opening their scarred mouths, they howled. One of the new Daharan soldiers was terrified. "They're monsters," Nicci said. "They bleed like humans, and they die like humans." To demonstrate what she meant, she summoned Wizard's fire in her palm. As raiders stormed toward her, their screams changed when Nicci's flaming ball exploded in the first man's chest and spurted out his back. The unstoppable fire roasted 3 other Norokai close behind him. She summoned a second sphere and hurled it higher, so that the fireball dropped down into the ranks behind. Though many died screaming, the Norokai did not halt their charge for an instant. Even as their comrades fell dead, waves of raiders stomped over the charred bodies and kept running. "Shields!" Zimmer shouted, and his soldiers held their shields edge to edge to form a solid barrier. They advanced slowly, swords extended to meet the enemy with a resounding slam of leather, wood, and metal. Nicci lobbed another fireball high over their heads, and it exploded on the nearest serpent ship, igniting the deck and mast and killing the last few Norokai trying to disembark. The disciplined Daharan soldiers held a firm line, but the Norokai were in a mindless battle rage. Many angry refugees broke ranks and ran into the fray, throwing themselves upon the wild raiders who had destroyed their homes and killed their loved ones. Town leader Thaddeus leaped in, swinging a boat hook. He bashed skulls and stabbed faces with the pointed spar. Renda Bay survivors followed his example with enough fury to stall the initial Norokai charge. Zimmer's men regrouped and moved forward. From the roofs of waterfront warehouses, Daharan archers fired volley after volley into the swarm of raiders. Soon the streets were piled high with Norokai bodies, and blood ran through the gutters. But the raiders kept coming. 10 more serpent ships crashed against the empty piers and disgorged 1,000 yelling warriors. Heedless of their own safety, raiders rammed into the lines of Daharan defenders, plowing past the shields and running to the warehouses, which they set on fire. As flames caught on the wooden walls, bales of fabric, and stored sacks of grain, thick smoke curled upward. The archers on the rooftops had to leap for their lives. With twin bolts of lightning, Nicci blasted several attackers into red mist and blackened meat. Every Norokai that ran onto shore seemed to expect death, and they meant to cause as much destruction as they could before they died. One warrior with a face like a misshapen potato stalked toward General Zimmer, who was engaged in mortal combat with another opponent. Seeing that he needed help, Nicci extended her gift, found the ugly raider's heart, and made it explode. The Norokai man dropped like a felled ox. 4 of his comrades looked at him, unable to understand what had happened. Nicci released her gift again, and stopped their hearts as well. Out in the water, the naval battle continued. At least 40 serpent ships had already been wrecked or sunk. As Nicci worked to create more Wizard's fire, a Norokai woman swung a spiked club at her head. Nicci ducked and plunged her dagger into the woman's heart. Even with the blade stuck in her chest, the woman still pressed the weight of her heavy body against Nicci. While Nicci was distracted, the Wizard's fire flickered in her hand, but she slapped the remnants into the woman's face, and her head burst into flame. Nicci shoved the weight aside and turned to face her next victim. Then, in the heat of the battle, the sound of the clamor changed. Nicci heard loud shouts from the outskirts of the city, a banging of drums, a howl of alarm. Scouts galloped along the hill roads and raced into Tanimura, shouting in panic. Though their voices were diminished by the distance and the chaos of the battle at the waterfront, Nicci recognized the scouts. Ice formed in her gut as she saw a long line of soldiers coming behind them at a fast march. They wore armor and carried standards that she had seen before, the mark of an emperor who had died 15 centuries earlier. Nearly 100,000 strong, the army of General Utros rolled over the hills toward Tanimura. Chapter 77. When King Grieve's ship collided with the chaser, the impact threw Bannon against a crate on the deck so hard his head rang. He smashed his elbow, but managed to keep his grip on the ornate sword. But he couldn't react in time to save Nathan from being thrown overboard. "No!" Bannon lunged, but the deck boards were slippery with spray and covered with a hard varnish of Kraken slime. He sprawled on his back, and rolled. Lila seized his wrist before he too fell overboard. "The wizard can take care of himself." Lila pushed his shoulder, turning him. "No time. Look." Bannon reeled backward as dozens of barbaric raiders leaped across the gap. The Norokai were a storm of bladed weapons, bulging muscles, and scarred faces. Their battle cries made them sound like hungry beasts. "Hold together!" Jared yelled. With a hard, out-of-place laugh, the Crockener captain wielded a long-handled hatchet, designed for lopping off tentacles. With a sideways sweep, he caught one of the overconfident Norokai by surprise, proving that the hatchet could slice off a human head as easily as it severed Kraken appendages. Bannon braced himself with his sword, while Lila stood at his side with her sword in one hand, a dagger in the other. Her hungry grin looked more intimidating than any of the Norokai did. King Grieve crashed onto the deck of the chaser. His heavy boots thudded on the boards, and he swept his war axe back and forth with one hand as if it were a toy. Recognizing Bannon, he laughed aloud. His snort sounded like a loud belch. "Walking meat." He strode forward. "Dead meat." The blade of the war axe was as broad as the king's head. The sharpened crescent edge gleamed like a silver smile. The ugly and uncouth Ada thumped beside Grieve, and Lila hissed at her own nemesis. The chaser's crew ran forward, armed with boat hooks and clubs. They were strong from hard work and brave from wrestling Kraken. The Tendaharan soldiers aboard the ship also threw themselves into the fray. Ignoring the other raiders on the deck, Bannon stepped up to face King Grieve with his fancy sword raised. "Of all these enemies, you're the one I want to kill the most." Grieve charged like an Ildakaran bull, and the studs of his boots dug into the layers of hardened slime. He swung his axe with both hands, putting all of his effort into the blow. The weapon would have shattered Bannon's chest, but he twisted his body out of the way, calling upon instinctive training. He dodged the axe and twirled like a dancer, dropped, bent, and came up again. Keeping his sword low, he struck hard and sideways. Grieve turned his thick torso so that the sharp steel clanged against the iron links of the chain around his waist, striking sparks rather than drawing blood. Attacking him from the opposite side, Lila sprang upon the king with her dagger and short sword, slashing with a blur of sharp edges. "We'll both kill him, boy." Then, like an avalanche, Ada slammed into her with crippling force, knocking her away from Grieve. Lila rolled on the deck and turned on her new foe, shifting focus without the slightest hesitation. While sprawled and scrambling to her feet, Lila swung at Ada's lower legs and stabbed her dagger point deep into the woman's meaty calf. Bellowing in pain, Ada smashed a hard fist down on Lila's head, but Lila sprang to her feet and crouched, coiled to fight. Grieve swung his war axe again with enough force to chop down a mast, and Bannon barely avoided evisceration. "Chalk talked with you. You twisted him. You tricked him. My Chalk!" He swung the axe again. This time Bannon met the blow with the sword. The steel was strong, but the vibration of impact shuddered all the way to the young man's shoulder. "Chalk was mad," Bannon taunted. "You should have let the razorfish eat him down to his bones the first time." As expected, the comment sent the king into a blind rage. Bursting with sorrow and hungry for revenge, Grieve snapped his mouth open so that his face looked like a yawning wet hole. "You will die for that." As he fought, Bannon felt a red haze rising around his vision. "A lot of people tried to kill me, and I am still here." He became stronger, faster, every movement fueled by instinct and adrenaline. The deafening sounds of hand-to-hand combat all around him became more distinct. Bannon hacked with the sword and carved a bright red furrow across Grieve's chest. The king didn't seem to realize he had been cut. He twirled the battle axe and chopped down again, driving Bannon backward. The young man parried with the sword, slashed low, and nicked Grieve's thigh, but the king continued pressing. In the harbor around them, the gifted defenders maintained the turbulence, swamping or crushing serpent ships, slamming wooden hulls against one another. Even with the blockade, dozens of the serpent ships had broken through and headed for the inner harbor, where they smashed into the docks and disgorged wild Norokai. They swarmed into the city, which had already started to burn. Bannon couldn't help them, though. He had enough trouble just trying to survive here. He would have to leave the rest of Tanimura to Nicci, Zimmer, and the others. As if trying to cut down an oak with a single blow, Greaves swung his huge axe again. Bannon lurched to the side and collided with Ada, just as she brought down her curved sword at Lila. If he hadn't dislodged her, she would have severed Lila's arm. With a snarl, the Norokai woman spun to lash out at him, but Bannon blocked her blade with his own and turned back just as King Grieve followed through with his axe. Using the moment of distraction, Lila threw herself upon Ada, hacking deep into the woman's right arm. The Norokai clacked her teeth together as blood spouted from mangled muscle, but she effortlessly switched her blade to the other hand and attacked Lila again. The air around them was filled with a mist of blood. Greaves struck at Bannon again and again, each blow powerful enough to cleave a man in two. The young man dodged and recovered his balance. He was not afraid of King Grieve, and he did not want to back away. He wanted to kill the awful man. He met each blow with Nathan's fine sword, striking back as hard as he could. By now, though, his muscles ached from the effort, and his bones rattled from the abuse. As the red haze crowded in and tunneled his vision, he breathed harder. His pulse accelerated, his muscles tightened, his throat went dry. Every fiber of muscle, every drop of blood, every bead of sweat, every strand of his long hair became consumed with defeating the Norokai king. Bannon never knew what caused his blood rage. Maybe it was some angry flaw he had inherited from his brutal father. When the mindless fury consumed him, he became a killing machine, with no thought or awareness other than his opponent. He couldn't remember every blow, or even every victim. As he hacked at King Grieve, and his vision blurred into that fugue of murderous energy, Bannon fought to hold on to himself and push back the haze. He wanted to remember this. He slashed hard and up, barely missing Grieve's throat. "Sweet Sea-Mother," Bannon said, grinding his teeth. "I'll slay you, and I will remember every instant of this fight." The king flung his shoulders back to avoid the sword tip, then lunged toward Bannon. Grieve's face turned ruddy. "You cannot kill me. I am the Serpent God." Bannon made a scoffing noise. "I've already seen the Serpent God killed." With a shout as loud and as violent as the king's, he collided with Grieve, swung, chopped, stabbed. The king defended himself, using the metal cuff around his wrist to deflect the blow, turning to let his sharkskin vest catch the glancing blade. Bannon did not relent. He thrust and swung and hacked at the big man's shoulder, chopping loose an implanted bone spike. Grieve yowled as blood sprayed from the gouge, but the pain triggered additional energy. "I am King Grieve. I am the Serpent God." Bannon dodged another vicious sweep of the war axe. "You'll all grieve." The explosive strength of his attack was unstoppable. The king drove Bannon backward, pressing him against a crate near the rail. Grieve raised his war axe over his head and brought it down with enough strength to split his victim from head to waist. Bannon evaded death by a hair's breadth, and the axe embedded itself deep into the wood. The blade wedged into the rail and stuck in the thick layers of adhesive slime. King Grieve grasped the handle, tugged, twisted, tried to break the axe loose. As King Grieve struggled to wrench his weapon free, Bannon seized the instant. Putting all the strength of his back and shoulders and arms behind his sword strike, he chopped down on King Grieve's neck. The sharp blade cut all the way through the king's spine. Grieve's head rolled off, held by just a scrap of skin. His jaw yawned open, and his tongue dangled out as blood spouted. Stretched by the weight, the thin ribbon of tissue snapped, and Grieves's head dropped over the side of the ship and into the churning water. Bannon collapsed to his knees and felt a sudden indrawn breath of silence. He seemed to hear Chalk's voice, the shaman calling out gibberish again and again. And now Bannon understood. The axe cleaves the wood. The sword cleaves the bone. A scream loud enough to shatter glass rolled out behind him. Ada looked as if her heart had just been torn beating from her chest. "My Grieve!" She thundered toward him with all the fury of a combat bear. Grieve's headless body collapsed to the deck. Some of the Crockener crew cheered, then threw themselves on the other Nurukai with redoubled force. Ada came at Bannon like a rabid dog, and he raised his sword to block her. Everything seemed to move slowly, and his weary muscles were cold sludge. When Ada was one step from him, her sword raised for the killing blow, Lila appeared behind her and thrust her blade directly through the other woman's back. She shoved hard with both hands, pushing the blade through Ada's heart, and the point sprang out like a sharpened sapling between her breasts. Dying, Ada flailed her arms, then let her curved sword fall with a clatter to the deck. She pawed at the steel point that had sprouted from her chest, slicing her palms. Though Ada was much heftier than her slender opponent, Lila held the big woman up with the sword. Dark blood flowed in puddles. Finally, Ada slid down along the cutting blade, and Lila let the body fall onto the deck. Chapter 78. A ripple of dismay passed through Zimmer's standing army as they wheeled about to face the horde of ancient soldiers that appeared on the outskirts of the city. Battle horns sounded, and a roar of voices rose like a thunderclap from Utros and his warriors. Zimmer rallied his fighters. "We are the Daharan army. We stand against all enemies." "We are more than that," Nicci said. "We also have thousands of refugees armed and hungry for vengeance. Now they have their chance." Meanwhile, the Nurukai raiders fought their way deeper into the streets of Tanimura, yowling like crazed beasts. They let out a resounding cheer upon seeing their allies arrive, which virtually assured their victory. They burned and ransacked whatever they touched. The two enemy armies closed in on the city, like flames fanned by a stiff breeze. Nearby, a Nurukai warrior tilted his head back and laughed at the sky, twirling a club in his hand. Annoyed, Nicci burned him to ash with wizard's fire, and his club clattered to the ground, still clutched by smoking fingers. Spurring his war horse, Zimmer led a charge through the chaotic Nurukai, trying to get closer to Nicci. She shoved with a wall of hardened air to clear the way for him. Sweat dripped down the general's face, and his right cheek was splattered with blood. He glanced at Utros's enormous army outside the city, his expression grim. "Now I see the wisdom in your insistence on keeping so many troops on land. I don't know if our entire army will be enough to stop General Utros from conquering the city." Out on the water, the Tanimoran navy had smashed and sunk many serpent ships, but along the waterfront, dozens of Nurukai vessels had plowed into the piers and disgorged more and more bloodthirsty barbarians. Meanwhile, Utros directed tens of thousands of ancient soldiers toward Tanimura from the opposite side, broken into several enormous divisions to engulf the city. Countless defenders and innocent citizens would be slaughtered in the coming hours. Nicci didn't underestimate the mayhem the Nurukai would cause, but Utros was a conqueror. She feared him more. "I need to mount a strong defense against the ancient marching army. I leave you to stop these raiders, General. Are you capable?" He let out a loud chuckle. "Am I capable? Lord Rahl would be ashamed of me if one of his generals couldn't stop a crowd of ugly raiders. We will show them how we fight for Dahara. Take the militia members with you and stop Utros." At Zimmer's signal, one of his adjutants blew a war horn to signal the vengeful militia members, most of whom had only a few days of training. With her gift, Nicci amplified her voice to reach all the way to the rear ranks of people from Renda Bay, from Ephron, from Larakan Shores, from other destroyed towns. "To the hills! We have to cut off General Utros and his army." Yet another serpent ship slammed into the piers, and Zimmer rallied his soldiers for a forward charge. Hundreds of blades flashed as the Daharan army ran to meet the Nurukai. He called over his shoulder, "Go, sorceress!" Thaddeus raised his borrowed sword and called on his people from Renda Bay, while the freed slave Rendell adjusted a leather helmet that sat askew on his head and shouted to his own squad. 100 armed refugees under his command ran along with him. Utros's army carried tattered pennants with Kurgan's ancient flame emblem, as well as new flags with an even larger symbolic fire. At the forefront of the enemy ranks, Nicci could identify the general by his distinctive horned helmet and a glint of gold from his mask. He seemed to regard the city below as if it were a fat calf to be slaughtered. His sorceress rode beside him, crackling with magic as she called a storm cloud above her. Separated into broad divisions to attack the city, tens of thousands marched across the forested hills. One division curled around to the northern end of Tanimura, while General Utros and Ruva directed the bulk of the army. The division nearest Nicci and her militia entered the dark expanse of the Hagen Woods, just above the flattened ruins of Hallsband Island. They plodded relentlessly forward, and once through the thick woods, they would trample the lowland and outlying residential areas to overwhelm the core of Tanimura. There was also the area Nicci knew best because of her time among the sisters. She shouted to her fighters as she led them in that direction. "To the woods! We will use the forest to our advantage." The Hagen Woods had long been a sinister place. The Sisters of the Dark had performed their bloody sacrifices and horrific initiation rituals here. The place was already soaked with blood, and now she would give the soil more. Thousands of eager militia members followed her. Rendell and Thaddeus seemed to be competing with each other, racing ahead to fight back. On their way, the fighters crossed the city district, nearest the bridges to Hallsband Island, where countless clothiers, food merchants, craftsmen, candlemakers, weavers, and stonecutters had once thrived by serving the palace of the prophets, along with taverns, gambling dens, and whorehouses that were patronized by the trainees of the sisters. After the destruction of the palace, though, the district had fallen on hard times, and many of the homes were abandoned. As her refugee fighters ran through the empty streets to intercept the army division, they passed a few families who huddled in their homes, mothers and fathers holding crude weapons, ready to fight if the war came to them. Nicci called back a warning. "We'll try to hold them off, but if the soldiers break through from Hagen Woods, then you must flee. You can't hope to stop them." The ancient army had already flooded into the thick forest on their way to the low town, but Nicci paused at the edge of the dark pines and tangled oaks. "These dense woods will work to our advantage. The enemy soldiers will have to break ranks as they move through the trees. We'll attack them and kill them. We cannot let them reach the city." Exuding confidence for the benefit of her ragtag fighters, Nicci marched into the woods, ready with her gift and with her dagger. The twisted branches and thick underbrush made running impossible, but her fighters worked their way closer to where they could hear the clamor of the approaching army. Disappointingly, General Utros was not with this division, but she knew she would have her moment to face him. She pulled in front of the others, intending to keep them safe. Not far ahead, she heard thousands of enemy soldiers crashing through the woods. She saw the first line of warriors shoving aside branches and underbrush, and they spotted her at the same time. Even though she wore a dark dress, her pale skin and blonde hair made her visible in the gloom of the Hagen Woods. But thousands of them came yelling through the forest, eager to wipe out the refugee militia. The ancient warriors were flesh and blood again, but they were gaunt, hollow-eyed, their cracked lips drawn back. Desperation clung to them like a tight garment. As 10 bloodthirsty men rushed to cut her down, Nicci extended her gift, found 2 large trees near the clump of soldiers. As she had done before, she heated the sap and flash-boiled the moisture inside the thick trunks. The liquid expanded, exploded, and the shattered trees hurled sharp wooden stakes in all directions. Just in time, she raised a shield to protect her own fighters, but the flying splinters killed dozens of the enemy in an instant. The shattered tree collapsed and toppled onto even more ancient soldiers. Nicci detonated another towering oak, which wiped out another group of opponents, while additional ranks of the enemy division collided with her militia. Minimally trained, but full of angry energy, the refugee fighters engaged in battle under the dark branches. Nicci flung out walls of air, like battering rams, to flatten lines of armored warriors. She burst the hearts of some, when she could focus her pinpoint concentration. She struck out with wizard's fire, and when all else failed, she used her dagger to cut throats and stab hearts. The ancient soldiers kept coming, plowing into the woods and driving back the outnumbered militia. The enemy sacrificed themselves without even counting their losses. General Utros had given them orders to push forward and sweep into the city, and they would not be deterred. Overwhelmed, Nicci's refugees began to falter. Rendell had a deep gash in his arm, and his leather helmet had been knocked off. Thaddeus pulled him to safety as 2 attackers closed in on him. Even Nicci couldn't stop them all, and she felt the tide turning. Hold the line! We can't let them get through to Tanimura. She lashed out with every trick she could think of, but her gift wasn't infinite. The militia began to stumble back. But as her fighters faltered and retreated, a tan panther bounded in and mauled one of the ancient soldiers. Mura flattened the man and tore out his throat. With a roar, the big cat turned her bloody muzzle toward Nicci and thrashed her tail. Nicci felt a surge of delight. My sister panther! More big cats dashed through the thick trees, dozens of them hidden by the forest shadows. As they struck, the ancient soldiers recoiled in primal fear, evoked by the feline predators. Mura's new pride of cats was not large enough to thwart that many soldiers, but the terrified reaction was effective enough to make them waver for a moment. Mura bounded close enough to brush against Nicci, and then she sprang away to attack more victims. Nicci held her ground. Parts of the Hagen woods were burning after her wizard's fire, and many trees had fallen, shattered from within. The militia stiffened their resistance and fought harder. Then more forms flowed through the thick forest, like human shadows, a large fighting force of figures cloaked in gray. They attacked the ancient army from its flank, causing a sudden uproar as Utros's soldiers found themselves fighting on two fronts. The gray-robed people fell upon the enemy division, using antique swords to hack leather and chainmail, severing arms and heads, thrusting through ribs. The unexpected support gave Nicci's militia another surge of enthusiasm, and they pressed back, regaining the ground they had lost. Nicci recognized the unexpected reinforcements, the hidden people. As they fought in a shadowy blur, she saw a young woman with thin hair tied in a ponytail. Her gray hood had fallen back. Asha, how did you get here? We came to fight for you, Nicci. The girl slashed with her sword, catching an enemy soldier in the back. You freed us from the Jis, and now it is only fair that we help you. Nicci was amazed. When the Sliff had whisked her away from Orogang, General Utros's expeditionary force had filled the square, an overwhelming army. She had thought sure the hidden people would be massacred. How did you escape from the soldiers in Orogang? Asha laughed. Escape? We killed them all. We have far more people than you guessed. And we knew where you were going, since you showed us Tanimura on the relief map in the speaking chamber. We knew all the mountain passes, the rivers, and the cities, and we decided we had to come here. We followed your sand panther. Nicci felt an optimism that would have made even Bannon proud. Good. Now we can eradicate this division. They fought with redoubled fury and decimated the invaders. Nicci was sad to see how many brave refugees also died in the forest, but over the next few hours they succeeded in wiping out the entire division. Nicci stood exhausted, her black dress stained and tattered from her countless slashes. The forest was a blood-soaked bog, and dead bodies lay piled several deep. Her surviving militia members rallied around her, proud that they had managed to hold the Hagen woods, but an even larger battle was still taking place in the main city. Suddenly, the branches in the nearby trees whipped about, leaves crackled, and a shimmering feminine form appeared in the air, the green haloed outline of Ava. She looked outraged. Utros will send you to the Keeper. Nicci summoned the remnants of her gift to tear at the wavering spirit. I killed you once already. The spirit coalesced from the onslaught and swooped among Nicci's militia, causing fear, but little harm. Our army is many times stronger. Our forces will crush you all, Nicci said smugly, and yet you will still be dead. Screaming with frustration, Ava rattled the trees again. Nicci shoved with her gift, and the spirit swirled away. I will tell General Utros where you are. He wants to be the one to kill you. After Ava vanished, Nicci looked into the empty air. Her defenders muttered in fear, but she scoffed. Let him try. Chapter 79. The ships of the Saramundi Navy sailed north, following the Norokai fleet. The Serpent ships raced along toward Tanimura, completely unaware of the armored vessels in pursuit. Olgaia had summoned just enough mist to create a veil that hid them from the Norokai lookouts. Harbor Lord Otto rode at the front of the Mist Maiden, wrapping his hands around the rail. Captain Ganley stood beside him, shading his eyes. Are you tense or eager? They are ahead of us, and I don't want to miss the battle, Otto said. I'm glad we saved Saramundi from destruction, but we're still part of this war. Imagine how much harm a whole Norokai fleet will inflict on Tanimura. A small raiding party nearly wrecked Saramundi Harbor. Chuckling, Ganley stroked his beard. But this time we know how to fight back, and when we come at them unexpectedly, it will be like a knife in their backs. It is what they deserve. Otto looked down to the water where the prow cut the waves into white foam. He was startled to see sleek figures swimming beside the Mist Maiden. At first he thought they were dolphins, but he recoiled when he recognized the human forms, the scaly skin, jagged fins. Selka! Those are Selka swimming beside our ship. Ganley watched hundreds of the sleek forms streak toward Tanimura, like escorts for a Saramundi navy. I don't think we need to worry about them. The Selka and the Norokai are mortal enemies. Ours is not the flesh they wish to devour. We will feed them plenty after today's battle, Otto said. All of the Saramundi vessels had been armored with metal plating, at Nicci's insistence, and now their crews were trained with swords, spears, and boat hooks. Dozens of expert archers were aboard each ship, ready with baskets of pitch-wrapped fire arrows. Ogaya joined them at the bow, her hair undone from her usual braid, the strands uneven. She had used her gift to summon wind, pushing the metal-clad ships at greater speed and closing the distance to the Norokai. Now that they approached, she stretched out her fingers and relaxed, undoing the mist spell that had created a blurring veil around their ships. The fog dissipated, revealing them. But the Norokai were looking forward, expecting nothing from the open sea behind them. Ahead, Otto could see Tanimura with its great harbor, 10 times the size of Saramundi's. The tremendous battle had already begun, and he heard the shouts and screams, the clang of metal, the hulls splintering as ships collided with the harbor blockade. The Norokai rode furiously, slamming into the line of defensive ships. Nathan is here, Ogaya said, nodding to herself, as well as Oren and Perry. They are putting up a strong gifted defense. Otto could see many wrecked serpent ships, sinking after being battered by a succession of huge waves. They've done good work already. And we'll do more. Ogaya spread her arms wide and brought them together with a resounding clap. With the release of her gift, she sent a shockwave through the water, creating a line that was at first a ripple, building higher and higher into a great rolling wave that hurtled toward the rear of the attacking serpent ships. Our first blow will get their attention. In the smooth wake behind Ogaya's wave, the harbor lord saw streaking scaled figures, hundreds of the muscular Selka, as they raced forward to join the attack. The rolling wave crashed into the rear line of the serpent ships. On their decks, the Norokai fighters whirled and screamed outrage at the surprise attack. Then the Selka surged up the hulls. Otto laughed, and Captain Ganley shouted for his archers. Within moments, a blizzard of flaming arrows arced through the sky and pelted the wood and sails of the raider ships. But that was only the beginning. Closing in like the jaws of a trap, the Saramundi ships joined the battle. Nathan fought to keep his head above the blood-churned water. Greaves' damaged ship creaked against the weathered Crockener, scraping the new armor plates with a flurry of sparks. When the waves buffeted him, he was nearly crushed between the two hulls, but he used his gift to shove the ships apart, and just barely save his life. He sprayed water between his lips. That would have been an embarrassing end for a great wizard. On the chaser's deck above, he could hear the fighting, the clash of metal and battering clubs. A dying Norokai splashed into the water beside him, clawing at the gaping wound in his chest. Nathan's boots and soaked cape weighed him down, but he kept himself afloat in the rough waves and worked his way along the side of the chaser. He yelled up, "Someone throw me a rope! I can help if I get up there." Since they were fighting for their lives, though, no one paid attention to the man in the water. Nathan knew Bannon and Lila were skilled fighters, but the Norokai were nearly inhuman. Frustrated, he dug in with his nails, trying to climb the wet and slimy hull boards. His boot found purchase on a clump of old barnacles, and he pulled himself higher, reaching up until he caught the frame of a porthole above the waterline. He grasped the lip of the wood with his fingertips and used it for purchase, straining to climb just a little higher until he was out of the water, dripping like a waterlogged dog. Partway up the hull, he found himself stuck. He couldn't reach the rail, still 2 feet above his extended arm. He clawed for a higher grip, struggling to keep his footing, but the leather soles of his boots were smooth, and they slipped on the boards. He tried to hold on to the porthole frame, but found himself falling backward. Instinctively, he used the gift to create a wall of wind. Under normal circumstances, he would have used the push of air against an enemy, but now he used the same magic to form a cushion beneath him. With a hard shove, he used the burst of air to throw his body higher until he tumbled over the rail. He sprawled across the deck, which was slippery with blood and old slime. He rolled to his feet, ready to fight. Bannon and Lila faced him, panting hard to catch their breath, both covered in blood. The headless corpse of King Grieve lay on the deck, with an ape-like Norokai woman sprawled next to him. Captain Jarrett and his men quickly cornered the few remaining Norokai aboard the chaser. Feeling left out, Nathan called a carefully directed bolt of lightning to blast the last raider standing. Bedraggled and drenched, Nathan stepped up to Bannon and clasped his shoulder. "Are you all right, my boy?" The young swordsman stared at the headless body of the Norokai king, and a smile slowly dawned on his face. "Yes, I'm just fine." When Nathan shook his head, clumps of white hair flopped from side to side. With a sniff, he summoned his gift, evaporated the water, and refreshed his clothes. "If we are going to have even a small victory, then my appearance should appropriately reflect it." Bannon looked at the blood on his sword. Grieve's blood. "Thank you again for this fine blade, Nathan. I would have killed as many with sturdy, but your sword was perfectly acceptable. Glad you enjoyed it, my boy. But this little tussle is just a tiny ripple in the overall battle for Tanimura." He looked toward the shore. "We have much more to do." The momentum of the Norokai Navy had been broken, but many Serpent ships had slipped past the blockade and pressed to shore, where the raiders were now ransacking the waterfront district. Fires rose from the city. Then Nathan stared in disbelief as General Utros's army appeared in the hills above Tanimura. "Dear spirits, we—" Before he could get the words out, Nathan felt a black surge inside, a pain that echoed through his chest and entire body. The remnants of Ivan seized his heart, and Nathan dropped to his knees on the deck, gasping, unable to scream. His heart fought to keep beating. Thump-thump, thump-thump. He had struggled to keep control of his new heart ever since Fleshmancer Andre had finished his work. But all of Nathan's good deeds had not cleansed the corruption of that evil, violent man. He grimaced, curled back his lips. "No, you are dead. You cannot have your heart." Thump-thump, thump-thump. Sparkles of pain drifted like black snowflakes inside his eyes. He clawed at his chest, but Ivan's heart twisted, as if turning itself inside out to punish Nathan. "You are not there," he wheezed through clenched teeth. "You're not real." Lila and Bannon both grabbed his shoulders. "Nathan, what is it? How can we help?" He struggled against the spirit of Ivan. Thump-thump, thump-thump, thump. Nothing. Nathan's eyes went wide as he felt his heart stop. He couldn't breathe, and he fell forward onto the deck. He could sense nothing, only a void surrounding him like a cocoon. He twitched, trying to reassert control over his body, over his heart. Bannon and Lila were shaking him, and the Crockener crew was shouting. He screamed silently inside his head as darkness suffocated him. Flickers of green mist gathered around him, and he heard a tempting call, a whisper, then a demand. "You are dead. You are mine." Was it the Keeper? Or Ivan? "I am not," he thought, but his lips could not form words. His anger increased. The last vestiges of his gift tightened around him, and Nathan used every scrap of energy and determination he had. "You cannot have your heart back." With a surge of his gift, he pushed his heart, made it beat, tore the black presence to tatters. Ivan retreated into his bloodstream, but still lurked inside him. The greenish veil faded from his vision. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. He heaved a great gasp of air. Bannon pulled him upright, pounded his back. "Nathan, are you all right?" "I'm alive. I just had a disagreement with a visitor inside me." He dragged himself to his feet, but wobbled. "I am all right." He brushed aside their concerns and turned to watch the enormous army of General Utros encroach on the outskirts of Tanimura. He knew he needed to be there, to stay alive so he could help Nicci and the others with the grand fight. At the waterfront, many buildings were on fire, and he could see the furious clash as General Zimmer and the Daharan army tried to hold the harbor district from the rampaging Norokai. But the enormous army of General Utros was a far larger threat. Out in the water, there were at least 40 Serpent ships still intact. Nathan climbed to the Kruckener's raised deck next to a disheveled Captain Jared, and they both gazed past the naval battle to the open sea beyond the harbor, where an unexpected group of warships was closing from behind. Nathan let out a cheer. Covered with blood, Bannon shaded his eyes. "Look, we have reinforcements." Lila gave a nod of appreciation. "The Navy from Saramundi, of course. They followed, fully armed. They have come to join the fight." An outcry of dismay rose from the remaining Serpent ships, as the crews realized they would be crushed between two groups of attackers. Nathan smiled. "That should take care of King Greaves' navy." "Do not count a victory just yet." Lila turned to look at the city, where the breathtaking forces of General Utros were closing in. "We still have to defeat that army, too." Nathan realized their skills would be more vital for the battle inside the main city. He shook his head. "No, I do not believe we can count on a victory anytime soon. Captain Jared, we need you to take us to shore. Post haste." Chapter 80. The smell of blood, sweat, and dust combined into a powerful, and for Zimmer, all too familiar odor. Though sickening, the smell also fired the blood in his veins. It served as the fuel that kept him fighting. Tanimura's waterfront warehouses burned behind him, and the blaze had already spread to another block of large buildings. Bitter smoke mixed with the reek of burning goods from the dockside market. As Zimmer squeezed his thighs to control his horse amid the mayhem, he could not count all the fallen Daharan soldiers in the streets. A few more Serpent ships ground up to the docks and released a new horde of wild barbarians. But Zimmer called the Daharan army to shift their offensive. As a well-trained tactical commander, he knew that the ancient army of General Utros was a far greater threat than these chaotic Norokai. He directed his charge instead to meet the first lines of the invading ancient army. He raised his sword and yelled from the saddle, "All cavalry! Bear the brunt of the enemy advance! Break their momentum! After that, archers, foot soldiers, it will be your turn!" The horse hooves clattered on the paved streets as they rushed toward the first division of the Utros army. One large force curved along the hills toward the Hagen Woods and the lower city, and Nicci and her enthusiastic militia fighters had gone to cut off the advance there. Another segment of the army, 10,000 or more under the banner of the veteran First Commander Enoch, marched directly toward the heart of the city. Utros's strategy was clear. They would overwhelm and hold the center of Tanimura, then spread conquering forces throughout the districts, while the Norokai continued to ravage the harbor and the waterfront. Thorn and Lysa sprinted just behind Zimmer. Even on foot, the two Morazeth easily kept up with the cavalry riders. Thorn wasn't even breathing hard as she called out, "Today is a day for much killing, General." Lysa chuckled. "I am glad we do not have to hide in the bushes anymore. I much prefer a full fight." Gripping the hilt of his sword as he rode, Zimmer nodded to the two women. "You are welcome to cause as much mayhem as you like." On the other side of the city, General Linden had marched his large portion of the Daharan army to meet another division of the ancient army. He remembered a dictum he had pounded into his soldiers when they faced impossible odds. Every war is a succession of battles. Each battle is won after many fights, hand to hand, sword to sword, life to life. The Daharan cavalry did not slow their charge as they careened into the ancient army. The enemy soldiers fought with an odd mixture of precision and abandon, and Zimmer recognized that something was not right about them. They seemed gaunter than the enemy he had fought at Cliffwall, more spent. His foot soldiers and archers jogged behind the cavalry, maintaining the general shape of their ranks. Just ahead, Zimmer could see First Commander Enoch, a tall, hardened veteran, whose scarred face held the burden of countless battles. From his dappled mount, Enoch's icy eyes locked on Zimmer's, and knew his true foe. Although Zimmer was young for his rank, he carried the weight of many battles as well. As if their minds were connected, both commanders yelled a challenge at the same time, and the two men crashed together. Zimmer's horse reared up, giving him height as he hacked down with his sword. His blade struck against the veteran's chainmail, but Enoch parried, clashed his sword against his opponent's. The older man surprised Zimmer by releasing the reins and grabbing a dagger in his other hand. He caught Zimmer in the side, cut into his leather armor, but only enough to scratch his ribs. The screams, the impact of steel, and the terrified snorts of horses and the pounding of hooves swirled around him like a tangible thing. Zimmer's horse skittered sideways, and Enoch pressed in, his face filled with pinpoint concentration for the battle at hand. Zimmer wheeled his mount and used the saddle as a fulcrum for his attack. The two horses were like equine battering rams. The line of Daharan archers arrived behind the cavalry, knocking their arrows and launching a fusillade of projectiles over the heads of the front lines to shower down upon the ranks behind Enoch. Hundreds of enemy soldiers dropped, and the archers let fly as fast as they could knock and draw. Daharan foot soldiers came behind the archers, hacking at any encroaching enemy warriors to protect the bowmen. Oliver and Peretta each carried a large hunting knife, which was easier to wield than a sword. Never straying far from her two friends, Amber did her own fighting. The gifted young novices were not strong enough to unleash sweeping devastation like Nicci or Nathan, but they were clever and effective with their strikes. Together, they used their gift to work small, effective spells. With flickers of fire, they heated the hilts of the enemy's swords, which made the yelping soldiers drop them in pain. Peretta called out to her friends, "Intense fire is difficult to make, but we can use bright light instead. That's easy. Blind them." Oliver grinned. Yes, the flash spell. He twisted his fingers and muttered the words he needed for focus. A burst of light blossomed directly before the eyes of an attacking soldier, like an erupting star. The man slapped a hand to his eyes and stumbled into another soldier. Unable to see, he swung instinctively and stabbed his own comrade. Triumphant, Oliver, Peretta, and Amber repeated their flash spell in the faces of other warriors. Arabella and Mab, the only two sisters of the light still with Zimmer's troops, were more formidable opponents. They rode on each flank of the main cavalry and hurled buffeting winds strong enough to stagger the enemy ranks. "By the Creator, we have our work cut out for us," Mab said. A glowing female form swooped in over the advancing army, the pale shade of Utros's dead sorceress. Shrieking with mad laughter, Ava's spirit joined First Commander Enoch. Though intangible, Ava could still use the remnants of her gift to send disruptive waves through the Daharan soldiers and spook their horses. Ava swooped directly through the mounts, terrifying them, and the panicked horses pawed at the air, wheeling sideways and colliding into one another. Ava's features transformed into the face of a gaunt demon, with a wide fang-filled mouth, her eyes sunken into dark hollows. The Daharan soldiers slashed the air, their swords cutting harmlessly through her wispy form. First Commander Enoch kicked his horse in the ribs and charged forward. Zimmer brought up his sword to parry the blow, but Enoch struck with all the might of his battle-hardened muscles. Suddenly, a bright flash, like a solar flare, burst in front of Enoch's face, blinding him. He grabbed at his eyes, too late to shield them from the dazzling burst. Oliver, Peretta, and Amber cheered, then turned their unique attack upon other enemy soldiers. Zimmer's horse slammed into his opponents, hurling the old veteran from his saddle. Enoch landed and rolled before stumbling back to his feet, unable to see but sweeping his sword from side to side. Knowing that First Commander Enoch was his main foe, Zimmer swung out of his saddle and dropped to the ground. Enoch stabbed at the air as he struggled to see. Nearby, Thorn and Lysa fought with wild abandon, grinning wolfishly with a weapon in each hand. Splatters of blood flecked their skin. The scant black garments provided little protection, but neither Morazeth needed it. They hacked from victim to victim, moving on to the next target even before the last one fell to the ground. 14, Thorn cried as she stabbed another man through the ribs. 16 for me, Lysa said. You better catch up, sister. We will take stock when the day is done. A giant-statured warrior loomed in front of Lysa. Each of his biceps was larger than her head as he lifted a two-handed sword. But Lysa slashed him across the stomach, then slid her blade through the gap in his thigh armor and into his groin. She dodged out of the way as the giant bleated like a sheep in the slaughter pen and crashed to the ground. Ava's spirit swooped in to terrorize Thorn and Lysa, but when the intangible spirit tried to pass through their bodies with a disruptive tingle, the protective runes blocked her, and she ricocheted off of them. Flustered, the dead sorceress whirled off to attack someone else. As his horse galloped away, Zimmer regained his balance on the ground. For the moment, he would face First Commander Enoch on foot. He shouted, "My name is General Zimmer, and I command the Daharan army. I want you to know the name of the man who will defeat you." The veteran was still blinking the dazzling colors from his eyes, but he sensed Zimmer close to him. He raised his sword and struck out, poking the air and yelling, "You haven't defeated me yet." Enoch drove forward in a flurry, chasing the other man's voice. Each time his sword struck Zimmer's, his aim grew better. "You have seen our army, Zimmer. Why bother fighting? Surrender, and join the conquerors. Your bodies don't have to litter this entire city." "The Keeper will take me when he wishes," Zimmer said. He was impressed at how well the man fought. They clashed again. Enoch squinted, blinking furiously as his vision began to return. Two riderless horses charged by, nearly trampling them, and Zimmer jumped out of the way. With foam flying from the bits in their mouths, the frightened horses ran away. Zimmer spun to defend himself as Ava's shimmering spirit rose in front of him, laughing. She swooped toward him like a vulture, harrying him, and he instinctively tried to block her with his sword. The green glow intensified with her anger. As her intangible form engulfed him, he felt her dark, twisted power oozing inside his body, like an appalling violation, a filthy finger probing into his heart. Ava's spirit had spied for General Utros, exposed the hidden Cliffwall archive. Because of her, Utros had attacked Cliffwall, which brought about the destruction of the archive and the death of Prelate Verna. This spirit had caused so much misery, so much death. As Ava swirled around him, flickering, Zimmer hacked in the air with his sword. Her mocking laughter taunted him, and he tried to stab her, even though he knew he could never kill a spirit. The green glow flared brighter. With all his strength, he thrust his sword through the dead sorceress's chest, but the killing thrust passed through her as if she were no more than smoke. Instead, he felt the hard impact of something solid crunch against the blade. He thrust harder, shoving the point all the way through leather and chainmail, and then a solid chest. Shrieking, Ava swirled away to reveal to Zimmer that he had skewered First Commander Enoch through the heart. The old veteran had lurched up to him, hidden by the dead sorceress's flickering form. Impaled on the sword, Enoch coughed blood. His sword slipped out of his limp fingers and dropped with a clang to the ground. He touched the steel, blinking in wonder. "This is death. At last." His body fell as gravity pulled him off of Zimmer's sword. "There you are, Camille. My love." Ava flickered away, furious. Enoch dropped onto his side with blood bubbling from the wound in his chest. The veteran stretched out a gauntlet, reaching for something that only he could see. Though the furious battle continued around him, Zimmer stared. Time seemed to stop, and he gave his enemy a chance to die. Enoch gasped. "Alex and Aaron, my sons." He smiled. "You no longer have to beg for me. The Keeper can have what he wants." He slumped back and died. Zimmer's vision was uncertain, but he thought he saw faint forms rising from the ground, arms outstretched and pulling another dim outline down with them. But even with the first commander dead, the invading army came forward, unstoppable. Chapter 81. Even with as much harm as they had done to the Norokai fleet and the army of General Utros, Nicci could see that Tanimura was about to fall. She had not seen a battle so overwhelming since the armies of Emperor Jagang besieged the People's Palace. The surviving members of her militia withdrew from the Hagen Woods, leaving a bloodbath behind them. But as they crossed into the city, they encountered waves of constant fighting. Utros's main force pushed toward the center of Tanimura, while other contingents spilled into every street, where they ransacked buildings and battled their way through makeshift barricades the defenders had erected. The fighting took place in houses, alleys, rooftops, and streets, and the city's outnumbered defenders used that to their advantage. In an open public square ahead, Nicci spotted the banners of General Linden and his Daharan soldiers, and they were fighting in what looked like a last stand. She led her militia there to join them in the fight. She could see they needed her. The hidden people accompanied her, racing along in their gray robes. Many had fallen in the Hagen Woods, but they did not count their dead. Breathing hard, young Asha had a knife-edged smile. "We traveled across the continent for you, Nicci. We will fight for you now." The rest of the hidden people were just as determined, carrying swords from the weapons stockpile they had stewarded in Oregon. For more than 1,000 years, they had waited for General Utros to return, but their hero had cruelly turned against them. Now the deadly people, and the pride of ferocious sand panthers, might shift the balance here and save Linden and his troops. Fighting their way through city streets, Nicci's followers slew hundreds more as they drove like a wedge through the invaders, cutting off an entire group and killing them down to the last man. Ahead, Linden's regiments had taken up a defensive position in a square enclosed by high buildings. His Daharan soldiers stood several ranks deep, with an outer line of shields as a barricade. Archers in the rear launched volleys of arrows into the enemy army, but the invaders crashed into them like waves against a rocky shore. Linden shouted ever more desperate commands, and a standard-bearer beside him raised a flag, showing the colors of Dahara and the stylized letter R for the House of Ral. The defensive line held firm until an unexpected part of the flank began to crumble. Under the constant barrage, the shield line buckled, and dozens of enemy warriors raged through, as if it were a hemorrhaging wound. They ran past the shield line, which then closed behind them, and reformed, stronger than before. Nicci smiled at the clever trick. 30 enemy warriors, now trapped inside the line, were all cut down one by one. Amid the great ground battle, unexpected lightning drew a zigzag line in the air, and the energy struck an ancient sub-commander and his adjutant at the front of the enemy charge. The blast shattered the victims into smoking pieces. Looking for the source of the surprising attack, Nicci was amazed to see a wizard with long white hair dressed in a fine cape and vest. "Nathan!" He couldn't hear her over the sounds of battle, but when she extended her fingers to the sky and brought them down, Nicci drew her own lightning bolt to incinerate 3 more soldiers next to the ones he himself had killed. That got the wizard's attention. Nathan waved, and beside him, Bannon and the Morizeth Lila also shouted, glad to see her. Using a battering ram of wind to clear the way, Nicci led her surviving militia members to reinforce Linden's troops, disrupting the ancient army and causing a panic. The prowling sand panthers tore at the enemy soldiers, but Mura herself was reluctant to leave Nicci's side, now that they were reunited at last. Nicci fought her way close to General Linden and his beleaguered troops. She unleashed another bolt of branched lightning, which strafed the front lines of enemy fighters, and still more of them flooded into the city. Already exhausted, Nicci dug deep into her reserves of energy. Knowing the stakes, she resorted to a darker form of destruction, pulling upon dangerous subtractive magic. She called upon that side of the gift only when it was absolutely necessary, for those were skills she had learned when she was a Sister of the Dark. Now she served the Daharan Empire, and she served Richard. Her heart was strong enough to handle it. She opened herself, stretched out her gift in both positive and negative directions, to draw another bolt of lightning, but this time she joined it with an infinitely dark crack in the sky, like a mirror image entangled with the white bolt. The zigzagging blast killed more than 100 in a single strike. The fury of her lightning stunned the front ranks of the enemy division, driving back their charge and giving Nicci's militia the window they needed to surge forward and reinforce Lyndon's troops. "Thank you, sorceress." Lyndon looked ready to drop from exhaustion and blood loss. His shield was splintered, and his leather armor and chainmail were ragged from many blows. Nathan strode up to her, grinning. "Dear spirits, I'm glad to see you. I know you rarely use subtractive magic, but that was sorely needed." He watched the hidden people join the defensive line and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I see you found some friends." Bannon's ginger hair was matted with blood and sweat, but his hazel eyes shone. "Now we can all fight together. The Neurokai are mostly defeated, and Captain Jared took us to the docks so we could help here in the city." Barely able to contain his own news, he blurted out, "At least King Grieve is dead." That got Nicci's attention. "How did he die?" "Badly, I hope. The boy killed him," Lila answered, with clear pride. "Cut off his head." Nicci rewarded the young swordsman with a gratified nod. "Well deserved." "We broke the backbone of the Neurokai fleet out there on the water, and the Saramundi Navy arrived just in time to attack them from behind." Nathan looked beyond the square to the sweeping harbor, where innumerable serpent ships were sunk or burning in the water. But the Neurokai did not go quietly. The fighting continued to rage on the water, and many of the landed raiders still pillaged the streets. Worse, though, General Utros's army continued to ransack Tanimura, and several divisions were closing in from all sides. From the defended square, Nicci could see Utros in his distinctive horned helmet, surveying the attack from high ground. The general sat on his black stallion, directing his troops with the painted sorceress at his side. Given time, his army could simply trample Tanimura to dust, leaving only a flat expanse of rubble, just like Houseband Island. Smoke rolled into the sky from the burning buildings, and the air resounded with battle. Screaming seagulls wheeled overhead, anxious for the feast they would have with all the dead bodies piled in the streets. Nathan looked ashen as he caught his breath. "I have used so much of my magic already today that I'm afraid I have little left." He regarded her with relief. "At least you can still draw on subtractive magic, which is something the rest of us cannot do." "If that is what's necessary," Nicci answered with a frown. "We promised Richard we would protect Dahara, and he knows my abilities. I'll do anything to stop Utros from marching north into the New World. Richard has his own problems there. He left this to me. She had to stop the enemy here and now, because she loved Richard too much. She longed to see him one last time, though she had long ago accepted that she would never have his love in return. Nevertheless, his respect, his friendship, his complete confidence gave Nicci strength she didn't know she had. He believed in her, and he said he'd given her everything she needed. Richard would never abandon her. She thought of the small bone box and the glowing constructed spell. Despite her best efforts, she had been unable to decipher what Richard meant. Life to the living, death to the dead. What did that mean? And how could she use it? So many brave fighters were already dead, and Utros's ancient army kept coming. The great military force should have been dead many centuries ago, but the petrification spell from the wizards of Ildikar had thwarted the Keeper. Every single fighter wearing the flame symbol should have gone to the underworld long, long ago. Death to the dead. With a sudden idea, she snatched out the bone box from her pocket and held it in her blood-stained palm. When the blood touched the bone, the energy of spilled life affected the delicate container and the scratched symbols. The markings intensified, glowed. Life to the living, death to the dead. Thoughts clicked together in her mind, and she suddenly understood what was necessary. The missing piece she had forgotten. The answer had been there, but she hadn't looked for it in the right way. She hadn't thought the way Richard would think. When trying to analyze the glowing, rotating sphere, she had performed a test she knew well, An obvious test. But while she had used subtractive magic to ignite a verification web, she had not used it on the constructed spell itself. It was a form of constructed spell that contained a bit of original magic from the design of the Wizard's Keep, from a time when wizards also possessed subtractive magic. Such a defensive spell from the Keep, she realized, had to contain subtractive elements. Richard would have known that. Why hadn't she seen it right away? No wonder Nathan, the Cliffwall Scholars, and the Sisters of the Light had not been able to help her. Her pulse raced faster as the answers came to her in the din of the surrounding battle. Without subtractive magic, the spell would be sterile. That was why Nicci could not find anything meaningful when she had initially tried to decipher the contents by touching the tiny sphere with her power. It would not be meaningful without the direct injection of the subtractive element. That was the missing piece. Now she knew what to do, and it was indeed everything she needed, just as Richard said. Nicci snapped shut the bone box again, covering the glowing spell. A hard smile crossed her face. She saw General Utros on higher ground outside the city, but he was far away, with an entire army between himself and Nicci. She had to get closer. "I need to get a message to Utros," she said. "An ultimatum." Hidden people slipped in among the attacking soldiers, killing many and then darting away. They were used to moving in the shadows. They crowded in among General Linden's armed warriors, and Nicci called to get their attention. "Asha, I need you. I have a task for the hidden people, and the war may depend on it." Asha killed another enemy soldier and withdrew, still holding her bloody knife. 5 more hidden people heard the call and fell back to present themselves. "We are ready to do whatever you need, Nicci." She leaned closer to the few eager volunteers. "No matter what it takes, I need you to get a message to General Utros. Go around the army or go through them. Hide, dodge, but get to him by any means necessary." She pointed to the distant figure high above the storm of battle. "Tell the general that I demand to speak to him. Have him meet me on Hallsband Island." She paused, and then added with a hard smile, "Tell him it is Nicci, the one who killed his sorceress Ava. He will come." Nathan's eyes went wide. "Dear spirits, do you know what you're doing?" She felt the bone box in her pocket. "I'm absolutely certain. Richard told me this is all I need. General Utros has to come face me." Young Asha nodded and looked to her fellow hidden people. "We will go for you, Nicci. At least one of us will deliver the message, at all costs." They flitted away through the streets, where their shadowy cloaks made them invisible in the raging battle. As the fight continued, and the ancient soldiers swept through the streets of Tanimura, Oliver struggled not to feel dismay. For every soldier that fell, 10 more swept in behind him. It was like trying to empty the sea with a bucket. Fearless, Peretta stood holding up her hands and curling her fingers to summon bright flashes of light she could throw into the faces of the enemy. The ancient soldiers saw what she was doing, though, and that made Peretta a target. Oliver watched an archer draw an arrow and aim toward her, pulling back the string. "Peretta!" Oliver screamed. But she couldn't move in time as the archer let fly. Instead, he remembered the training and pushed a gust of wind, creating a burst of air that deflected the arrow's trajectory just enough so that it barely scratched the young woman's shoulder as it streaked past. Peretta ducked, wincing at the fresh wound, then grinning at him. "Thank you, Oliver." In retaliation, she blinded the archer with a flash of lightning, and Oliver summoned a small burst of heat that snapped the bowstring. Released, the bow sprang back, smacking the soldier in the head. Amber joined them. "We have to find a better way to fight. These spells, one at a time, can't defeat such a huge army." "We're fighting as best we can," Peretta said. Amber's face was flushed. "But everything we studied at Cliffwall, all that we learned, there must be something we can use." Oliver shook his head. "We found the magic to summon all those poisonous scorpions from beneath the ground. That proved to be quite effective." He sighed. "But there are no scorpions here in the city." "Not scorpions. But what else does the city have?" Amber asked. Her lips quirked in an eager smile, waiting for them to answer. Oliver didn't know what she meant. He had very little experience with cities. Cliffwall was clean and compact, and he had rarely been elsewhere. Cities like Tanimura seemed dirty to him, crowded and unpleasant. Peretta also shook her head. Amber's eyes gleamed. Rats! Beneath any city there are thousands of rats. Oh, we could use the same summoning magic, Peretta said, understanding what she meant. Call up the rats from the sewers, from the alleys, gutters, and midden heaps. A Daharan captive, with his group of beleaguered defenders, shouted a cry of defiance as they were surrounded by overwhelming enemies. Raising his sword, the captain yelled for the others to join him in a fight to the death. He led 100 soldiers against a wall of ancient warriors marching through a square. Quickly! Amber knelt and placed her hands against the flagstones of the square. Peretta and Oliver joined her, shoulder to shoulder. Remember what we used for the scorpions? Call them. Call them all. Can you feel them? Oliver sensed the tingling in his fingers. Yes, I think so. Little and furry, but with sharp teeth. And hungry, Peretta added. They are very hungry. With their combined gift, they reached out, sent a call. While the minds of the scorpions had been tiny and susceptible, the rats were more intelligent. But the 3 young companions were able to convince the rodents that this was what they wanted to do. Oliver could sense scurrying feet, furry bodies rising up from the sewers, running through the gutters. The creatures swirled out of Tanimura's underbelly, all claws and teeth, naked pink tails, and red eyes. The Daharan captain's sortie slowed, defeated by a horde of enemy soldiers that surrounded them. Blood sprayed as 10 enemies fought against every defender, hacking them down one by one, until the brave captain himself was dragged to the ground. As the defenders fell, though, the rats boiled up from the streets in a brown wave of death, just like all the scorpions that had erupted from the desert floor back at Cliffwall. They were dirty vermin that lived beneath the moist and noisome shadows of the streets, but they also defended their city. The invaders howled and flailed as they suddenly faced this ravenous wave that fell upon them. Thousands of furry bodies that crawled up their legs and gnawed their skin, tore through chinks in their armor. Though they thrashed their weapons and clawed with their gauntleted hands, the enemy soldiers could not fight against it. Their voices became a panicked outcry, and their disciplined, regimented advance across the square broke apart. Oliver, Peretta, and Amber watched, shaking with fear and awe, as innumerable rats fed upon the enemy. Chapter 82. Tanimura had already fallen. General Utros knew he had won. From his high vantage above the city, he could watch the ebb and flow of the fighting. He had encountered setbacks, as in every war. One entire division, led by Second Commander Halders, had entered the thick forest in a flanking move, and had never emerged. Something in that dark woods had defeated them. But Utros had more soldiers, many more. King Greaves Nurukai had caused great carnage in the harbor and on the waterfront, but they were mostly broken. He had never relied on those brutish allies for his conquest, though he was happy to let them bear the brunt of so many casualties. He would mop up the rest of them as soon as he quelled the other fighting, but that wouldn't take long. First Commander Enoch had taken 5,000 men in a central prong straight into Tanimura. Second Commander Aros drove another division of 5,000 along the western hills and into the rich nobles district. More of his soldiers, tens of thousands, were still on the outskirts, waiting to surge in and plunder. Tanimura could do nothing to stop his victory. But he couldn't understand what Nicci was up to. What did her brash message mean? She was in no position to make demands. As Utros stood pondering, the pale young captive struggled in his grip. He squeezed his gauntleted hand around the girl's throat and lifted her off the ground. Her small feet jittered and twitched, trying to touch the dirt, but Utros raised her higher, squeezed tighter. With minimal effort, he could crush her larynx and snap her neck, but he needed the girl to speak first. "Tell me again what Nicci said. Every word." "Meet her," the captive gurgled. "Nicci demands it. On Hallsban Island. The girl flailed her hand toward the barren island connected to the main city by new rickety bridges. Ruva chuckled. Each of the messengers said the same words. Why? What does she want? Utros pressed his face closer to the dying girl, who showed no fear. Her mouth gaped like that of a fish left to bake in the sun, but she couldn't speak any words. He paused, furrowing his brow. I recognize your garments, your pale skin. You are one of the worms hiding in our sacred capital of Orogang. You attacked my men. The young woman clutched uselessly at his hand, trying to draw a breath. You attacked us. Orogang has always been ours. Orogang is mine. My capital. Utros squeezed tighter, and her eyes bulged. Why does Nicci want me to come to that island? Why? Forgetting himself, he squeezed too hard, and her neck cracked. The girl fell limp. Disgusted, Utros tossed her body to the ground, discarding her beside the other 4 hidden people who had delivered exactly the same message. Through his golden half-mask, he frowned at all the broken corpses, turned to Ruva, then to the open island. Is it a trap? Ruva's eyes carried an edge of madness. It may be a trap, but it will not work. Never. We are stronger. The sorceress had grown more violent, more volatile than he had seen her before. She claimed that the keeper called to both her and her sister through the veil, but Utros would not release them to the underworld. Not yet. Ruva suddenly calmed, considered, then shrugged. How could Nicci possibly lay an ambush there? It is open, indefensible. She smiled. No, she wants to surrender, beloved Utros. There is no other explanation. Utros shook his head in consternation. Why would she do that? Even if we come to terms, Nicci thinks that I can snap my fingers and stop the army? They're starving, and now at last they have their victory. I can't control them, nor would I want to. After today, they will eat well, even if they have to pick Tanimura clean. He swelled his chest. Afterward, my army will be strong and ready to march again, the way they were meant to be. If Nicci wants to surrender, let her do it, Ruva said, sounding hungry. Then we can kill her. Ava's spirit shimmered before them, pale and insubstantial, more diluted than he had ever seen her. Kill Nicci the way she killed me. Ava folded herself on top of her twin sister, and they both laughed. You must confront her. She creates her own doom. Yes, beloved Utros, you must do this. We want her, my sister and I. And you want her. Nicci opens her arms to embrace death, and we will kill her. Ruva was ready to explode with eagerness. Utros remained wary, but he allowed himself to be convinced. He also wanted to crush the sorceress who had taken his precious Ava from him. Yes, you deserve your revenge, and I will grant it. I wanted to face Nicci on the battleground, but this saves me the trouble of finding her. He turned away from the dead messengers, thinking no more of them. Bring 100 troops as an escort. We will meet her on the island and put an end to this. He bunched his fists. She is a fool. The joy in Thorn's voice was palpable, and she showed her exuberance by decapitating her opponent. That's 70 for me, sister. The ancient warrior's neck stump spouted blood, and the lumbering body took 2 staggering steps before it slumped forward. 70. Can you beat that? Only 65 for me, Lysa said. With greater intensity, she spun about and dove into 2 armored soldiers who closed in on her. She stabbed one in the stomach, whirled, and kicked the other back, knocking him off balance so that the edge of his sword missed her. She withdrew her blade from the already dying man, stabbed again to kill him, and turned to dispatch the first man she had knocked off balance. 66 and 67. I will catch up with you. Thorn laughed. You may try. She turned, determined to leap forward, and ran directly into a serrated spear point. A broad-shouldered man gritted his teeth and shoved the spear harder. He grinned as he skewered the lean Morazeth on his weapon, pushing the spear all the way through her abdomen and out her back. Thorn coughed blood. Her knees went weak, and she could barely stand, but the spear itself held her up. She grabbed the shaft, tried to hold on. Lysa screamed and hacked at another warrior in her way, wounding him. She didn't bother to follow through as she leaped toward her sister Morazeth. The spear wielder wrenched his weapon, tried to yank the blade back so he could defend himself against Lysa's furious attack. But Thorn clutched the shaft and refused to let it go, even as she died. She prevented him from having his weapon back. Lysa screamed again and struck down with such fury that she amputated both of the warrior's hands that gripped the weapon. Her blade splintered the shaft itself. The spear wielder stared in horror at his bleeding wrists, and she stabbed him in the throat. He had killed her companion, her sister Morazeth. Without the spear to hold her up, Thorn crumpled to the ground. Lysa was deaf to all the battlefield sounds. Thorn was breathing heavily. Her words came out in liquid, bubbly chokes. 70 kills in one day, she gasped. 70. She reached out to clasp the hand of her sister. Lysa cradled the dying woman. A good number. One that any Morazeth would admire. Thorn gripped her with red, wet fingers. My score is yours. I grant you all my kills. I accept them, and I will add many more in your name. Lysa sensed the instant when the Keeper claimed Thorn's spirit. Though time seemed to stop for an infinitely long moment, she held the other Morazeth while the battle continued to rage. Lysa gently set her sister's body aside. As she saw countless soldiers continuing to crash into Tanimura, she knew that she had more than enough targets to reach the greatest score any Morazeth had ever achieved. Chapter 83. Uneasy, but trying not to second-guess Nicci's plan, Nathan followed the sorceress as she made her way across the new wooden bridge that connected the low town to Hallsband Island. The flattened expanse had served as a practice field for the Tanimoran soldiers and the refugee militia as they prepared for war, but the rubble gave the island a haunted, abandoned air. Nicci seemed to think it was perfect for her needs now. If only General Utros would come. Nicci had no doubts at all. Bannon and Lila walked in tandem as their small group made their way to the meeting point. The young man carried Nathan's ornate sword, and it seemed a part of him now. After killing King Grieve, Bannon was hardened and also restored. Even so, Nathan feared that the bright, hopeful young man would never get back his foolish optimism. For a long time he had clung to a positive facade, as a defense against the cruelties he had experienced in life. But now Bannon was strong and whole, with an iron will. He was not a victim, and he did not complain about all the times he'd been beaten down. Instead, he drew strength and built bonds where others would only have sought vengeance. His surprising relationship with Lila, for example, was a partnership that made both of them stronger. Nathan didn't know if he himself would have been so strong or so forgiving of a woman who had been his captor and harsh trainer. He realized that for his own part, after the Sisters of the Light had locked him up in the palace for so long, Nathan had come to love Prelate Anne, and he had also respected and admired Prelate Verna. Those women had been his captors, yet he had managed to resolve his differences with them. In a way, he understood Bannon. As they prepared for their desperate gambit, battles raged across the city, and hundreds, if not thousands, of Nurokai continued to pillage and burn down the harbor district. Even if Nicci defeated General Utros here, the ancient army would keep devastating the city. He believed that Tanimura was doomed, no matter what happened here on Hallsband Island. But Nathan trusted Nicci, and he held on to hope. He saw her rigid back, the muscles that rippled beneath the black fabric of her dress. He could sense her building up her strength for a final confrontation. Mura prowled alongside them, inseparable from Nicci. They followed crushed pathways where military maneuvers had packed down the rubble. Nathan tried to make out the foundations of the fallen Palace of the Prophets, the remnants of the immense towers that had imprisoned him for 10 centuries. Once I escaped, I hoped never to return here, he said aloud. With the whole world to explore, why would I go back to a place with such sour memories? You are here with us, Bannon said. And we are about to face the commander of an army that intends to conquer the world, Lila added. Nathan stroked his chin. For a reason like that, I can come back to Halsband Island one more time. Nicci found an acceptable spot and stopped. Nathan realized this was where the arched entrance of the palace had stood. Through the stones beneath his boots and the shimmering silence that resonated with power, he felt a calm like the eye of the storm. Nicci stood silent, with the big sand panther at her side. Mura's whiskers twitched with anticipation. Bannon and Lila held their swords and tried to look intimidating, as if they were Nicci's elite guard. Nathan's embroidered cape waved in the breeze. Finally, they watched a large party of mounted soldiers come riding over the bridge toward them, led by a standard-bearer with the flame banner of the ancient empire. General Utros rode at the fore. The slender sorceress paced beside him on her horse. The general's retinue consisted of more than 100 soldiers, but Nicci did not seem intimidated by the numbers. Nathan had never seen her look so confident. Nathan stood ready to fight for the sake of Dahara. As the thought calmed him, centered him, he suddenly felt a surge of hot poison through his chest. His heart hammered as the dark spirit of Ivan tried to take over again. But Nathan grimaced, clenched his fists, and hissed in a harsh whisper, "Why won't you die?" He pounded his sternum, and the dark presence swirled away. Utros and his escort soldiers looked bloodied and weary, but their faces shone with anticipation. Nothing matched the madness of Ruva's expression. Her eyes were like fractured gems that held remnants of lightning. Utros sat tall in his saddle, like a predatory beast, as he pulled his horse to a halt and glared at Nicci. Nathan kept his voice low. "I hope you know what you're doing, sorceress." Nicci just smiled. "I am not worried." She touched the pocket of her dress. "It is my job to take care of the entire enemy army." Chapter 84. Although she could see only half of his face, Nicci could tell that General Utros already believed he was victorious. Resplendent in his leather armor, he rode toward her like a supreme conqueror. His escort soldiers clustered close, ready to defend their general, and his standard-bearers raised Iron Fang's ancient flame symbol, which he now claimed as his own. Nicci faced him in only a blood-stained black dress. She lifted her chin, and her blonde hair flowed freely around her head. She ignored the rest of the soldiers, didn't even acknowledge the painted sorceress at his side. "I wasn't certain you would be brave enough to face me, General Utros." The horses shifted on the broken stones, but the escort riders forced them into rigid ranks. The men looked gaunt, their skin pale, except where it was streaked with blood, particularly around their mouths. Utros tilted his horned helmet down at her, and she could see his eye blazing through the hole in the gold half-mask. "It takes little courage to face the vanquished." He gestured expansively behind him. "The city has already fallen. There is nothing you can do but surrender. I am glad you realize that." Nicci remained silent. Mura growled low in her throat. Nathan, Bannon, and Lila stood ready to protect Nicci, but they looked insignificant, surrounded by Utros's escort guard. Even in the isolation of Halsband Island, the sound of continuing battles wafted from the main city, but Nicci heard only the blood rushing in her ears, felt her strength rising. Ruva glared from her bay horse. Much of the pale sorceress's carefully applied paint had flaked off, leaving only muddled messages. Her shoulders jerked with anticipation. "I want her, beloved Utros." A flitting spirit appeared in the air, Ava's glowing shadow. "We want her." Ruva laughed. "Send her to the Keeper, and then maybe he will leave us alone. My sister can stay with me." Ava's shimmering form swirled close, overlapping with her twin. "We will stay together, always together." General Utros swung out of his saddle and dropped to the ground in front of Nicci. His boots crunched on the loose stones of the Palace of the Prophets. The escort guard sat motionless, as if they had turned to statues again. Still, she said nothing, merely faced him with a stony expression. Utros loomed over Nicci. "Nothing you say will change the outcome of this day. No concessions you make will alter my victory." I came here to destroy you. There will be no surrender terms. My army will enslave any people still alive in Tanimura. We will rest in this city and rebuild. And when I have restored my army to its full strength, with thousands of new recruits, we will march north and conquer all of Dahara. I will achieve even more than what Emperor Kurgan demanded of me. I will rule both the old world and the new. Nathan stepped closer to the implacable Nicci and defied the general. Emperor Kurgan is long dead, just as you should be. Utros looked at the wizard as if he were an annoying distraction. Iron Fang is the past. I am the new emperor. Your allies are defeated, Bannon blurted out. Look out at the harbor. The Norokai navy is destroyed. King Grieve is dead. I killed him myself. Utros showed little surprise. That saves me the trouble of doing it. Grieve was unruly and uncontrollable. I would have had to be rid of him sooner or later. Knowing that people were dying every moment, Nicci snapped. Enough talk, Utros. I brought you here to end this. The general glared at her. It is already ended. I will accept your surrender, but my army will continue to ransack Tanimura. You have lost, sorceress. Your old world has lost. There is nothing you can do. Still in the saddle, Ruva pulled her lips back to expose her teeth. We must have Nicci. She needs to die. My sister and I will accept no other terms. She is ours. Ava's mocking spirit flickered in an invisible wind. You can rip out her heart, dear sister, and I will rip out her soul. Utros looked to the twin sorceresses, then back at Nicci, and he smiled with half a face. Agreed. That is our only demand. Your life is forfeit, and if I watch you die with enough pain, then I might call off some of my troops. That is what true surrender looks like. He nodded. Are you a leader, sorceress? Will you give your life to save all those people in the city? Choose now. Bannon crouched in a fighting stance, and Lila stood beside him with her sword raised. Nathan extended his hands, ready to call on his gift. Nicci felt glad for their loyalty, although she didn't need it. She touched the coldness in her heart, and her voice came out as hard as black ice. You misunderstand, General. I did not call you here to give my surrender. I came to defeat you. I came to send all of you to the underworld, where you are long overdue. The escort troops shifted in their saddles, amused by her bravado. Standing in front of his stallion, Utros cocked his head back. Her comments seemed like braggadocio, but Nicci was deadly serious. She could feel the bone box in her pocket. General Utros drew his sword and advanced on Nicci, ready to strike her down where she stood. Ruva slithered out of her saddle and approached, while the pale remnant of her sister hovered beside her, glowering. Because Nicci's demeanor was so completely confident, the twins showed a flicker of uneasiness. Nicci said, Thanks to Lord Rahl, the only war wizard born in many centuries, the underworld was sealed forever, and the veil was made impenetrable. The dead could no longer return to the world of the living. We know this, Ruva sneered. You and all of your soldiers should have been dead 15 centuries ago. Your souls have been on the wrong side of the veil for all this time. Nicci looked beyond Utros to the escort soldiers. When you were petrified, the Keeper did not know he had lost you. But now you are flesh again, and your souls are forfeit. We are here, Ava snapped. I am with my sister. From the general's troubled expression, Nicci could see that her words were no surprise to him. You know this in your heart, General Utros. You should be long dead. My empire is here, in this world, Utros said. Today we have sent enough souls to the underworld to satisfy the Keeper. But they are not the correct souls. I was once a sister of the dark, and I was allied with a Keeper. Her expression hardened. I no longer serve him. He is no friend of mine, but I will happily give him what he is owed. Her gaze traveled out to the city of Tanimura, where countless ancient soldiers continued fighting. All of your souls, life to the living, death to the dead. Utros did not seem amused. You are arrogant and powerless. Nicci snatched the bone box from her dress and slid aside the delicate lid, which was now stained with blood from her hand. Inside, the small glowing pearl rotated, shone brighter. Seeing it, the twin sorceresses recoiled. Ava's spirit shrieked, and Ruva lunged forward, realizing the danger, even if she did not understand what the object was. Utros raised his sword to kill Nicci, but Bannon and Lila both dove in to drive the big general back a step. Knowing he had to give Nicci whatever time she needed, Nathan shoved with both hands, palms outward. The blast of solidified air rippled harmlessly through the spirit of Ava, but slammed Ruva backward, disrupting the spell she was trying to work. Nicci had finally realized what Richard's constructed spell truly was. That subtractive magic, her subtractive magic, was the necessary component to unleash the devastation. Nicci herself was the key, the foundation. Richard had known she would figure it out. Life to the living, death to the dead, written in the language of creation. This spell would heal the frayed threads in the veil. What had once unraveled would be tied up again. She called upon both sides of her gift. Holding the bone box in her palm, she summoned lightning, and an arcing bolt of pure white energy, braided with an opposite bolt of black subtractive power, struck the bone box and vaporized it in a blinding flash of pure elemental power. The dual elements twisted together and struck the glowing orb, delivering the required element to ignite the internal protocols of Richard's constructed spell. The magic began to unfold around her and run toward its terminal objective. As Nicci ignited the spell, the backwash levitated her into the air. Glowing lines grew and lengthened, crisscrossing to form a cylinder around her, as if a two-dimensional spell form had become three-dimensional in order to be viable in such an extreme circumstance. With a roaring sound that reverberated across the flat expanse of the island, those patterns of lines, angles, and arcs continued to grow outward, extending away from the cylindrical spell form. Lines of light raced through the air to support triangles and intersections. While orange light spiraled outward, the lines of power braced complex angles of pure white. Nathan staggered backward, shielding his eyes with the sleeve of his frayed, ruffled shirt. The lightning bolt had been powerful, but it was no more than a whisper compared to the constructed spell she had just triggered. The magic continued to grow. As the lines expanded and branched ever outward, thorns of light sprouted in needle-sharp points. Their patterns and flow interacted and connected, giving the entire web of lines their intended purpose. To open the torn veil wide enough so the keeper could seize all the long-overdue souls and drag them to where they belonged. Life to the living, death to the dead. After Nicci set the constructed spell in motion, the routines continued to grow through a rhythm of intersections and roots that arced out in all directions. Suspended within the web, lifted off the ground, she felt each new line as if some cosmic needle were taking a stitch through her soul to draw the thread of light out of her and into the fabric of the spell. She experienced profound pain and pleasure at the same time. The spell would encompass General Utros and the entire ancient army. Nathan watched the unfolding, increasing lines of power, knowing that this was beyond anything he could do. Richard had created the spell, but Nicci was the engine driving all the destruction. Encased in her web of expanding, invincible magic, the beautiful sorceress wheeled in the air. Utros's escort soldiers screamed and backed away. Their horses reared in panic. Ava and Ruva cried out in challenge and terror, trying to defend against what Nicci had unleashed. The general strained to stagger forward, struggling to lift his sword so he could kill Nicci, but the weapon seemed as heavy as a mountain. Bannon and Lila were buffeted by the surging power. They tried to stand their ground, holding their swords to defend against powers they could not imagine. Halsband Island shook and shuddered, and the settling rubble underfoot made the ground unsteady, while Nicci hung suspended in the air as light showered around her. With impossible speed, The dazzling line spiraled across the landscape and rolled past the island, beyond the bridges to the low town, then across the harbor. The spell raced like an ill wind through all the districts of the city, to the outlying hills and beyond. Unstoppable, it swept up tens of thousands of the invading army. The underworld was now open and ravenous, demanding to have these souls. Men in ancient armor screamed as the glowing green lines overran them, netting some while impaling others on the thorns of orange light, slicing others with razor-black energy. Tendrils flew out beyond Tanimura, far down the coast, racing across the old world to reclaim all the souls of the ancient army, wherever they had been dispatched. The very line between life and death was at stake, now torn open. As the veil to the underworld tore to allow passage of all those souls, Nathan felt his heart rip as well. The darkness within him hammered outward, struggling, trying to hold on. He clutched his chest as pain exploded like a battering ram inside him. He had not experienced agony like this since Fleshmancer Andre had split open his breastbone to pull out his old weak heart. Now the remnants of Ivan strained and struggled. That evil man's spirit resisted, but the raging constructed spell demanded every scrap of his tainted soul as well. Searing green light blazed around Nathan's eyes, inside his mind, and he used his own gift to push the hated presence out of him. With a last dull saw blade of pain, the poisonous vestige of Ivan slipped out of him and fluttered away like scattered ravens' wings. The chief handler's spirit was sucked down with all the other screaming souls as the world and the underworld yawned open. Nathan realized he was at last free. Green mist swirled like a sudden fog, rising from a world that did not belong to the living. Across the battlefield, in the hills, and the city streets, the ground shuddered open. Countless ancient soldiers were yanked, screaming into the underworld, their souls reclaimed, their centuries-old bodies crumbling to dust. From the center of the storm of magic, Nicci realized that elements of the spell patterns were themselves in the language of creation, a design that transitioned into an elemental language that hummed with the rhythm of life itself, and also called to the dead. Ava's shimmering spirit tried to flee, pulling against the invisible claws of destiny. Her intangible form stretched and tangled, then was whisked away with a fading shriek. Leaping after her dead sister, trying to catch her, Ruva struggled with the limitations of her physical form. Their connection was too strong, and the Keeper demanded them both. Ruva's soul tore away, inexorably following her twin to the underworld. Empty, her body dropped, lifeless, disintegrating into grains of dust and fragments of yellowed bones. Suspended in the air as the magical holocaust continued, Nicci knew that this spell form was complex beyond her comprehension. She gazed in awe at the network of light woven into a fabric of forms around her, motifs and unfathomable emblems. She was not surprised that Richard had been able to conceive such power. Caught in her own web, and also shielded by it, she watched the very stuff of creation and annihilation. By using the interior perspective of the constructed spell, by being the initiating element, Nicci was more than an observer, but also a participant. It was her very will, her fury, her nature that became an empowering element to annihilate the vast invading force in one stroke. It was Nicci herself who laid waste to the ancient army and cast them tumbling into the world of the dead. Strong and defiant, General Utros resisted until the last minute, but even the legendary commander could not withstand the call of the Keeper, the obdurate demands of mortality. As he shuddered and struggled against the pull of the constructed spell, the gold mask fell off to show his stripped face. Knowing he could not win, Utros raised one gauntleted fist, shouting a final vow. "Now I can conquer the whole underworld." His massive body disintegrated as his spirit vanished into the whirlwind of green mist. As the spell finally wound through to its terminus, its task accomplished, Nicci felt more alive than she had ever been. Embraced by Richard's spell, she had dealt out death, once again becoming death's mistress. Richard had written the message for her in the language of creation on the bone box. In that moment, neither world, the world of the living nor the world of the dead, seemed entirely real to her. She was the grace. She was life. She was death. Only then was Nicci released from her prison of light, exhausted and exhilarated by the experience. She drifted back to the ground and slumped in the rubble of the Palace of the Prophets. More than ever, she ached for Richard. It was bliss to have been held in the embrace of his spell, but now it was gone. That moment of love and protection evaporated as the last few lines of light went dark. Chapter 85. The ravaged city reeled as the world itself cracked open. Misty veils rippled through the streets as the ancient warriors were swept away to where they should have gone centuries before. With howls of despair louder than the roar of battle, the soldiers collapsed in full armor, falling to dust. Tanimura became a literal city of the dead. The Daharan fighters, the city militia, the ragtag refugee army, and the everyday citizens were left amazed as the seemingly hopeless battle simply ended before their eyes. The overwhelming enemy was vanquished by an ally no one had expected, the Keeper himself. Among his weary and wounded soldiers, General Zimmer stood wrung out and shuddering. His hand trembled as he gripped the hilt of his sword. For hours he had lived in a mechanical process of defending himself, cutting down one opponent after another. They were all faceless to him. Surely he had slain more than 100 by his own hand. Lysa, her bare skin painted red with blood, turned with angry disappointment at the opponents who had dropped dead in front of her. She clearly wasn't finished getting revenge for Thorn. Sisters Arabella and Mab staggered up to General Zimmer, dragging with every step. Mab bled from a deep cut in her upper arm and another in her ribs, and Arabella held her up. Now that she had a moment when she wasn't fighting for her life, Sister Arabella healed her companion's injuries, strengthening Mab enough so that she could stand upright again. Oliver, Peretta, and Amber joined them. All the rats they had summoned had fled back into the sewers and grates, gorged with fresh meat and matted with blood. But no one understood why the entire ancient army had just crumbled to dust in a hurricane of inexplicable magic. "What do we do now, General?" Oliver looked around, but none of the others even spoke questions aloud. At the far side of the blood-strewn square, where so many ancient soldiers had vanished into death, 20 fierce Norokai stood with their mouths wide, suddenly finding themselves alone and vastly outnumbered. Now that the tables were turned, they bellowed their defiance and raised their axes, clubs, and swords to keep fighting. Though battered, the Daharan soldiers were rejuvenated by the sudden reprieve, and their battle cry was 10 times as loud as the scarred raiders. General Zimmer led the charge. "Now we clear the streets of Tanimura, wipe out every last Norokai, and dump their bodies into the sea." Fueled by the prospect of certain victory, his army ran after the burly raiders, who turned to flee. Bannon was horrified to watch the underworld open up and reclaim all the lost souls in a nightmarish storm. In the aftermath, it took him a long moment to realize that the defenders of Tanimura had somehow won. After the astonishing play of lights, forms, and tangled lines, Nicci had collapsed in the rubble of the Palace of the Prophets. Nathan squatted next to the sorceress, cradling her in a tender gesture. "Dear spirits, I don't know when I've ever endured the like. You saved us. You saved us all." "Not just me. You all helped. I could not have done this without you." Nicci looked at him, then at Bannon and Lila, nodding in gratitude. But this was also Richard's doing. He made that constructed spell, and said it was all I needed. Even though I didn't understand what he meant, I believed him. He had faith in me, and that faith made me stronger than I've ever been before. An uncomfortable silence settled over Hallsband Island and extended throughout Tanimura. Now that General Utros had turned to dust, his gold mask lay face down on the broken stones. Only a few bits of his horned helmet remained, mostly decayed, next to the bone splinters. Of the escort soldiers, only a few scraps of metal, rusted buckles, and broken links of chain mail lay on the ground. Diminished sounds of fighting came from the city as new skirmishes erupted. With his sharp vision, Bannon could see knots of Nurokai warriors trying to fend off a surge from the overjoyed Daharan defenders. Lila flashed an eager glance at Bannon. "Sounds like the fun isn't over yet, boy. Would you like to join me? If we run, we might get there before someone else slays them all." Bannon looked at his ornate sword. The hilt now felt perfect in his hand, entirely his. The edge was notched from the recent fighting, but any good swordsmith could restore its razor edge. "I do want to see all the Nurokai dead. But sweet sea mother, I have done enough killing for today." In the main city, the vengeful militia members, Tanimoran city guards, and Daharan soldiers surrounded the last of the Nurokai. A few raiders managed to get back to 2 of the grounded serpent ships and shoved off into the harbor. But they found no safety in the water either. The ships of the Tanimoran Navy, as well as the reinforcements from Saramundi, still remained to fight them. A rain of fire arrows dropped down on the serpent ships before they could get out of the harbor. Before long, every last raider vessel was engulfed in flames and burned to the waterline. A short while later, General Linden rode to Hallsband Island with a handful of soldiers, followed by several hidden people in blood-stained gray cloaks. Zimmer followed soon after with his own bedraggled escort. "We are mopping up throughout the city," Zimmer said. Linden added, "By standing together, we might have withstood the Nurokai, but we had no chance against the army of General Utros." He shook his head, looking at the dust and bone fragments scattered amid the rubble, the trivial remnants of so many ancient soldiers. "I can't believe it." Nicci said, "With Richard's help, I found a power even greater than an invincible army, the power of life and death. Life to the living, death to the dead." "The power of destiny," Nathan said, raising his eyebrows. "Never forget that she was indeed Death's mistress." More Sisters of the Light made their way to Hallsband Island, their former home. During the battles in the city, Sisters Sharon, Lucia, and Heather had been slain, and now the remaining sisters marked their passing. Sisters Rhoda, Eldine, Mab, and Arabella greeted Nicci and Nathan, relieved. "It seems fitting that the last battle took place on the very foundations of the Palace of the Prophets," Rhoda said. "So much magic was entwined through the structure of that building. Maybe some of it remained," Arabella said. "I am glad the palace is no more," Nathan said with a sniff. "It no longer had a purpose." Nicci said, "With prophecy gone, and gifted young men no longer suffering, your entire order has no purpose." "Prelate Verna wrestled with the same question," said Eldine. "She tried to find a new reason, because our old ways were gone. By helping at Cliffwall, the sisters worked to understand and guide the use of magical lore." "But now Cliffwall is also gone," Mab said, "buried in stone." Nathan mused. "The world still has many central sites filled with mysterious and dangerous books. Those archives have to be tended and watched, and protected. That could be your order's new purpose." The sisters looked at one another. Amber kicked a few broken pebbles at her feet. "We came to Tanimura because this is where the Palace of the Prophets was. That is why I joined the Order in the first place. I want to do something significant. I need some important task. Prelate Verna told me not to give up hope. My parents are already proud of my brother, and they'll be even happier after they learn how brave Norcross was today, how many Nurokai ships he fought." She sighed. "I wanted to be important too." "You will be," said Sister Mab. "We'll rebuild our order. Without the prelate, we have traveled together and fought together as equals. But as Sisters of the Light, we must have a new leader. Who will be our prelate?" Eldine looked at Mab, and Mab looked at Arabella. Then slowly, all of them turned to Nicci. "You were once a Sister of the Light," said Rhoda. "You betrayed us by becoming a Sister of the Dark. But we know you have come back to the sacred cause. You are stronger now than ever, stronger than any of us." Mab said, "Stronger than any Sister of the Light that ever existed. stronger than any prelate we have had before." Her eyes shone. "Working together with all the resources of Tanimura, we could rebuild the Palace of the Prophets." She looked up to the skies as she imagined towers there. Nicci scowled. "I'm no longer a sister of the dark, that is true, but neither am I a sister of the light. I am Nicci, a sorceress, companion to Lord Richard Rahl. He gave me a mission for the Daharan Empire, and I do not intend to be sidetracked." Nathan felt more disturbed. "If you mean to rebuild the palace, if you raise even one foundation stone on top of another, I want nothing to do with that." He shuddered. "I have things to accomplish in my life." Nicci actually smiled at him. "We all do." Chapter 86. The survivors of Tanimura spent the next 2 days extinguishing fires and killing the last of the enemies. They tracked down the Nurukai stragglers, who proved to be cowards after all when they fought alone. Knowing they were hunted, they crawled into storage buildings and fishing shacks. Some even hid under the damaged piers, holding onto pilings in the water and trying to remain unseen. When the cornered raiders were discovered, angry city people used harpoons and boat hooks to impale them in the water. Nicci didn't consider it torture, merely justice. Leaving Hallsband Island, she and Nathan reunited with many other gifted men and women from Tanimura. Together, they used their magic to douse fires with rain they squeezed out of the air. Many of the larger buildings, including 20 noble villas in the Hill District, had been burned down to skeletons. And there were thousands of wounded to be tended. Volunteers from Tanimura, as well as earnest refugees from Ephron and Renda Bay, formed triage teams. The merchants of the garment district boiled fabrics and tore it into strips to make bandages. Oliver and Peretta, along with scholar archivist Franklin, Chief Member Gloria, and their Cliffwall followers, used the knowledge they had learned in the archive. They called upon any scraps of the gift they could use to help heal the wounded, saving thousands of lives. While Bannon had only rudimentary first aid training, the Morazeth had a great deal of experience in tending combat wounds, even amputations. Lila knelt beside a man whose hand had been chopped off by a Nurukai axe. His bleeding had clotted in the hours since he had fallen, but he was weak and sickened. Lila cleaned the stump and wrapped it in a damp bandage, gritting her teeth as she pulled the knot tight. "That will keep him alive for now," she said to Bannon. "We'll need the healers and herb women to make vats of salve, or else the wounds will get infected, and more will die in the coming weeks." The victim groaned. "My hand. How can I do anything without my hand?" Lila spoke more to Bannon than to the moaning patient. "A warrior usually dies when he falls in the combat arena, but we remember the story of a champion named Caliph, a slave brought from afar, who reigned in the arena until an opponent hacked off his hand at the wrist. Even as he bled, Caliph kept fighting until he collapsed to his knees, but still he wouldn't yield. Normally, the challenger would strike a death blow and become the new champion, but the crowd was so enthusiastic that Caliph was allowed to live. Healers nursed him back to health, and when he regained his strength, he returned to the arena with a modified sword, fighting with a blade screwed directly onto his wrist. He killed his next opponent and became champion again." Now Lila looked down at the wounded man, who stared in shock at the bloody bandages around his wrist. "That one will never be a champion, but he will learn to be useful. There is much work to do in Tanimura." Though tending to the injured was the first priority, the numerous corpses also had to be dealt with. Every one of General Utros's soldiers had disintegrated, but more than 10,000 other people had died in the fighting, and their bodies were strewn along the streets and piled up in the market squares where they had made their last stands. After several days in the hot and humid Tanimura air, the bloated corpses began to stink. Seagulls swarmed over the city, feasting on any cadavers they found, pecking out the eyes and flying off when the body-handling teams shooed them away. Out in the harbor, larger flocks of the birds landed on the floating dead. Predatory fish picked the bones clean. Generals Zimmer and Linden assigned soldiers to mortuary detail. Porters who had previously worked at the docks now loaded their carts with bodies and dragged them out of the city. The desolate expanse of Hallsband Island became the perfect site for enormous funeral pyres that burned constantly, fed with wood and corpses. Plumes of greasy black smoke hung like a pall in the air, and the smell of roasting meat was so pervasive that no one had much of an appetite. Even the butcher shops closed their doors because they had no business. The funeral pyres created a layer of ash over the ruins of the Palace of the Prophets, which would become a new foundation of soil. One day, the island might come alive again. While all of the slain Daharan soldiers, militia members, and innocent citizens deserved to be burned in the cleansing pyres, no dead Norokai would receive that honor. During the cleanup, when the body handlers gathered the bodies, the raider corpses were separated out and dealt with last. Wearing looks of disgust, Daharan soldiers hauled carts piled with dead Norokai, wearing sharkskin armor, metal adornments, spikes implanted in their skulls or shoulders. By now, all the bodies showed signs of decay, their skin discolored, the flesh swollen. They looked even uglier than usual. Captain Jared reluctantly offered the chaser as a corpse ship, piling his deck with the hideous raiders. Nicci and Zimmer watched as soldiers pushed stinking cartloads along the pier, and even the Crockeners held their noses in disgust as they lifted the bodies aboard. The chaser made repeated trips, sailing out beyond the edge of the harbor to the deep water, where Jared and his crew threw the dead Norokai overboard, one body at a time. Some sank, some bobbed. They would all drift away in the currents to be eaten by fishes and erased from memory. Jared had even reported, with a shiver and a thrill, that on his last run, when the sharks feasted on all the bodies, the circling triangular fins had scattered. Among the Norokai corpses, other figures surfaced. Selka, reveling in the abundance of dead enemies. They tore at the meaty flesh as if they couldn't contain their malicious joy. The Crockener crew had stared, horrified, but not frightened. The Selka looked up at them with slitted eyes, but made no move to attack. They satisfied themselves with the Norokai corpses and swam away. Captain Jared's once cocky outlook had been replaced with a sad shadow, and bearded stubble covered his cleft chin. As he took on another load for disposal, he crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Nicci, who had come to see him on the docks. "It's loathsome work, sorceress, but nobody else would do it," he scoffed. "Once again, my Crockeners proved their worth." Nicci said, "Your ship smelled foul before, but this is intolerable." "Oh, I will tolerate it, sorceress, though this is fouler cargo than any tentacle beast. I can't wait to dump the last of these bodies." Jared brightened. "My crews are eager to hunt Krokens again. We'll bring back delicious meat to feed this city while it recovers." "Thank you, Captain," said Zimmer, but without enthusiasm. As Tanimura made plans to rebuild, they were only one city of many that had been damaged in the war. As the survivors of Renda Bay, Ephron, and other devastated towns helped clear the burned-down warehouses, sawmill operators cut fresh lumber, and armies of carpenters worked to restore the city. Bricklayers formed foundations. Clay handlers added stucco to walls. Whitewashers used buckets of lime to finish the new structures. Thaddeus and Rendell, who had become fast friends after saving each other's lives more than once, worked to erect new homes and shops at the waterfront. Thaddeus said, "Now that we no longer have to worry about the Norokai, someday I would like to take my people back to Renda Bay and rebuild our own town." "I will go with you." Rendell had sad eyes, but he managed a smile. "My Ildakar will never return, and I want a fresh start. I liked Renda Bay." "There's still a great deal of work ahead of us," Thaddeus said, "but we'll have our freedom and our homes." Hearing them, Nicci stepped closer. "You will determine your own destiny, your own rule. You'll be responsible for your actions, but you also have a strong conscience. Then you'll truly be part of the Daharan Empire." 4 of the hidden people, moving quietly in the daylight that was still a blessing to them, came to Nicci, looking concerned and lost. Free of their ancient responsibilities, they had trekked across the land so they could fight for Nicci, but now they didn't know what to do, since all the battles were ended and they were far from home. "The bustle of this city confounds us," said one man with deep lines of concern on his pale face. Nearly 600 of us still survive. General Utros is defeated, but what will become of Oregon? That city is still our home." "And it is quiet," said another man. "Then make it your home," Nicci said. "Go back there and live in the sunlight. By now the Jis are all dead. You no longer need to hide in the shadows. Smash open all the bricked-up windows. Let in the air. Oregon can become a grand capital again." "But we will be all alone," said a woman, tugging on her gray hood. "Not for long. Traders will come to Oregon. You will be one of the key cities in the mountains." Nicci smiled. "And I'll make certain Lord Rahl knows about you. He may even set up a satellite capital in Oregon. Would you like that?" The hidden people beamed, and it seemed as if light had returned to their features. It was just one more of the many pieces coming together after the defeat of General Utros and the Norokai Scourge. As the most urgent tasks were completed in the aftermath of the war, the refugees began to reassess their future. Scholar Archivist Franklin, along with his rival and companion Gloria, gathered with the Sisters of the Light. "Cliffwall is destroyed, and all those books are lost. We have to recreate them as best we can." Gloria tapped a finger to her temple. "They are not lost if my members still know them. We can reproduce thousands of volumes, but it will take time." Because funeral pyres still covered Hallsband Island, the sisters had taken up residence in an empty inn whose owners had been killed in the attack. There, in the common room, at long tables once used for boisterous crowds with tankards of ale, the scholars sat beside volunteer scribes. They used stacks of paper, ledger books from the harbor master's office, any scrap that could capture words. The members sat back with their eyes half closed, muttering line after line as they recited the books preserved in their gifted memories. The Cliffwall scholars had devoted their lives to learning, to poring over every word in those ancient books, and now they participated in writing them down. By day, they wrote in sunlit rooms, and at night they lit lanterns to continue scribing. The members' voices grew hoarse as they dictated, but they didn't stop. It would take many years to recapture most of the lost knowledge, but they would keep remembering and keep writing. Chapter 87. After a brief squall the night before, the Tanimura harbor smelled of clean salt air rather than death, blood, and decay. Nathan inhaled deeply as he sat at the end of the dock and looked down at the last page in his life book, considering how he would wrap up his story. A gray splat struck the boards beside him, and a seagull spun overhead with a shriek that sounded like mocking laughter. Nathan glanced up with an annoyed snort. "I could blast you out of the sky with a tiny ball of fire, you miserable bird." The gull was not intimidated by the threat, and flew away under the bright blue sky. Out in the harbor, most of the wrecked ships had been dismantled to clear passage for trade. 2 large cargo ships remained sunk in the shallows, their hulls tilted underwater, masts protruding like drowned trees. The people of Tanimura would leave those hulks as a memorial, so that anyone who came to the city would be reminded of the battle. Nathan had nearly filled the life book with adventures, and that fact gave him pause, even stymied his creative efforts. If he'd had plenty of pages left, the words would flow. He would have described every thought, every setback, every victory. How could he sum up so many grand events on the single remaining page? He considered simply purchasing another blank book so he could keep writing. But this precious volume wasn't just a book from a stationer. This was his life book, given to him by the witch woman Red in the Dark Lands. The first volume had been written in ink made of his own burned blood, chronicling the first part of his life. He had filled this second book by his own hand, but the leather-bound volume was a special gift nonetheless. With his boots dangling over the end of the dock, he reread the last page he had written the night before, while he sat on the barracks steps in the Tanimoran garrison. Nathan knew he would need to find finer rooms eventually, provided he and Nicci remained here in the city. He already felt restless. He looked down at his descriptions of the Wizards of Ildakar, Mirror Mask and the Slave Uprising, the awakening of the enormous stone army. His eyes stung when he read about dear Elsa, her transference magic, and how she had died. His brief, workmanlike lines were sadly inadequate, not because he meant to give her short shrift, but because he didn't have the heart to write what Elsa deserved. He had tried to do better, chronicling the end of Prelate Verna and the destruction of Cliffwall. His descriptions of the final battles in Tanimura were merely vignettes, but he simply didn't have the room. Each event deserved a full chapter of its own, if not an entire volume. Still, what he wrote was the truth, and that was what mattered most. Knowing the importance of his work, he forced himself to keep writing, to finish the job in the paper he had available. With tiny letters and succinct prose, he addressed the brave sacrifices of so many soldiers, Banon's victory over King Grieve, and the cataclysmic end of Utros's ancient army, when the underworld reclaimed them. He had so much more to say, but he reached the bottom of the last page. His final lines were cramped and dense, and when there was no more room, he simply wrote, "And thus was the old world saved." The dockboards creaked with approaching footsteps, and he turned to see Nicci walking toward him in her black dress. The big sand panther padded along beside her, her tan fur clean and brushed, as if she were no more than a contented, groomed pet. Nicci stopped beside him at the end of the pier. "If this is how you spend your days, wizard, you will grow fat and lazy." A seagull flew overhead, scolding Mura. The panther roared, and the bird flew away. "It is a well-deserved rest." Nathan looked down at the last page. "Writing an objective and thorough chronicle is a different kind of battle, but just as hard. I'm afraid I didn't have enough paper." He closed the book. Nicci's lips tightened in a smile. "I'm certain you found room to include your own exploits." "Oh, not all of them." "Dear spirits, that would take an entire library." She didn't react to his humor. "When you tell your stories in taverns and banquets, I'm sure you will provide excruciating detail." "I am wounded by your attitude." Placing a palm to his chest, Nathan felt the lumpy scar and his steady heartbeat, and realized that it truly did feel like his heart after all. The heart of a wizard. Mura let out a low growl and turned back toward the shore, her tail thrashing. Nicci spun, suddenly wary. An unexpected form stepped out onto the pier, a slender woman in a gray shift that clung tightly to her body. Her skin was pale, her face gaunt to the point of being cadaverous. Her scalp was a tangle of red locks, like ropey twisted snakes, and she smiled at them with unnatural black lips. She strolled forward, ominous, confident as if no one else existed except for the three of them. At her side walked a strange creature with spotted russet fur, pointed ears, and a long muzzle. Not a cat, not a wolf, but some other species entirely. Mura bristled and prepared to protect her sister panther. Nathan felt a chill. "Dear spirits, it's red." The witch woman glided up to them. Nathan couldn't imagine how she had passed through the hills and the entire city of Tanimura without causing an uproar. He climbed to his feet and stood at the end of the dock, still clutching the lifebook. Nicci was instantly defensive. "I had hoped never to see you again." The witch woman's laughter was a musical sound, but not music Nathan wanted to hear. "Our hopes are not always rewarded." She cast an offhand glance back at the city. "That battle left enough skulls and bodies to properly decorate Tanimura. It's a shame you feel the need to clean them all up." Red's forested hills and the sheltered glen of her cottage were strewn with the bones of those who had died when they came to seek the witch woman's services. "It was only as much death as we needed to assure victory," Nicci said. Hunter, the strange russet animal at her side, sat on his haunches and stared at Mura, eye to eye. The sand panther's whiskers twitched. Red turned to Nathan, as if she expected him to know why she had come. "You have something for me." It was not a question. "I doubted you would return to the Darklands and deliver your lifebook to me, so I came in person. You should have known that's what I expected." Her black lips formed a smile. Nathan was surprised. "I only finished writing no more than a few minutes ago. How did you know?" "I'm a witch woman. I foresee things. You read the first lines in your book." Nathan turned to the words that had been inscribed there even before Red gave the book to him. Future and fate depend on both the journey and the destination. Coladair lies far to the south, in the old world. From there, the wizard will behold what he needs to make himself whole again, and the sorceress must save the world. He sniffed. Those words drove us across the old world, and guided me where I needed to go. You did indeed set many things in motion by writing that. He pursed his lips. Prophecy is not usually so clear and direct. Red let out a full-throated laugh. Nathan Rall, you know better than anyone. That was no prophecy, no premonition. It was just an idea, and you followed it however you wished, interpreted the words the way you wanted. You set your own events in motion. She extended her hands, waiting for him to hand her the book. I can't wait to read the entire chronicle. Nathan reeled from what she had just said. He had followed those words on a quest to restore his gift. Because of what Red had written, he, Nicci, and Bannon had traveled over Coladair, and all the way to Ildakar. Those words had driven them so far, but he had just been chasing a mirage? No, not a mirage, he realized. His own destiny. As a former prophet, Nathan Rall knew that people would do what they were meant to do, no matter what words were written. He had made his own fate. Red's furry companion sniffed Mura. Both animals remained ready to pounce, but Nicci and the witch-woman kept them under control. When Nathan surrendered the life book to her, he felt a profound sense of loss, as if a part of his story had ended. Did this mean his adventures were over now? That he would just retire in Tanimura? He certainly didn't intend to do that. A moment later, Red produced another book, though he had not noticed her carrying anything. She held out a fresh volume, bound in pale doeskin. He accepted it in wonder, and opened it to find the volume full of blank pages. The witch-woman said, It took you 1,000 years to fill the first book, and barely a year for the second. I wonder when you'll make me come back and retrieve this volume. That is up to you. Without further farewell, Red walked back down the creaking dock, with her shaggy pet following. Nathan ran his thumb along the smooth leather of his new life book and pressed it close to his chest. At the edge of the thick Hagen woods, the pines and oaks created dense shadows. Nicci could still smell blood from the recent battle. This place carried so much dark history, but now it was nothing more than a normal forest. The hush that had hung over the tangled branches was replaced by bird song. Mura peered into the forest with golden eyes. The underbrush rustled, and the muscular feline forms glided toward them, the survivors of the Sand Panther pride that Mura had led overland to fight against General Utros. Nicci stroked Mura's head, scratched behind her ears, and the panther purred contentedly. Her pelt was covered with branded symbols from Ildakar, but Mura was the only member of her new pride to bear such markings. The other big cats had roamed the wild all their lives, and Nicci knew that was what she wanted. Mura twitched her tail and stared into the forest, but she refused to leave her sister panther. Nicci wrapped her arms around Mura's neck, pulling the cat close. She held tight and stroked her fur for a long moment. Thank you, my loyal companion. Run with your pride. You deserve it. Mura let out a rumble in her chest, and Nicci felt the vibrations against her cheek as she held more tightly. Our spell bond will never be broken. I will always be your sister panther. She felt the thickening in her throat as she swallowed hard and continued. But this is your pride. Roam the world with them. Live your life. Hunt. Find a mate. Have cubs of your own. And be free. That is all I ask of you. I will let you know if I ever need your help. Thank you for the new sisters and brothers you have shared with me. Mura looked up with golden feline eyes, and Nicci stroked the cat's head again. Go! Mura let out a roar and turned to the other cats waiting in the forest. She bounded into the tree shadows until Nicci could no longer see her. But she would always feel the Sand Panther in her heart. Chapter 88. The sword's edge had been sharpened to a thin steel razor, erasing the nicks and notches from all the blows Bannon had struck during the fight. Good as new. said Mandan, the swordsmith. "After you've killed 100 more enemies, come back to me and I'll fix it again." Bannon was pleased with the ornate blade, and doubly pleased to know that the swordsmith remembered selling him sturdy so long ago. "That was my first sword, and a good one. I wish I still had it." Pushing back the sadness in his voice, he turned Nathan's fine weapon from side to side, watching how sunlight flowed like liquid down the polished steel. "But this one will do." Mandan chuckled. "I still have that chopping post in the back if you'd like to test it." Bannon remembered when he had first purchased Sturdy. So full of the pain and tragedy that he hid every day, he had hacked the post to splinters. Now he was much more controlled. Not only was he a better swordsman, but his inner hurts were hardened and healed. His optimism was more than a false facade. It was a real part of him. The other swords in the smith's shop had been picked over for the defense of Tanimura, and many notched and bloodied weapons had been retrieved from the streets, pried from dead hands. Mandan would have years of working, cleaning, and resharpening them all. Bannon sheathed his sword with a satisfying click in the scabbard. "It's just fine as it is. I don't need to hack at a wooden post." He paused to smile. "I prefer opponents who fight back, but I think we've done away with all of them for now." He added cryptically, "The sword cleaves the bone." "I'll fight you, boy, if that's what you want." He turned to see Lila, standing outside the shop, clad in her scant black leather. Though they had been lovers many times, she still intimidated him in certain ways. It was another sort of battle that Lila intended to win, but it was one he did enjoy. Bannon liked to think he had softened her as much as a Morazeth could be softened. "I don't need any swordplay for today," Bannon said to her, "but I'd be happy for your company otherwise." "Good. I came to retrieve you." She crossed her arms over her chest. "The Krakenhunter captain asked for you. He says he knows what you want." "Captain Jarrett?" He frowned, puzzled. "What is it he thinks I want?" Lila gave him an impatient sniff. "You made it quite clear that you wished to leave Tanimura." She seemed disappointed in him. He remained curious. "Then let's go talk with him and see what he has to say." Down by the docks, crew members loaded crates of supplies on board the chaser. From the foredeck, Jared directed the workers in a loud voice to emphasize that he was in charge, but they ignored him and did what they already knew how to do. Jared saw them approach along the dock and waved. "I thought you'd come running, Bannon Farmer. This is your chance. The chaser sails out with the evening tide, if you want to go along. We're heading to Chiraya Island." "Chiraya Island? Back home?" He hesitated, uncertain. "I haven't entirely made up my mind yet." He looked at Lila. "Yes, you have," she said, with frown lines appearing on her brow. "Though I'm surprised you'd want to go back to that island. You've had few kind words to say about it." With a bright flush, Bannon looked down at his boots. "I have no kind things to say about my horrible father, and he is dead. I couldn't save my mother, and she was what anchored me there. My friend Ian was gone, so I had no reason to stay. But now I am a much braver man, and I realize that there's also nothing to fear about going home. After so much death and mayhem, after all he had been through, with the Norukai slavers, the Selka attack, and the defeat of the ancient army, he was weary to the bone, and in his heart, he just wanted some peace. I don't know what that place holds for me anymore. I'm not convinced I've any reason to go back." Jared crossed his arms over his chest, and he called down to them. "I've just had disturbing word, too. Enough to make me reconsider the destination, if you didn't want to go there so badly." "Wait, I never said—" Bannon sputtered, then paused. "What disturbing word? Has something happened to Chiraya Island?" The Krakener captain grimaced. More Norukai ships seen in the vicinity. He paused only a moment for the news to sink in. "We broke the back of King Grieve's fleet, that's for sure. But there are more serpent ships plying the seas. Raiders with their own mind for destruction. And now that we've conquered and strengthened the major coastal cities, they'll be forced to attack softer outlying targets, like Chiraya Island." "Then we have to go there," Bannon said. "Somebody has to help protect them. They don't know how to fight. How will they... He looked at Lila. You and I can show them. She still seemed to hold a grudge. I thought you were trying to get away from me, since you wanted to leave so badly. He was shocked. I never said that. Sweet sea mother, I never thought it through. I contemplated going home just as a daydream. I was just thinking of those poor villagers. Even with all my bad memories of Chiraya, there are still a lot of good people who don't deserve to be slaughtered by the Norokai. You didn't even know about the new Norokai threat until just now. Lila sniffed. That wasn't part of your decision. Jared grinned at them from the side of the ship, showing the gap in his teeth. She's got you there, lad. After two of his crew members trudged up the gangplank, each with a keg of ale balanced on his shoulder, Jared bounded down to meet them on the docks. Wait. Bannon hesitated again, his thoughts whirling. Would it bother you if I go somewhere? You sound hurt. Lila stiffened. You have seen me fight. It takes much more than that to hurt a Morazeth. And would you not want me at your side if it comes to fighting more Norokai? Although why you would bother to help such weaklings instead of getting your revenge is beyond me. He squared his shoulders. Because that island is full of people just like I was, and I didn't deserve what happened to me. People just like Ian, and he didn't deserve it. I want to save them if I can. I, assumed you would go with me. You did not think to ask? Would you go with me to Chiraya Island? And wherever else I might go? She nodded. I accept your reasons. I will accompany you. Lila adjusted her black leather skirt. You always manage to find circumstances in which you need protection. I don't dare let you go alone. Though Nicci tried not to show any emotion, saying farewell to Bannon turned out to be more difficult than she expected. As they stood in the large square above the harbor, the young man came forward and hugged her for a long moment, much longer than was necessary, and she allowed it. She even embraced him back. I will miss you, Nicci. I've grown much in strength and wisdom during my time with you. When he finally let go, Bannon turned to Nathan. The wizard clearly felt proud of his protege. Tears welled in his azure eyes. My boy, you are a brave fighter and a fine companion. You were naive and gullible when we first met. But now you are a man, stronger, braver, and more accomplished than I ever expected. I admit, I am impressed, Nicci said. When I saved you from your own stupidity in that Tanimura alley, I was certain you were a lost cause. You created your own problems, and I vowed never to rescue you again. Bannon's voice quavered with emotion. I didn't need any more rescuing, did I? Yes, you did, Nicci said with a laugh. But no more than all of us did. You fought beside us, and we fought beside you. Go home, Bannon Farmer. You deserve it. Nathan looked closely at Lila. You swear to protect him? As a Morazeth? Always. You should not need to ask. Offended, Bannon touched the sword Nathan had given him. I thought you said I could take care of myself. Nicci and Nathan looked at each other with an amused expression. Lila repeated, You have nothing to worry about. I've already given my word. They lingered for a long moment, as the sun set. Then Bannon and Lila made their way down to the Kraken ship that was ready to depart. Nicci turned back to look at the streets of Tanimura and around the harbor. The flat expanse of Hallsband Island was still blackened with the ashes of funeral pyres, but the flames had finally gone out, and the brisk ocean winds had scoured the air clean of the stink of death. Now that they stood together in the square, Nathan asked her, So, what is to become of us? Are you also going to rest on the knowledge that the world is safe, thanks to us? The world is never safe, and our promise to Richard is never over. Her brows furrowed with concern. We know he is embroiled in a great crisis of his own, up in Dahara. If the danger is so great that he could not spare troops when I asked, then perhaps we should return to the People's Palace and help him. Nathan's lips quirked in a small smile. I knew dear Richard couldn't survive without us for long. You think we should ride north, off to the rescue? I believe he needs us. She wanted nothing more than to fight at Richard's side again, to see his handsome face, feel his presence. But she had left Dahara for a reason, knowing that his heart belonged entirely and unconditionally to Kalan. Nicci accepted that, so she had gone far away to keep serving him, but at a safe distance, where the ache in her heart would gradually fade. Wrestling with her decision, she looked around the square, felt the weight of all that had occurred here. Though the people in Tanimura were battered and emotionally drained, they knew they had won, and victory gave a brightness to their mood. The messenger who rode into the main square from Altor Rong, however, had a hard and twisted look on his face, flinty eyes, and a sneer that was haughty and superior. He raised his voice and demanded the attention of the crowd as they finished their work for the day. "I bring word from the new capital of our restored empire." Nicci was instantly alert. New empire? The man looked down from his horse and gave them a withering look, as if they were beneath his notice. He adjusted his helmet. "Your ignorance does not diminish the glory of Emperor Argus. Altor Rong has been under attack by an ancient army, and yet I bring word to you that the foolish enemy warriors have been vanquished." Nathan stepped closer. "Dear spirits, was it the army of General Utros?" "An expeditionary force of thousands of armed men," said the messenger, as others gathered around. "But they were doomed to failure once they encountered the might of Emperor Argus. We offered them the chance to swear allegiance to the new imperial order, but they declined." His lips twisted in a smile. "Our fearless troops would have massacred them, but the keeper himself intervened. The ground opened up, and their souls were swept away to the underworld." Nicci stepped forward to face him. "The imperial order is destroyed, and Emperor Jagong is dead." She didn't add that she herself had assassinated the horrible man. "Emperor Jagong was no longer relevant," said the messenger. "The imperial order has returned under a new and stronger man, a ruler who would make Jagong quiver with awe." Nicci couldn't imagine that anything would make Jagong quiver, but she merely assessed the arrogant messenger. She knew his type. She glanced at Nathan, whose eyes were wide and whose face was drawn. "Dear spirits, a new imperial order?" he whispered. Nicci knew what they had to do. "I had thought our duty was to go and assist Richard. But just as he was confident we could handle this war ourselves, we must be confident that Richard can deal with his own crisis." She narrowed her eyes. "If there is a new imperial order, if there is a man who claims Jagong's throne, then you and I have to go see this Emperor Argus ourselves." "Indeed we do," Nathan said, his face flushed with anger. "Indeed we do." Nicci raised her voice to the messenger. "We will accompany you to Altor Rong. We would meet this Emperor Argus." The man turned to them, assessing them. High in the saddle, he ran his eyes up and down Nicci's body. Her blue eyes, her blonde hair. She hoped she wouldn't have to kill him before they reached the grand capital city. "I cannot guarantee he will see you. Argus is an important man." "I'm sure he is," Nathan said. The messenger nudged his horse forward, slowly leaving them behind as he rode through the square to continue spreading his news. He called over his shoulder, "I will depart in the morning. You may follow me, but I will not pamper you." Nathan chuckled. "Oh, young man, we do not need pampering." Nicci's expression tightened. She felt hardened inside, and knew that her work here in the old world was not done. Richard had dispatched her and Nathan to spread the word of the Daharan Empire, to let the world know that tyrants and despots and slavery would no longer be tolerated. Richard counted on her to crush them before they became too great a threat. "We still have work to do, Nathan," she told him. "And you have a whole new life book to fill." He nodded. "You are indeed correct, sorceress." They watched the haughty messenger depart, already making their plans. "We should prepare for another journey." "And another fight." The wizard hesitated as he looked down to the harbor. They could see the Krakener ship setting sails, ready to drift out to sea with the evening tide. "I planned ahead, my dear sorceress." He reached into his vest that covered his ruffled shirt and pulled out a folded sheaf of papers. I wrote a lengthy letter to Richard, and General Zimmer promised to dispatch a courier to ride north and deliver it to the People's Palace. It tells Richard everything he needs to know about what we've been up to. He arched his eyebrows. Would you like to read it? Nicci accepted the letter, along with a lead stylus in case she needed to make notes. She skimmed the pages of stories that Nathan had written about their adventures, expecting that he would make himself into a legendary hero while portraying Nicci and Bannon as his faithful companions. Instead, she was surprised to see that the focus was on her own actions, making Nicci out to be the savior of the old world. Nicci handed the letter back to him. It seems adequate. Remember, I came with you in the first place because Richard was sure you needed watching. Nathan made a non-committal sound as he scribbled a note at the very end before sealing the letter packet. What was that? Nicci asked. A mere postscript to reassure Richard. Reassure him in what way? He tucked the letter back into his vest. Merely a promise that I will keep watch over you, because no matter what you think, you still need watching. With or without the new Imperial Order. You can't save the world on your own. I am not alone, Nicci said, and realized it was true. The idea was suddenly strange to her, given her past, her time under the thumb of her stern mother, serving the Keeper as a sister of the dark, or crusading for the Imperial Order. All of that was behind her forever. Nicci was stronger, better, braver. Those who wished to harm the world didn't have a chance. She looked at Nathan, then drew her gaze across the bustling city of Tanimura, the forested hills, and the entire old world beyond. She had no idea what sort of threat Emperor Argus or the new Imperial Order would pose. But they, would deal with it, no matter what. No, she repeated. I am not alone. End of Heart of Black Ice, Sister of Darkness, The Nicci Chronicles, Volume 4, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Deborah Desmond.